far left, like communist type. They'll say like, we need to get rid of American history. We need to get rid of all this stuff so that we can get the utopian. But when you talk to like a extreme Christian nationalist, they're going to say the same thing. We need to get rid of the American proposition so that we can put in religious purity tests so that only Christians can hold office. The problem is both those things are technically legal under the Constitution if you can get the votes, but they're wrong. And they're wrong because there actually is a moral framework that our founders set forth for us. It's not a value neutral proposition. And I think the path that the left is on, which I think you actually described it very well, is moving away from that into this value neutral proposition where anything goes. And it becomes dangerous very fast.
It's not value.
So I just want to introduce what's happening here. I've been watching this panel on whether or not the left has abandoned the American moral proposition, and I am actually laser focused on this argument that Ryan and Gen Z attorney were making about equity, because I myself am a defender of the concept of equity. I actually think it's a good idea for people to have basically equality of opportunity of outcome, right? So in theory, people should have the opportunity to pursue, different outcomes and stuff. It doesn't mean that everyone gets the exact same end result, but they should be able to try to pursue the paths that might lead them there, right?
Value neutral. I mean, this is insanity. The reason why I'm saying that the American moral proposition is elastic enough to include horrible things is because you can't make sense of what that would mean across time in the framers, other than a commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law. Because if it's on particular views, right? Like if all of a sudden supporting slavery is not compatible with that, then you have to throw away the universality of it across time, which you're clearly appealing to.
No, you're just confusing.
Let me finish, please. And it's not something like objective morality or like this push towards natural rights, especially because most fucking people don't know what the fuck that means. And this has never been universally held at like meta-ethical positions. And so you're optics maxing right now by saying, oh my God, he thinks that it's compatible because you think the audience is too stupid to be like, I'm in favor of slavery or something. I'm just merely.
And presumably the open panel should be open in, I guess, 20 minutes? Less than 20 minutes? So we're going to be hanging out before then, and we'll see how long I last on the panel. I decided that instead of just hopping on and restreaming, because if I do that, then I'll probably be kicked immediately, and I won't be able to talk to you guys. I figured I could do it the other way.
Clearly saying that the tethering line, the connective tissue between us and the framing generation is our commitment to the Constitution, and a process and a structure, because anything more specific than that all of a sudden untethers you completely from the founding generation, because they had fucking horrible views about all sorts of shit. And I'm not this person that therefore thinks they should all be thrown out, but I'm just trying to make sense of this word.
No, I think
I apologize. I just wanted to let everyone know we got about 15 more minutes left, so I just want to make sure you start tying your ends up if you need to. And Nanfan and Gen Z, I wanted to make sure you felt like you had time. So if you did want to jump in, this is your chance. Ryan, back to you.
I'll back off and let one of them jump in, and then I can respond.
Let me try, because I really want to get this other topic, and I know we're winding down. It's probably take a lot more time than we have time left for, but I wanted to focus in on this quote from Federalist 51, this whole idea that, quote, justice is the end of government. It is the end of civil society. And of course, we've talked a lot about equity and talked a lot about DEI, but I think we need to talk some about the court system and the role that the court system is supposed to play underneath the American moral proposition. And maybe you all disagree. I think it should basically serve as this kind of outside referee of sorts that is able to weigh in on conflicts and resolve them in the way that's consistent with the Constitution. Does anyone disagree with that summary?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by that. Is what you mean by that that's part of natural rights? That how the courts are set up are a component of natural rights?
I'm appealing more to my
own ethics on the courts. That's not the proposition.
No, I'm appealing to the framers setting out these ideas of separation of powers, checks and balances, and basically those two principles: separation of powers.
The Madisonian Compromise basically unified a couple different views that established the federal courts as to be pursued by Congress on their own terms and to set up the lower federal courts. They particular different views on what the court should represent. I think that the Hamiltonian view is that the court should take a step in and actually arbitrate between those things. But I'm not sure that there's a robust consensus on what the role of the courts. I mean, there were big disagreements about that.
That's all fair and good. I'm not going to fight on any of that. Let's just focus in. Should the judiciary be independent? I think we can all agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
are you asking my view? Why is my view
Well,
relevant to what we're talking about?
under the constitutional framework, under the moral proposition.
I don't know about that. I mean, it depends what you mean by independent. Independent to the extent that the Constitution makes it independent, but of course there are checks and balances. Congress can close all the federal courts besides the Supreme Court. Congress can make exceptions to the appellate jurisdiction. The president nominates the federal judges, and so in some sense they're independent to some extent. But I'm not gonna. It depends what you mean by independent.
Independent in their rulings, how they reach a conclusion. Decide
What do you
things.
mean by independent? I'm asking you.
Free from political influence.
I think that's probably what the framers would have wanted. Yes.
Okay, so that's I was just trying to lay out the foundation here. Now, obviously, we're seeing increasing calls from the left to pack the court. Is that consistent with America's moral proposition?
Yes.
Wait, hasn't the court been packed before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It might depend on, you might have like factual disagreements about the state of the current judiciary or whatever, but you at least like recognize, so like certainly there would be like there's at least a hypothetical threshold that could be passed in which like packing the court or whatever would absolutely be in line with the American.
Yes, I'm asking,
moral.
are we there right now?
What do you mean? Are we there?
You said he just said, well, see, I'm trying to deal in the realm of reality. You guys keep throwing out these like, well, if we take it to the most extreme hypothetical, then certainly prove the contradiction there. I'm just saying where we are right now, there are open calls on the left to pack the court.
Yes.
We are arguing that is not consistent with the moral proposition of America.
I think it is
with the
consistent.
Constitution.
I'm saying that's not sufficient to like not be in line with the moral proposition.
And also agree with that,
yeah.
Hasn't I mean, have the like they expanded? When did the Supreme Court get expanded? When did the Supreme Court get expanded? Like it's literally happened before. Whatever, 18. I mean, so it's been a long time. I'll give them that. Yeah, it started with 6 justices. So like, obviously, it's been expanded. Okay, it was reduced to 7. I didn't know that in 1866. Oh, it was 10 during the Civil War. That's interesting. Man, I don't know American history very well. Hey, Cop Watcher. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, Adams did this shit. Fucking Madison, and they fucked with the courts. They fucked with the judges, and these people fucking wrote the documents. So I don't know. Like, I think it's totally like your view. It seems like what you're trying to do is bootstrap American moral proposition to be like what I agree with, and to give it this like
That's
imprimatur
exactly what
of
they're doing.
Oh,
my policy agreements. I'm going to suss those out in terms of the American moral proposition. But it just you're being way too fucking narrow. And if that term means anything, it needs to be more general than what your specific view is of specific policy points.
No, I'm quoting to the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, this entire idea and doctrine of separation of powers, which is not specifically enumerated, but everyone agrees it is the binding principle of the Constitution, binding the 3 branches together, that they all have independence, but they all have stuff where they can check each other. But at the end of the day, the court's rulings, Supreme Court's rulings, are meant to be independent, free from political influence.
Yeah, but the Constitution provides constitutionally for Congress to be able to expand the seats of courts.
But here's the
So
thing.
in what sense could it be? Well, sorry. Why can
I also agree with Renee in Sarah's chat, who should be in my chat. Renee, get over here. But that it is morally right, especially right now, to pack the courts. Probably will be a good idea. Well, not right this second, obviously, with Trump in office, but for the next Democratic president, whomever that may be.
why can something that's like constitutional, something that's allowed under the current framework of the Constitution, how could you take a view that that's against the American moral proposition, especially a provision that's not one of these new amendments? It's like the Madisonian Compromise that was in place at the very framing. So how can you say that exercising the power specifically delegated to Congress by the founding generation is counter to the American moral proposition?
Because you're making the procedural legalistic argument. Well, they can, it's legally allowable under the Constitution, but we're starting with baser principles in that. We're starting with the Declaration. We're starting with the moral proposition. It's the moral argument. Not everything legal. Just because something is legal and you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Just like me and Ryan have the same agreement here. Just because you can constitutionally burn an American flag, that doesn't mean you should do it. It's a crappy thing to do. So
do you think your natural rights philosophy means we have to have exactly 9 justices? I think that's insane.
no, but why are you adding more? That's the question.
No, but why would it be contradictory to the American moral principle to have more? You have to make that case.
Because if there's a political party that is saying that we don't like the way this court is ruling for our own political reasons, not based on constitutional analysis, not based on the actual analysis of the rulings themselves, just based on we don't like the political outcomes. And
Mr. Bill says, "Did you get booted as a mod?" No, I'm a mod still. I'll probably always be a mod over at Sarah's until the heat death of the universe, I suspect.
And therefore, we are going to add enough justices to get our majority back to get the rulings that we like, politically speaking, regardless of the Constitution. Why is that a good thing?
Well, whether
it's good or bad isn't relevant. Whether it's good or bad, it's
Yeah, shut up, non-fawn. You've talked so much during this debate. Be quiet, fool.
Is it moral?
Whether it's moral isn't.
Sure, I was going to say again, like you're supposing that the moral prospect like is as narrow as you define it, and then you're supposing that like the left is packing a court in service of going further away from the.
Yeah, but also like Renee is saying in Sarah's chat again, Renee, who obviously should be in my chat, but is committing a moral atrocity by chatting in Sarah's instead, is saying McConnell literally packed the court, which is literally what happened by delaying the by refusing to allow Obama to fill the slot that he rightfully had to fill. Hey, Growling Arachnid, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
From the moral prospect as you define it. I don't think that's fair. I think we have, again, disagreements over what the moral prospect actually is. And obviously, like, it seems like in principle you even agree, like you can pack the court in service of maintaining the
Let's
moral
take
prospect.
Pisco's broad definition of the moral proposition. What is it? Commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you think politically partisan packing of the Supreme Court is consistent with the rule of law?
Yes, it is because the Constitution puts in the hands of the amount of judges in the hands of the political branches. Agreed? Yes or no?
They do, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
but
So wait. So if it does,
Right,
then you would agree that a commitment to the Constitution, that is acceptable under the Constitution. They specifically delegated to the political branches.
But see, this is where I'm going to keep pushing back because a focus on the legalistic procedure.
Pack it.
We're not focused on the legalistic procedure. We're focused on what it is the moral proposition. It is not the American legal proposition. It is the moral. It is what is the foundation for the country, for the institutions, stuff like checks and balances, separation of powers. These are all laid out. They're all there, all in the founding as these broad guiding lights for us to follow. Just because, like Ryan's example earlier, just because you can get a supermajority together and a president that can come together and abolish the 14th, or at least
They need to get them to admit then that it would be betraying the quote unquote American moral proposition for McConnell to have blocked Obama's placement of a court justice, right? Growling says, to be fair, any side can pack the courts if they have the opportunity to. Exactly. I mean,
or at least amend it to be able to reinstitute slavery, doesn't mean that's consistent
So
with the
I'll
moral
ask you a
Yeah,
question.
he
Hold
did.
on. I wanted to. It sounded. Ryan, did you want to add on to that? You looked like you were trying.
no, but he shouldn't. What can we all? This inferior Ryan needs. We need to start a petition to make Ryan Mulally change his first name. Absolutely embarrassing to the rest of us Ryans.
No, I think Gen Z got where I was
Sorry.
going to go.
Sorry, just go ahead.
An argument by analogy. So would you say that Mitch McConnell, there's an argument by analogy, Mitch McConnell, given that it was his complete power to refuse to have a hearing on Merrick Garland when that seat was up for consideration, Scalia's old seat, that it was consistent with the American moral proposition for him to use his discretion as majority leader not to put him up for even a hearing?
So with the American moral proposition, these
Can you
ideas.
answer that first, and then you can explain?
Yes, I think it can be if we're talking about the checks and balances and the separation of powers. If you have the authority to.
Because he has the authority to. But you agree Congress has the authority to, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then what's the...
You know, I actually expect tonight I probably won't get kicked off as quickly. I mean, like, to be fair, the past few times I was on Sarah's panels, I wasn't kicked off nearly as fast. And then, last night there was like lumberjack off landlord, as I call him, who was dropping the big bucks to make sure he didn't have to hear my voice, which is fair enough. That can be quite intimidating.
But here's the thing.
analogy?
Even though he can, I'm saying he should not have. I think they should have held a
No,
vote.
I'm not asking your overall ought. I'm asking whether or not it's consistent with the American moral proposition. You said yes for McConnell, no for Congress. Both hands of the
Or Growling Arachnid, they know and they don't care.
government. How could you possibly
No,
justify it?
I'm saying they under the moral proposition. Well, under the legal framework, they could do it. Under the moral proposition, no, I don't think they should have done it.
No, I'm not
Not,
asking
not
whether
under
you
my
should
personal.
have.
No, not under my personal. Under
I'm not
the
asking. So I just want to be clear about something. So I'm going to say it 3 times. I'm not asking your personal. I'm not asking your personal. I'm not asking your personal.
And
I'm
I'm not
asking
interpreting
under the American moral proposition. You just said that it was consistent, that it could be consistent for McConnell to withhold the hearings for the Merrick Garland nomination. That would be consistent with the American moral proposition.
And I
Yes.
changed my.
Oh, exactly. Yes, exactly, Pisco. Growling says, I mean, you're my homie. I don't like that they treat you that well. I appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you.
Oh, you changed
legal-
your answer. Okay.
Yes, yeah,
So you're saying it's not consistent with the American moral proposition for McConnell to withhold that seat.
Oh, interesting.
yeah. I think he should have held the hearing. And
I'm
just
not
think
asking whether
they
you should
voted it
have. Is it? You're saying it is.
Should is
consistent.
he's using moral language. Should
Yeah,
meaning it's
yeah.
We don't need to
comes down to
nitpick
that
every
whole
single word.
objective morality that he
So if that wait. So he said it wasn't in line. Is that what he said? Sorry.
Yeah, I think he should have held the hearing. And
I'm
I
not
just
asking whether.
Okay, but now the fact that McConnell did block that, like it is reasonable now for the Democrats to respond in kind, right?
You should
voted
have. Is it? You're saying it is.
Should is he's using moral language. Should meaning it's We don't need to
comes down to that
nitpick
whole
every single word.
objective morality that he was speaking to earlier. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I think that my view is in the exercise of that at this level of generality, that if we're trying to across time and across space talk about some consistent principle that is true across time, it's
is,
not
though.
going to be something incredibly narrow. It needs
So
to be
are
something
you
very narrow.
familiar with like
You can't hide your typos from me, Growling. It's already here on my overlay.
Like the difference between ontology and epistemology?
Loosely, I think epistemology relates to what we know and how we know it, and ontology is what
I
is.
bring it up because when people say that like natural law is objectively true, that's an ontological claim. You're making like a metaphysical claim about the universe, about reality. You're saying that natural law exists, it's real. Epistemology are the question of like, how do we know what natural law is? How do we increase our understanding it over time is a different thing. It's not inconsistent for people to be wrong about an objective principle. In fact, if you have an objective principle, it follows that people be wrong often. The problem that I'm having, and I don't think you've ever really been able to explain, though you've artfully moved into other areas, is that the left today wants to go the wrong direction. The left today is
wrong direction according to Ryan's preferences, because Ryan has a certain idea of like what equity is, because of like some loose quote of Kamala Harris, I guess.
Purposefully attempting to say that membership in groups should grant you rights. You should have more legal rights because of your membership in specific identity groups. For example, just to like name a few because we're getting to the end here, the Biden administration attempted to put DEI quotas on every company that was listed on NASDAQ on their board membership. The SEC.
Did the Biden admin try to put DEI quotas on every company on the NASDAQ? Did I spell that right? Oh, no. NASDAQ proposed diversity disclosure rules approved by the SEC, not company-wide DEI quotas. Growling says it is an L that the Democrats caved to the Republicans during Obama's term for the Supreme Court pick, but that doesn't mean any future Dems ought to. It's an L that Democrats caved to the Republicans during Obama's term for the Supreme Court pick, but that doesn't mean any future Dems ought to. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean they ought to, but like I think it would be reasonable for them to.
Passed a rule in the Biden era to do that. The Biden era money was given by the government expressly on the basis of membership in various identity groups. The Biden administration championed, and I know you and I debated this already, but we don't need to go deep in the weeds, but what I consider at least to be de facto race quotas in the affirmative action context. And that's to say nothing of the local policies, like in California and Oregon, where money was given expressly on the basis of race, where COVID medication was given expressly on the basis of race. Policy after policy after policy in the modern era. I'm
pretty sure with the COVID medication, it's about like targeting groups that are most affected, like immediately to slow down the spread, right?
People definitely know better is being done expressly on this basis. And I don't see how that could possibly square, certainly with my understanding of the American moral proposition, but even with the kind of basic moral intuition that we ought to treat people as individuals.
Yeah, so I'll respond to that is the way you're trying to
What I'm saying is, Growling says, what I'm saying is the Dems acted in good faith for the Supreme Court pick during Obama. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I think they did too, but
distinguish. Yeah, of course, people can be wrong
to a fault.
What really distinguishes people being wrong and the modern era is at least people who are being wrong were moving in the right direction. And the people now are moving in the wrong direction. The directionality is not going to help you. Because a lot of people who you're going to say, no, it's not. Because you're going to grant. I'm going to give you a hypothetical where one of the framers, who you start by saying is upholding the American moral proposition, is going in the wrong direction of an issue. And so the directionality, it's just another way of reintroducing the same issue, which is there are people who are going in the wrong direction or who do the wrong thing in the moment. And notwithstanding that, you still grant are part of the American moral proposition, even though they're quote unquote wrong. And so whether it's the wrong direction or the wrong position, I don't really see the difference.
No, because Pisco, if you in the movement to abolish slavery, which is where we started, this took some time. It was a human universal in basically all cultures all across the world that slavery existed. And for the first time in the modern era with America and England, it was abolished on the basis of precisely the principles and moral duties and obligations that I'm championing here today. So yeah, I'm very proud of that directionality. What bothers me, Pisco, is that when in the modern era, having learned that lesson over the bloody arc of history, the left decides, you know what, we should, as long as we're the good guys, we should be able to discriminate on the basis of race. It's fine for us to do it as long as we think it's right today. Like what they're doing is they're running in the wrong direction. And just like, I don't hold Newton accountable, or I hold him, let's say, less accountable for making mistakes in physics that he couldn't possibly have corrected. It would be very weird today for a physicist to make arguments based only off Newtonian physics, ignoring relativity.
Jefferson knew better. But Jefferson knew better.
True.
So can I give you a quote about that?
Yeah.
So here's a fun one. This is Abraham Lincoln debating Douglas on the topic of whether or not slavery should be allowed. And he said, I believe the entire record of the world, from the date of the Declaration of Independence up to 3 years ago, may be searched in vain for one single affirmation from one single man that the black race was not included in the Declaration of Independence. I think I may defy Judge Douglas to show that he ever said so, that Washington ever said so, that any president ever said so, that any member of Congress ever said so, or that any living man upon the whole earth ever said so, until the necessities of the present policy of the Democratic Party in regard to slavery had to invent that affirmation.
Right, that's not true, right?
Wait, what?
When Lincoln was
That's not true. You know.
all right,
That's
well, I'm saying it's good enough for me. It's good enough for Lincoln. It's good enough to abolish slavery. It's just not good enough for you, and it's not good enough
What
for
do you
the
mean?
modern
Wait,
left.
do you
And that's
believe
the
that
bummer.
Lincoln's statement there is true?
I don't know.
I don't.
I haven't done the research exhaustively to find every single record. That's what he's claiming.
Okay. I mean, I think that I'm happy to
Wouldn't just one single example prove it wrong?
lay out the disagreement here. I think the disagreement is frankly a semantic one. To be
Let's
honest
speed up
with
a
you.
little bit.
I think that it has to do with like rounding out what this term that I don't think it's like a popular usage of the term American moral proposition means, and taking on different values for that term will lead you perhaps to different places. But I think even just on the view of the people espousing the left are abandoning it, you're getting to weird areas where you have to come up with like again very odd and arbitrary ways to distinguish why this kind of diverging from the American moral proposition in one context, which seems so much worse. And we could do a bunch of different examples, including the right to vote for women, et cetera. So there's way more that we could go on in terms of examples there. That deviating from that wouldn't cause you to be against the American moral proposition for such individuals. But the modern day DEI, this is the first aberration. This is the time in which we're really going to. So I just don't think that that intuition is clear to people. Maybe if it is, maybe if you think that it seems a little circular that you're assuming kind of the objective morality and the natural rights stuff as part of what's going on here, even though a lot of that stuff is opaque.
The problem is you keep making these comparisons, and the issue is all these examples you're giving as a historical record are the bringing people in to the American equation, the moral proposition that we are advocating for here. Every example you've listed, slavery, Jim Crow, women's right to vote, everything you've listed is about bringing people into the equation. The modern iteration of equity and DEI is we've now entered the realm of where things are now a zero-sum game. If you're talking about college admissions, only one person gets the seat. If you're talking about board member seats, only one person gets that seat. If we're talking about, Ryan doesn't bring this one up, this one I bring up, in Hollywood, that they've instituted these diversity requirements for on-screen and behind the screen in order to even qualify for the award season. So these are zero-sum games.
I just want to make sure you understand. I'm not comparing being pro DEI with being pro abolition of slavery. What I'm saying is someone who has the wrong position on DEI is not compatible with the American moral proposition, but someone who has the wrong opinion on slavery is compatible. That's the kind of distinction.
What about abolishing property rights? We talk about DEI a lot. What about
move to abolishing property rights? Yeah, the left in the United States, the Democrats, who is the left party in the United States, they're abolishing property rights now. Okay.
less flirtation with socialism and communism?
It depends in what sense. I think to totally eliminate...
Just 2 more minutes and then we'll shut down.
I think to totally eliminate all property rights, as many communists want to do, I think that is in some sense inconsistent with the American moral proposition.
So what they did legally?
Yeah, no, because I think that the rule of law and the Constitution. Well, I guess if you're saying, I think there's a trouble in that the principle you could do a certain amount of disfigurement to the structure of the Constitution. So let's say you constitutionally pass an amendment.
You can do anything to it.
That gets rid of all the branches of government, and just makes it a unitary system where there's a king for life. I would say that there is, and I don't have to define it in like particular granularity, that there's a sufficient amount of disfigurement that you could do to the Constitution that would, okay, now there's some separate principle here, which is you've done sufficient disfigurement to the Constitution that it's really not in keeping with the same vision.
But where would you draw that principle from?
Agree.
No, I don't have to. Yeah, it's like a Sortes paradox that I don't know exactly.
No. It's not, because in our country we have a separate document, the Declaration of Independence, which was expressly our founders sat down and they said, what is America's moral claim to existence? Because we're not, like, if you look at Ireland's Declaration of Independence, it just says we the Irish.
And making sure that people have equal opportunity under the is somehow incongruent with that. Well, I guess in the sense that like the people who founded it didn't want everyone to have equal opportunity. I mean, I guess I give them that.
Are a different people, and the English have been dominating us, therefore we should be free. Their claim to existence was ethnic, but America didn't do that. America laid out a philosophic principle. They said, we find these truths to be self-evident. You might think they're wrong today, but they're saying they're axiomatic.
Did the property rights include human beings?
Axiomatic, and that the violation of these rights is why we are justified in our revolution, in our existence as a country. So it's not that I'm making it up. It's not like my proprietary definition. It's in our founding documents.
I agree that our constitutional dedication involves rights at some level of granularity, right? Like liberty, like property, like the pursuit of happiness. These are all things that I agree are part of the constitutional tradition, that are part of the American moral proposition. But what those things mean, there's a lot of play on the joints.
Yeah, it's not that Ryan's using a proprietary definition. It's that he's using a proprietary interpretation
To be consistent with the basic American moral proposition, as I understand it, because it must include disagreements on: does liberty include, the right to own people? Does your property right extend as far as people? Does liberty include the right to vote? Does the direct right to vote, or the right for women, or the right for people under the age of 18? So I agree that the Declaration of Independence contains values in it that are absolutely part of that are irrevocable with respect to the American constitutional tradition. But at what level of granularity is the question? And what the framers understood that they were doing, that property for them at the time of the enactment of the Constitution and before that with the Declaration of Independence included the right to own human beings. It just did.
Last thought from Ryan or Gen Z, and then we'll move into closing statements if you had one in response to that.
You can go ahead. If you want.
I think probably going to closing statements is fine because that essentially was a closing statement.
Okay. I'll Pisco, if you wanted to go ahead and go into your closing statement officially.
I'll just say that
Double dipping, brother.
I'm probably sympathetic to a lot of the views on like woke stuff. I often will bring up bona fides because I voted for Bernie Sanders or I did this, but one of the things I bring up is that, I was like against a lot of the identity politics in the 2015, 16, 17 era, and I lost friends because of my position on some of those things. And so I'm sympathetic to some of the attitudes with respect to identity politics that have been expressed. But the problem I have is like the terminology here. I think it can't include things, the American moral proposition, that are so nebulous to be beyond the scope of most Americans. Things like metaethics, right? Things like whether or not Marxism, things that didn't even exist and were in the conception of the founding generation. It has to be more general, more basic than that. And it can't include just mere normative attitudes on policies, really, because there's such vast disagreement on areas of huge consequences that we brought out. We've mostly talked about slavery, but again, there's so much there where the thread line must be strong enough to bear massive, massive, massive disagreements. And that's why I think trying to narrow the view of the American moral proposition to be like anti-DEI, anti-woke, anti-even race-based policies, I'm sorry to say, is unavailing for that reason. It just really does seem like a shell game where you're trying to sneak in your moral attitudes and maybe the audience's normative dispositions and to make that a constitutional issue or an issue of intergenerational solidarity, and that somehow this
That's
aberration
exactly what
stands
he's
in
doing.
stark contrast to potentially other quote-unquote objective
Pisco nailed this guy to the wall.
errors in
crazy.
people's morality over the course of years. And so that's
He's
why
got
we're
your
bringing this all
number,
up, is that
Ryan.
on their view,
Inferior
it would
Ryan.
it would seem absurd to make a moral difference in terms of whether or not someone is following the American moral proposition because they were wrong on DEI, but not wrong on slavery, not wrong on if they're wrong on like women being allowed to vote. The doctrine of coverture, the First Amendment, where our conception of the First Amendment is much broader today than it was at the time of the framing. And so all of these different issues, I think, lend me to believe that the left is not violating the American moral proposition at its most basic level because they're standing up. They're standing up for commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law. They're fighting against the Republicans that are trying to tear down the rule of law and commitment to the Constitution. People who are trying to subvert the Constitution. And so given that, I don't think that mere disagreement on DEI, even if you grant that their position is wrong, is enough to get you out of that like play on the joints, that playground which you're allowed to be in legitimately as part of our American tradition.
Thank you, Pisco. And Nanvan, to you, please.
Yeah, okay, there's only one honorary
Hey,
founding
no,
father
fuck.
post-Hamilton. Okay, that matters. It's Aaron Burr, who went to live with Jeremy Bentham. Okay, he became a base
Aaron Burr,
utilitarian. All right,
sir?
that's the real American proposition. But in all seriousness, I'm going to have it a second. The stuff Pico said, I mean, they did almost exactly what I thought what they were going to do, which is define the moral proposition in such a way that it relies on controversial medical ethical claims that most Americans could not even lay out, let alone actually agree to. And I do think most of the discussion on this was sort of a meta conversation about what we're allowed to bring up rather than the actual factuality of it. But I do think it's also relevant to say there are left-leaning people, left-leaning organizations, the Democratic Party, which are currently fighting for rights that I think even Ryan and Gen Z attorneys would say are in line with the American moral proposition. I mean, I think I brought up the ACLU, which I don't know if that's holistic. I don't know if I personally would consider it a holistically left-leaning organization, but Ryan certainly does. They are currently and have, in the past in this year, filed lawsuits on behalf of immigrants who are being deported, under the Alien Enemies Act in order to, try to grant them due process, which they are not being provided. I think that is a view that is something that is in line with even the natural rights theory that they espouse, and that's something that, the left is doing, I would say, even broadly politically, but certainly the ACLU is doing that.
Against the
Thank you,
infringement
Nanvan
of
and
that
Gen Z,
by the
please.
right. It's
All right. Yeah. Thank
particularly
you
the
again for
Trump
having me.
administration.
I'll plug the pod again. We got Ordered Liberty podcast every Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Me and Ryan and a rotating panel of guests every week talking about trying to reassert the American moral proposition and apply that framework to the modern news and just break it all down from there. As far as the debate tonight, I hope the audience was able to get something useful out of it. It was certainly tough at times. It felt to communicate just because it felt like I'm trying to ask some basic questions, but they're almost always met with, well, it depends, or well, what do you mean by that, or what's your definition of that? And it's like certainly there has to be some clarity of terms, but it felt like we're getting pretty. The word of the night was granular. And when I think we all kind of can understand where the other is coming from. But that aside, I think the main problem I have here with my friends on the left, and I do mean that sincerely as friends, I think we are all in this together on the American project, is that the entire
I'm
argument
not sure we are.
from their side was confined to simple legalistic procedure and saying that, well, if it can be done, if the Constitution allows it to be done, then, well, who are we to say that it shouldn't be done? If that's our only binding principle is what the Constitution says and the rule of law, well, that just opens the door to so many crazy things that can be done. As long as it's done constitutionally, my friends on the left seem to not be in a position to criticize it because it was done within the legal procedure, and if there's no such thing as objective morality, or we don't understand what the American moral
Sorry, we gotta.
proposition
finally
is,
caught up.
then how are we supposed to criticize it? But yeah, that logic leads to just a whole cavalcade of horrible things that could be done. We're saying just because something can be done constitutionally doesn't mean it should be done morally or be inconsistent with the American moral proposition. So an amendment reinstituting slavery would be inconsistent with the Declaration's promise of not having slavery or protecting the liberty of everyone in this country. So I think to the audience, I would just ask, which system do you find more consistent, more compatible with this country? The side that says essentially anything is possible so long done legally and constitutionally, or the side that says just because something can be done doesn't mean it should be done. I think we've got the more consistent position, I think, and honestly, their positions kind of conceded the debate of whether or not the left has abandoned the
I
proposition.
don't think it did at all.
With these types of arguments. So with that, I'll just say thank you again to everybody, and yeah.
Thank you, Gen Z, and Ryan, to you.
They're gonna drop it.
Thanks again,
Well,
Sarah, for hosting, and thanks, Jen.
I'm waiting for Sarah to drop it, Growling. Which should be as soon as Ryan finishes his statement here, and when they go into super chats.
For backing me up, and
so
for my
I'll
frenemies,
be clicking
Non-Fon
on it
and Pisco,
momentarily.
always fun.
But I can drop it here if you want.
Look,
if you want to come on,
America's a propositional nation. This is who we are, and it's very important that we learn about this and we talk about this, because my friends across the aisle here are right. Most people don't know anything about American founding philosophy. Most people don't know anything about the American moral proposition, and that's our failure. As Reagan,
You are forgiven, my son.
to paraphrase Reagan, the loss of liberty is only a generation away. We are a propositional nation, and I said this earlier, but when the enemies are at the doorstep and they're trying to undo America, their first move universally is to attack the American moral proposition. They're going to attack the fact that we have a moral heritage, that there is something objective and philosophical that binds us together, because they have to. They always have to, because communism is incompatible with the American moral proposition. Slavery is incompatible with the moral proposition. A theocracy is incompatible with the moral proposition. So in order to institute any of those things, you would have to convince the people that this didn't exist first. And unfortunately, that's what's happening right now. Our children are not taught about this in schools. Our children are not taught that our founders believed in Scottish common sense moral realism, that they believed that these truths were axiomatic, that there was a grounding epistemology, a grounding philosophy on which they made the claims in the Declaration of Independence. They're not taught enough that what made slavery go away, what led to its abolishment, it was this moral proposition. It was good enough for Lincoln. It was good enough for Douglas. It was good enough for MLK. It was good enough for the women's suffrage movement. They all expressly cited the American moral proposition as stated in the Declaration of Independence as the justification for those movements. And yet today, even amongst my learned friends, it seems like it's a confusing, or what did Non-Fon call it, controversial.
I would, but it's gonna be confusing trying to have a conversation while I'm listening to their responses to super chats and stuff.
Claim.
So I don't want to.
That's sad. That's something
Obama
that
was
we
the
ought
official
to
end of
fix.
slavery,
We ought
true.
to have an education system that solves these problems. But instead,
Umbreon.
we have the 1619 Project. Instead, we have a consistent attempt to undermine this. And I do put that on the footsteps of the left, because as a former teacher, I can
1619
tell you
Project.
there are no conservatives in teachers' colleges. There are no conservatives, or
That is not true. That's a lie.
barely any, in the education system. This is a left-created problem. Unfortunately, as a result, people don't have a grounding in this philosophy, and predictably, collectivism is on the rise. Authoritarianism is on the rise. You even see some people arguing for a ethno-state or a theocracy
Stop hating yourself, leftists.
on the rise. Pisco, I love you, buddy. You host your show with a communist, an open communist. There is a clear
Queen
abandonment
Erin.
of these principles that would
I love
lead
Queen
to
Erin.
understanding what is outside the bounds for us as Americans. And unfortunately, that's going away. I think it was clearly demonstrated in our conversation tonight. And unfortunately, I think it leaves us hollow, empty, with what I think it leaves us with exactly what Pisco described: a legalistic rather than a moral foundation that is insufficient to armor us against assaults from
Go.
more convincing and more powerful ideologies. And I think we can do better. But in any case, I really enjoyed this. It was a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
Mr. and Mrs. Tomato.
yes. I had a question, and maybe I'm completely off base in my thought process, but if the left sits more
Probably.
utilitarian and in these other like morality departments of things, then would they have even been on the same basis to take ownership of the moral proposition? If Ryan and Gen Z, you say it's objective morality, but I don't think the left even agrees with objective morality. So
I'm not
There are
sure
people on-
there's
people on the left
I want to
do,
respond to that. I think it's an interesting
Mhm.
question. Because there's multiple layers to it. The first is it true that leftists seem more utilitarian? I don't buy that. I think that a lot of the time the leftist language is done in terms of rights, and you have a right to the sweat of your brow. Or they say, like, for example, in defense of abortion, something that sometimes I think they go way too far in it is like bodily autonomy.
holy
They speak
shit,
in
really,
terms
Josh?
of rights as opposed to in terms of like what's best for the most amount
That's
of people.
insane.
I understand that some
What the
leftists
fuck?
do speak about that, but I'm not actually convinced that on the normative side that the leftists are really like ideologically dedicated to utilitarianism.
So
in
not
that sense,
only-
and that a lot of their
that's
rhetoric
so
and
crazy.
ideology comes from like
So
a
literally not
rights-based
even the clean
perspective.
CR.
And then secondly, on the
Tainted
meta-ethical
CR.
side, I just don't see a good reason to believe
That's so
that
fucked.
leftists are not committed to some version of objective morality. Like, I want to be clear. Like, I don't think it's a coherent thing to say that there's such a thing as objective morality. We can get into that if you want, but to the extent that it's something that's believed, there's no, contradiction between utilitarianism and objective morality or any of these
Big
other
no.
normative ethical frames. And so I just don't see a case for why we think the left is committed
That's
to
so
a
fucked.
particular meta or normative ethical view.
well, and that kind of
oh, sorry, go ahead,
answers my question in of itself. If the left is not in the objective morality stance to begin with, then how could they have ever been a part of the moral proposition?
Peace goes literally
from the
saying they
beginning,
are.
right.
I'm just saying I don't know if that's founded that the left isn't
Yeah.
committed to objective morality.
Well, I mean, to answer your question about
It's
whether or not
like
there was
Sarah
part of
didn't
the
listen to what he
beginning,
said at all.
I think the subjective morality, cultural relativism, or moral relativism that me and Ryan are pointing to, we're looking at stuff that really took off kind of in the 60s and just exploded from there
You guys
with
see
just
me?
this postmodernist, deconstructionist, everything is
Fair enough.
relative. That's kind of what we're looking at. And so those people, and a lot of them, in the universities and whatnot, yeah, they will openly denounce the American moral proposition. They'll denounce America just entirely. Just
Republicans
the
are
whole thing
so
is built
fucking
on,
nasty, dude.
well, as Ryan mentioned earlier, a more recent development, but the 1619 Project, that the whole country is just built on slavery, and that's all it was really ever known for and good for. And
These
and
people have
therefore
no
there's really
idea
no redeeming
what's in the
values to
1619
America.
Project.
That's
They
the
have no
kind of
clue.
stuff that we're pointing at. That is inconsistent with the moral proposition.
Fuzzy.
Those types of ideas.
Yeah, it's not that there are no people who believe in objective morality on the left. It's just a very. I don't have a stat, but like in terms of my anecdotes and in terms of the philosophy espoused on the left, it's a minority. And I say that because you have a lot of people who I think hold views similar to like Destiny or Alex O'Connor, who will say something like they're an emotivism or they're an ethical non-realist, so they don't believe that there's actually an objective moral truth. They think it's constructed by us. I think that's a huge percentage of people. And then you do when you do run into objective moral thought from left-leaning people, it's typically more like people like Sam Harris or Nanfan who are making kind of a utilitarian consequentialist argument, which, while I will grant you is an objective theory, it might not work, but it's framed as an objective theory. It's still distinct from natural law theory, and is quite distinct from it.
Most people don't know what the fuck these meta-ethical discussions even entail. Like,
Yeah,
I
true.
understand that there's some prominent left-wingers that are like subjectivists,
Yeah,
I
probably
guess,
good call,
and
Josh.
I would grant that. But it just doesn't seem to be relevant to what
Did I say
most
high
people's
flow?
experiences of morality are. I'm sure if you were to ask most Democrats, you think there's things that are objectively moral or immoral? I think most would probably say yes, but they don't truly understand these concepts. And so for you to say that there's a crisis, that people don't understand my meta-ethical frame or objective morality in that sense, I just think they never have. They never have. This has never been the case.
It's not my ethical frame that I'm
Or
worried about.
a particular one.
It's the fact that we as a country
Michelle.
agreed that a particular ethical frame was self-evidently true. That's what the
Good night,
Declaration of Independence says. It says that we have a particular self-evidently true, axiomatically true view of philosophy.
Self-evident does not mean
my
objective.
concern is that
True.
over time, the left has moved away from that. And I find it very concerning because when you have that basis, that grounding, it allows you to call balls and strikes so much more easily. Like
Self-evident does not mean objective. Objective means mind independent. Okay, so
Yeah,
something
so-
being self-evident, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't mean
literally
we
not
are
mind
we
independent.
believe, like
Pisco,
that's
there's
objective.
this school of thought is called Scottish common sense moral realism. It was brought to America by a founding father, a signer of the Declaration of Independence called Witherspoon.
Also
Witherspoon taught at what's now Princeton, and he taught Madison. He deeply influenced Jefferson. And just because you're bringing this up, I'm just going to info dump. It's too much for the debate, but I'll info dump. At the time of
wants
the
that.
founding, there was a huge debate within epistemology because there were people like David Hume who were arguing that reason is always slave to a passion. We can never actually know anything. It's always based off these fundamental assumptions, and we can never get to truth. And that was kind of the basis for what became, as Gen Z said later, postmodernism, because there was this epistemic doubt that couldn't be resolved that David Hume objected into basically all of his epistemology. And that was a very popular view.
We have a
Scottish
fake
common
Gen
sense
Z
moral
and a fake
realism
Ryan.
arose
This is
in
embarrassing.
response to that and said, no, we don't need to doubt our senses. We don't need to doubt the moral truth written in our hearts. We don't need to doubt our free will. There are some things that are just self-evident. They are axiomatically true, and we do not need to justify them. They simply are. And that epistemology, that school of philosophy, which was deeply influential amongst the founders, is why Jefferson used the phrase self-evident. It's not a rhetoric flourish. It's a reference to a specific school of philosophy with a specific heritage and a specific belief about what moral truth
This is
is
exhausting.
and how
Let
we
me
come
in.
to know it. Now, you may not agree with it and probably don't, but my point when I say that there's
I don't
an
understand it.
moral
I mean,
proposition is
I
that
don't
it's
understand.
actually a defined term. It's not up to us. It's already been written.
Well, can you tell me what you mean by objective morality?
No, he won't.
It does there's a
He never
tree out
does.
in the middle of nowhere. Does that tree still exist? Is it still there whether I see it?
That's not objective
know
morality,
it?
Sarah.
Even if I disappeared off this planet, would that tree still be there?
That's a question. I'm not understanding how that
It's
informs whether.
objectively true that the
that there's a
tree
tree.
Yeah,
will
but
still be there.
I can grant that the
would the
existence of
moral
tree
still be there?
is in some sense mind independent, but that's again that's an is. That's not an ought. I
Right,
understand
but-
ethics to be something about like a moral
Yeah.
duty or a moral
So
ought.
the
Apply that
objective
over.
claim is that there is such thing metaphysically as natural law, which is a set of moral propositions that we are
Sarah's out of her
obligated
depth
to
here.
follow as humans. There is a moral law, it's written on our heart, and it is our obligation to do our best to live up to it.
Written
that-
on our
yeah,
heart.
like-
Right?
Why?
Think about it as like platonic form.
Bro,
no,
what
no,
the
no, no,
fuck?
that's
What are you
fair,
on about?
right? And a really interesting would be debate is why. But keep in
Yeah.
mind,
No,
the
don't even
moral
know what it is,
proposition
yeah.
is that it's self-evident, right?
No, but
So-
like the thing is like, can you communicate? Okay, it's a set of moral propositions, and but like, what makes them objective?
True, Josh.
Well,
Yeah.
are you asking me?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. What makes them
Oh,
objective?
Yes, you.
If you're asking me personally, I think they're
Yeah.
objective because they reflect our connection to God.
They reflect our connection to
Yeah,
God.
Yeah,
But-
we have the moral law written on our heart. We know what's right and wrong. It is we are connected to ultimate truth in that way. But I've heard other people
But isn't
describe
that
them
but
as
isn't
in
the
different
connection
ways.
but God is a mind, right? So
Yeah,
God is
but-
ultimately that's subjective. That's mind dependent on the nature of God.
How come
and
people
God's
have-
mind, isn't it?
When we say
How come different people have different moral truths written on their hearts?
Pisco, this is like 101 moral philosophy. Like this is what everybody means.
Dude, can you
No, it's
not?
not.
Be
No,
such a
it's
fucking
not.
arrogant piece of shit all the time.
No,
it is
dude,
crazy
Go ahead and read
how
a
much you
super
talk
chat and
Wait, I
shit
do
all
wanna-
the
I do
Jesus
wanna add-
and we'll
Ryan-
get into open panel. I'm gonna squish that one right there, just like that.
He's right, though.
We can get into objective morality in open panel, and you guys can do the Dookie thing a little more there.
Well,
But as for Rick-
I want to ask Ryan one, not on objective morality, but on something you mentioned earlier, as well as something I've seen him mention like in other videos. I just don't buy that. For example, we're taught about the Declaration of Independence. We're taught about natural rights. Not that they don't necessarily always use those terms or whatever. But people, we go over that stuff in middle school, right? Like, and it's not as if we're exposing children to Jeremy Bethan and John Stuart Mills and going over utilitarianism with them. Like, I'm in college right now. Like last semester, I had an ethics class. I was
Imposter Ryan.
obviously they go over utilitarian philosophies there, but like even amongst left-leaning people in my class, like I was the only one defending some strong version of utilitarianism. There were left-leaning people who critiqued on my discussion forum of why I support utilitarianism, like their belief in rights, and like they were concerned that there'd be rights violations under my philosophy, even though that they were clearly left-leaning. Like they believed in positive rights. Like,
so why wasn't Jefferson's the morals that are propositions that are written on his heart? Why didn't that include a stronger condemnation of slavery?
True.
Oh, I mean, to the extent that he didn't have one, and I think that you've made some points, and we've made some counterpoints. So the record there is mixed. To the extent he didn't, it's because he was wrong.
But that's God's fault, right?
No, that's
Why
his
is it
fault.
not God's? Why didn't God write it more clearly on his heart?
I think this is inviting a whole lot more
New debate,
but
on free will.
Here's
free-
let me and I know there are plenty of people
You're
out
doing
there
great,
who
Fuzzy.
could jump
Thank
on
you.
open panel and actually have that full blown out conversation for 10 hours. And just as a record to anybody watching on anybody's end, I've dropped the open panel link into my
She
chat.
sure
That is
has.
pinned. Gentlemen, if you want to drop that StreamYard link to anyone in your chat, you're more than welcome to as well. We welcome all. Tom Carpenter says, it's amazing how feeling like crud can make you no longer care what unintelligent people who think they are intelligent say. Shots fired from Tom. He follows up to say, felt the same way when I listened in on a bit of the Dusty cast today with He Who Shall Not Be Named. Ruh-roh. Thank you, Tom.
Spicy.
Trib says, I think this should
Trib, we love
dissolve
Trib.
or evolve into a meta-ethics debate unless
Trib,
we are just accepting
had a
that one
premonition.
side's morality is the just morality because
exactly
it's
what they're
clearly
saying, by the
split
way.
on political lines currently. And I think I was
It's
kind
exactly
of
what
tapping
they've
into
been
that
saying, yeah.
originally. But if anybody
Yeah,
wants to respond.
exactly.
Oh, can I
Michelle,
respond
yes.
to that? Yeah, I think that's right. It would devolve into a meta-ethics debate, but
It
for
did.
the fact that our founders told us which meta-ethical view is correct. My point isn't, I don't need
Which
to
one is
argue that
correct?
they were right to have that meta-ethical view. I'm merely saying that is the American moral proposition, is their view, and they wrote it down. So when people say,
I don't think
even
it
now,
is.
when people say, questioning, oh, does that make sense? Is that right? That's a departure from the meta-ethical view. And like that's, I'm not saying that people can't depart for it, but they shouldn't, because it's true and American and just. But that is the departure, right? When you say that it's not good enough, I want to unwind this, that actually is the departure.
I think there's a problem here of proprietary and private language. If what you're saying is that the American moral proposition entails your meta-ethical worldview, then you're just using words in a way that's particular to you, but I don't think it would map on to most people's or the academy's like understanding it, to the extent that there is an understanding of this term. You're just like defining a term.
Absolutely is.
You're defining a term that necessitates your meta-ethical worldview, and like I guess there are a bunch of entailments from that you think but it just really seems tautological and trivial if you're just accepting your definition that entails your
I'm
own
not
meta-ethical
defining the
worldview.
term. It was defined in the Declaration of Independence. I gave you the
term isn't found there, right?
Yeah, I gave you the pedigree of what that term meant. I explained to you what the founders believed and the philosophy that informed their decision, what the term felt self-evident meant, and why they wrote what they wrote, and they didn't write something else.
Is the term in the Declaration of Independence?
No,
is the
it's
term
not.
American?
The term is not
okay.
in there.
So then the term is not. You would agree the term is not defined in the Declaration
No,
of
I would
Independence?
disagree with that because
Why?
context exists, Pisco.
So you
What
interpreted
context
it.
leads you to believe that the
But
term
more
American moral
importantly,
proposition-
the very fact that you want to argue that this is not the American moral proposition is actually the point we're trying to make. Like if you went back and you looked at Lincoln when he freed the slaves, what was the American moral proposition? It was crystal clear. It was the Declaration of Independence. When Martin Luther King was talking about America's broken promises, the promise wasn't the Constitution. The promise was made in the Declaration of Independence. That's what he cited.
No,
This was,
but not
this
for
was crystal clear until very recently.
not for the meta-ethical position.
Of course it was.
Okay.
You'd have to
Yeah,
be
you think
willing
that.
to accept the objective morality in order to accept everything else that Ryan
you
is
don't.
saying in the
No, you
and
absolutely-
because
oh.
you're not
Well,
wanting to
no.
do that, like everything else kind of goes out the
Well,
window.
Which
Well,
is
no,
fine. He
I just
doesn't
don't-
have to accept
Right,
it, but
yeah,
our
you don't
founders,
have to
People don't even
our
accept what he's
founders
saying.
did, and the proposition relies on it.
Even people who agree that there is objective morality don't agree with all these entailments necessarily of it, or what version of objective morality they believe in.
American moral proposition has some historical pedigree, but you haven't cited any dictionary usage of that term, any usage by the framers that would say that it entails the normative view. So you're jumping from, well, the American founders, a lot of them were moral objectivists and natural rights holders, and therefore this term American moral proposition entails that view. And I just don't know how you're getting that jump.
Pisco, we
your
wrote a
semantics.
document to the King of England explaining our moral justification for existence as a
It's
nation.
not responsive to
and
what I
you're
just
and
said.
and you're finding it,
As usual.
as only a lawyer could, difficult contextually to figure out how the American moral proposition could have been
You're
related
just not
to us
responding to what I said.
articulating a moral philosophy
so-
in our founding documents.
It's
Of
begging the
course.
question. So the whole question is, where do you get your view that this term, right, the semantic, your meaning of the term American moral proposition, that when people use that term, they mean objective morality? I'm asking where the term meaning you're getting that from. Where are you understanding that from?
Because-
Other than your own private language.
Well, even just a quick Google, like what pops up first, it even says the interpretation and evolution, moral foundation for politics. The political and legal vision of the United States is seen as the direct outgrowth of this prior moral vision. That means it's got to be the starting point, right? So if it's a starting point, it has to be objective
No,
because
I'm
nothing
asking
else.
what it is, like the term
The
American moral
3v2
proposition.
or 3v1
Where is
really,
the
'cause non-fun's not
framer
even here.
saying this term means objective morality? Where is what I'm basically arguing is that Ryan is arguing that this term means a particular thing. What's
the works of
Let it
Witherspoon.
finish, Ryan.
the works of Witherspoon say
Yeah,
American moral proposition?
Reed
is-
Witherspoon,
Okay.
who's expressed the
I'll read
common
Witherspoon.
Yeah, but beyond that, Pisco, just because he was the academic who brought Scottish common sense moral realism into the American framework most prominently, but beyond that, Pisco, the use of the term, and the reason I use the term a lot is because I believe America is a propositional nation.
What does that
And
mean?
they're-
A propositional nation.
Founded
Proposition is
on a moral proposition.
Not
Okay.
race, not ethnicity.
So
Most-
America
no-
is founded on a moral proposition.
Yes.
And that moral proposition is
As expressed in the
morality.
Declaration of Independence.
that you take that to be a moral proposition.
It's self-evidently a moral proposition.
So
I mean, literally, Pisco, he's writing the moral justification for our revolution against England. Of course, it's a moral proposition.
no, but there are statements in there. There are multiple propositions in that Declaration of Independence. Correct?
Yeah, there are a
It's
whole
not
bunch.
it's not a singular proposition. It's a set of propositions, right?
Sure. I don't see how that
Ryan,
matters.
There's more than
No.
one, Ryan.
Yeah,
so the so-
there's more than one natural
Right,
right.
so-
They
No,
also
but
express
is the
a preference-
American
they
moral
express a preference
right?
for
So-
democracy. There's
so what
other
I'm
things in there.
Right. So
And the,
are all the propositions contained in the Declaration of Independence the American moral proposition? Are all the propositions? Each
I
one.
would focus on paragraph 2, which is the thesis statement. But
Hi,
yes,
Christine.
So, for example, the proposition, he has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation until assent shall be obtained, and when suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. That is the American moral proposition.
that is an application of the American moral proposition. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
At the beginning of the document, he explains what the moral proposition is, and at the bottom of the document, he explains how England violated it, thus justifying rebellion. Based on the principle you gave earlier, by the way, which is that it can't be just casual disregard for natural law. There has to be some kind of sustained long-term harm to natural law because stability is a good thing. And he expresses that in the second paragraph as well.
And let's just ask the inverse. Pisco, do you not think the Declaration is the American moral proposition?
I think it's a set of propositions.
Okay, propositions. Do you think
Right,
so? You
yeah.
think it is?
I think it's a set of propositions, but I mean, yeah, the founding of the country is related in some sense to people's understanding and belief in a set of propositions. But I don't take every proposition expounded in the Declaration of Independence to be, quote, the American proposition. I think that's far too wide at that point. It's too specific, right? Like
So,
it
paragraph
must mean something
2.
more general.
The one we focused on the whole time, because
Yeah.
I understand you're trying to like broaden it out and try and obfuscate with that. We focused this entire time on paragraph 2. We both read it verbatim in our openings. That's what we understand is the American moral proposition. That's what the entire debate, anyone who discusses the moral proposition, points to that as the font head that everything else flows from. We
That's
focus
not
on
what
that
came
the
up
whole
when I
time.
looked into
That
it.
specific paragraph, do you think that is
I-
not a moral proposition for the country?
Well, first of all, it is literally not a. If you mean literally, right? So I'm just answering your question. Literally, it is not a moral proposition. Literally, it's. So I'm just saying literally. I think it suggests that that they believe that there's a moral proposition, but it says we hold these truths to be self-evident. That's a proposition about their doxastic state, their state of mind. So literally, it's not a moral proposition, right? Agree with that. Literally.
Pisco, do you think they were writing just on behalf of themselves?
Can you just answer that question
Well,
first?
yeah.
Literally, you would agree it's not a moral proposition, correct?
I'm trying to figure out what.
Why
you're,
can't you grant that? I grant
No.
shit that are
Hold on,
fucking
hold on,
bullet bites
hold
all
on.
the time.
Hold on.
Because I don't want to play into the
So
philosophical pedantics of.
You're the one
this
bringing
entire
us
time.
here.
No,
I'm asking you, what do you think it is then? If you're saying it's not literally a moral proposition,
I just
what is
told you
it?
what I thought it
It,
was.
it is literally a moral proposition, Pisco.
Okay,
it is
so when
literally
I
a
say-
moral proposition.
When I say I think I'm hungry, is that a moral proposition?
No,
When I say I think that this is true, is that a moral proposition?
no.
Okay, so
Dep-
moral
depending
proposition
what
is
depending what you're referencing is true. I'm assuming it's something not moral.
yeah. This is a state about this is a state of belief. correct?
Yeah, this is the epistemology ontology distinction, Pisco.
Is it a
Yes,
statement of their
the,
belief?
the founders as people had beliefs, and they wrote as a
their
nation
beliefs.
on behalf of a new
This is
nation.
crazy. Just
we
grant
think
it.
these are things are self-evidently true, not true to me, not my subjective opinion.
Yes,
but
they think it.
self-evidently
Yes, they think
true,
it. He
that
just
all men
said
are
it.
created equal, that
This
they were
is
endowed by
insane.
their creator
So-
with certain
so you
inalienable
can't
rights.
even grant. So I'm about to
It
grant
is
you that they-
obviously a moral
Oh
proposition.
my
Just
God.
like Pisco, if
You-
someone says if you're talking to someone and they say communism is good, that's also a moral proposition. It's a
No, that
wrong
no,
moral
no, 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 no,
proposition,
no.
but
no,
it is
hang on,
a
hang on a
moral
second. Wait,
proposition.
no. That is a moral proposition. Saying communism is a moral proposition.
Yeah,
is
saying
I think.
natural
Wait, sorry.
law is true is another moral
Sorry. I'm just being super specific here. I'm totally willing to grant that they believed in moral propositions. I was trying to give you like a baseline. Do you agree? You would agree that on its face, literally, it's not. So, for example,
No,
I'll
I
give
don't
you-
agree. It's literally
okay,
a
so
moral
when-
proposition, Pisco.
So when someone says, for example, Paul thinks that slavery is bad, is that a moral proposition?
Paul
Subjective.
thinks slavery is bad. That's a
Subjective.
Yeah.
description of Paul.
Yeah. So when you say Paul
Yes.
holds that slavery is immoral, same thing, right?
Yes.
That's the belief of Paul.
Yes.
Right. We hold
Yes.
slavery is immoral. Is that a belief of
You
we?
just want, it's like the wallet meme.
Pisco.
Grant it. Holy fuck! This slippery shit.
No,
Oh
it's
my
not
God!
slippery.
Just
It's-
answer it.
I'm just trying to get you up the chain. They're saying when they
No, I'm
say it is
asking for your position here. We can move on.
self-evidently true- Okay, Pisco, what they are saying is not we hold on our personal beliefs. They're saying we hold because it is a true aspect of ourselves and our
Because they
creator.
think it's true.
That's what they're saying. Even in the first paragraph above, when they reference nature's law and nature's God, they are referring to
No,
an objective state of affairs.
I'm
Their
about to-
belief
reflecting what
in
they
their
believe
God,
to be
in
objective
God,
Ryan,
state.
their
I'm
belief
going
in
to
their
grant.
creator.
I'm going to grant that these individuals had moral propositions in
And
them.
who
but,
were they
but,
speaking
but
for,
you,
Pisco?
but you won't. But
Pisco,
you won't.
who
Wait.
were they
Wait.
speaking for?
But you
Hold
won't
on.
even. You won't
Hold
even
on.
grant. You won't even grant. Oh, sorry.
You're
Sure.
looking for subjectivity in that aspect, but
No.
that's where
Well-
the disconnect is, because if it's objective, there is no, when he says we, he doesn't mean me, you, Non-Fon, Scott and Ryan all got together and said we believe this. What they did was they applied it as it was given to them. This is objective. This is true, and this is what
It's
we're
what
going
they
to go forward
believe to
with.
be objective.
It's like when you try to think about the concept, it's like, well, how could we just say it's objective? Like, but that's what we're understanding in between objective and subjective, and that's what we're applying.
losing my
No,
mind.
And just there to build on that,
Why let him build on it
writing
when
behalf
Pisco didn't
of
get to finish his
themselves. They were writing on behalf of the country.
Right.
When they
I'm
write the
just-
declaration,
I'm
they're saying,
asking for the-
we, the nation,
Dude.
believe this to be objectively true. And
It's a
that
sign
is
of
a moral
how.
proposition.
It's a sign of how bad faith this entire thing is. I'm willing to grant that these people had beliefs regarding natural rights and objective morality. But this is just a starting point to be like, well, you agree that literally it's not it's not a moral proposition. This literally,
It is literally a
sentence,
moral proposition.
it literally is not, right? Saying, because you just granted, right? And we'll go down it. Paul holds that slavery is
Literally
wrong.
just
It's
did,
not a
yeah.
moral proposition, correct?
Paul holds that slavery is wrong.
Yeah, that's not a moral proposition, right?
is he
Is it
holding
a
it-
moral proposition or
Is he
not?
is Paul saying subjectively?
No.
I hold it?
No. Sorry. That's all the question I'm giving. So someone says to you, Paul holds that slavery is wrong. Is that statement a moral proposition? Yes or no?
That sounds
Where is
like a
it coming
description.
from? Yeah, where is
What?
it coming from?
What do you mean,
If
where's
he
it coming
said-
from?
If I said based
Dude,
on
Sarah bailing them out, but she
morality based on the Bible, then
This
yes,
is so
it does
wild.
hold because it's coming from something
It's-
else, from the original
It's
source.
obviously a statement about Paul's belief, not
Yes.
about what is a
But
moral
if-
ought or not.
If Paul's belief is foundational to his Christianity, where that morality comes from, then
Who
it's
cares?
foundational in that, and it
Irrelevant.
goes further up the line.
It's
So it goes
completely
back to
irrelevant.
the framework, and that's kind of
The
doesn't
framework
matter.
might be
maybe
objective,
I'm
but the
throwing it off
statement,
even more,
the
Ryan,
statement
I don't
Paul,
know.
the statement Paul
Isco,
holds a belief.
Pass it
if
back
I
to
say-
yeah. Why not pass it
if
back
I
to
say-
Ryan? What the fuck?
2 + 2 is 4. You could say I'm expressing my subjective opinion about the fact that 2 + 2 is 4, but that's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that there's an objective truth about the world that indicates that 2 + 2 is 4. That's what
Given
the founders are getting at.
presuppositions
That's
about
I'm
what
just
2
telling
I'm
you
just
is
asking you to
and how
so I'm
plus
just asking you
works,
to grant
yeah.
something. So if the statement read, "The king holds that these truths are self-evident," would that be a statement of a moral proposition?
depending on where it
king-
comes
It has
from.
to depend on the truths.
What do you?
It depends
depends on
on
where
what they're
it-
talking
that's-
about.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
And that's why
we
that's
just
why
are
I
not
said-
speaking the same language.
No,
I
because
think
it-
it
I
really
hear
is
what
crazy.
you're
It's so
saying.
wild.
You keep
I
talking
don't think you do,
about
Sarah.
ontology
High to
and
blow
I'm
up.
aiming at ontology, and that's the distinction.
Yeah, it depends on who the person's belief system, where it's coming from. Is it coming from an objective truth?
It
based
does
on
not
Christianity, Or is it
matter.
coming from a
It
subject
does not
truth based
matter.
on something else? And that's why it's important to understand that that's where the grounding was and the foundation was. Because if you,
Their perception of
that's
the
why I said if
grounding.
you didn't accept it, if you
Or
don't
their-
accept
what their-
objective
what their perception is
morality,
grounded in, whatever,
then
it doesn't
nothing
matter.
else matters at that.
I feel like I'm
point.
about to step into like presuppositional hell in a second.
It
Yeah.
is.
I
It is.
understand.
It
I
is.
understand you,
It's
Pico.
fucking-
I understand what
I
you're
really
saying.
hope that you guys
understand
aren't
where
fucking buying
Ryan's
into
coming from,
Darth Dawkins
but
bullshit.
But I also see where you're coming from, and I'm
I-
hoping I'm
No.
connecting the two.
This is crazy. So this,
That's
so this is,
a great clip. Pisco just described our founding philosophy as, quote, Darth Dawkins bullshit.
no.
That's good.
I
All right,
wait a
let's
second.
No,
move on.
that's
Wait,
dude. They're
whoa,
so
whoa,
bad
whoa.
faith. Holy shit.
Are you serious?
I love you so much.
So you think that the American moral proposition is presuppositional Christianity?
Yes.
No, I think it. I don't think it's,
Okay,
I don't think it's
I'll leave it
presupp-
there.
No.
I'll
it's
leave it there.
It's a good question. Our founders were a mix of Christians and deists, and that mattered quite a great deal because deists believe in God but don't believe in revelation or miracles necessarily. So Jefferson himself was a deist. He famously removed all
Pentuple TV pointed out Sarah debating more than non-fawn. I fixed it, Fuzzy. It was broken for a second, but I fixed it.
and nature's law. It was an express broadening from pure Christianity to include the deists in their mix. So I would say it's tightly linked to Christianity, but it's
No,
not exclusively-
presuppositional Christianity. It's very clear.
I mean, our founders expressly referenced the creator in the document. I
does
think
that
you
matter?
That doesn't entail presuppositionalism. I don't know why you're such a fuck. Like, just answer the
He
question.
is such
We
a
hold these
fucking
truths but self-evident.
weasel,
I can grant that the framers have particular views about objective morality, whatever. But that statement literally is a statement about belief, not objective proposition, correct? Or not a moral proposition, correct? That's a statement about
both.
belief.
It's obviously both.
What do you mean it's both?
Because
Poor
if
non-fawn,
if
dude.
I say
Literally,
something, when I say God exists, I am both expressing my personal belief in God and a statement about what I believe
so-
to be
I can't believe she's stuck
metaphysical
here.
truth.
So when I ask you, does the statement
so mad.
Ryan believes God exists, is that literally a proposition about a moral proposition? You would say no, of course not. That's a statement about belief, correct?
The phrase Ryan believes God exists.
Yes.
That would be a statement of belief.
So if I say we believe literally it's a statement about belief. Now it might suggests strongly that there's a moral proposition there that they hold to, of course. But can you at least grant that literally? That's all I was trying to do. You can't even grant like
no, it's not. It's not.
You can't even grant it. That's crazy.
No, I'm not granting it because the same words have two.
Okay.
Obviously have two meanings. When I say 2 + 2 is 4,
gonna
I
scream.
both mean I believe it is true and it is objectively true. I'm making a epistemological claim about my knowledge, and I am also making an objective claim about a metaphysical fact of the universe. The same sentence can do both things simultaneously, which is obviously what they were doing. And even if you get hung up on the subjective aspect of it, the subjective there is intersubjective. It's not the founders, it's America. So when they say the we is us. And when
It's a statement. You just said it. It's a statement of intersubjective belief. Wait, no, you just said it. You just said it. You just said it. It's a statement of intersubjective belief.
No,
it's not itself a moral
I
proposition.
said both,
Okay.
dude. How many
All right.
times do I have to explain
No, but
this
literally,
to you?
but
I can
literally,
do the 2 + 2 is 4
Okay.
again. Oh
This
no,
no,
is why I
Is
originally
it
asked the
literally that way?
question: was the left even there to begin with, Ryan?
What does that mean?
Let's pin it.
No, I think that
let's-
Ryan thinks that like if he gives ground on even the most basic things, and it was a similar thing when I brought
Can
up
you
the
give
1860s
ground
thing.
on objective truth though, or objective morality?
Well,
And
no,
that's
no.
what-
This
that's
is a
why you can't-
semantical point. This is a
Dude.
semantical point. It's not at all. Doesn't rely on your belief. Your
Do you
belief on
disagree
metaethics.
that when I say 2 + 2 is 4, I am both describing a
God.
subjective belief of mine and an objective truth claim?
They're independent. So literally, the statement is not a statement about your belief.
The statement is
Wait. I'll just grant you. If you say 2 + 2 is 4, it does not necessarily entail that the person who says it believes it. Correct? Yes or no?
what? Say it again.
Making the statement 2 + 2 = 4 does not necessarily entail the person who states it believes it. Correct?
It's theoretically possible. I can't.
Okay,
it's
so it doesn't entail
extraordinarily
it, correct?
bordering on-
So it doesn't entail.
That's
It doesn't entail it,
subjective.
correct?
It doesn't. I guess it doesn't
Yeah.
entail
Okay.
it. It would be
All right,
what
no,
the
that's
person
perfect.
is saying.
That's my point.
In
Move on.
generally every
That's
context.
my point. That's my fucking point. They're
Okay.
different things. That statements about beliefs aren't the propositions themselves about the relative moral statements. They're not the
Not
same.
always, but this one
it was a
is.
minor. It was a minor point to be like, well, you agree. First of all, like literally, they're not. And you wouldn't even grant it because you
Because
can't give
this
ground
one
because your
is.
ego's in the way. Your ego's in the way. You can't
Because
give
this
any
one
ground.
is peace
But
code.
that-
This one
that-
obviously is both.
Well,
and that
Here
ties
comes
back
Sarah
to
again
the
playing defense.
subjectivity. If I don't believe it, like you and I could look at the same color blue, and I think it's one color, you think it's another. It comes down to subjectivity.
But I
Let's move on. Put a
real
pin in
quick,
it.
People might
When
perceive
this is
colors
abroad,
completely
I
differently.
think
We don't
this will
know.
Close this out. To take the
Okay.
30,000 foot view, just back to the debate prompt, has the left abandoned the American moral proposition? I think we just, I mean, I was trying to
Oh
keep
my
up back and forth.
God.
Doing another
15,
closing
20 minutes
statement?
of our friends on the left basically denying that
True
there even
fuzzy.
is an American moral proposition. While we're
No,
just
they're
trying to say
not.
it's right there.
That's a
It's-
fucking
it's
lie.
in
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
Declaration.
You
What
just
the
lied.
fuck?
Do you agree
Okay,
you just
tell me
lied?
He
Tell me
did.
how.
So wait. That is a false statement you just said, correct?
I'm saying, explain it to
No.
me. Tell me why.
Wait, so you just said
What
we don't
a
believe that there's a
weaselly
American moral proposition,
fucking
correct? Did you just say that?
liar, dude?
Based on, I guess so,
Did you
yeah.
just say
What a
that? Yes or no?
weaselly
I think
And,
so, yeah.
and don't you remember when
liar,
I said what I thought the American moral proposition was? Yes or no?
The Constitution?
Do you remember? Yes or no? When I said what I thought the American moral proposition was?
Yeah, it's a legalistic
Yes.
procedure.
So
according to
you just said
Peace.
I didn't have it. Wait a second. Let me finish. You just said I didn't believe in the American moral proposition, and you just also
Okay, let me
said
amend-
that
let
I
me
did.
amend it.
So
Let
why
me-
don't you?
The
why don't you-
correct
why don't
American
you
moral
correct- Why don't
population.
you
Let me
correct your
amend-
statement?
Maroon's a
I will
little
happily
red.
amend it. You are completely disavowing the commonly held and understood
Maroon.
among all people.
Prove that! Prove that! Well, so the
correct.
commonly held belief is this meta-ethical view.
brown
This
is
meta-ethical view. That's the commonly held belief.
Yes.
Prove that.
Which is like
What's the
that.
argument for that, dipshit? What's the argument for that?
That the Declaration of Independence is the moral framework that was laid out. That now the legal framework was built. off of.
No.
You don't
You're
think
saying that
that's-
the meta. You said the commonly held view is that the American
Yes.
moral proposition is this
Google it.
meta-ethical view on objective morality.
Let's do the
Fucking
Google test.
prove that. What's your argument for that? Do you have an argument for that? Yes or no?
Let's do the Google test.
What? Sorry. No.
What Google
As you
test?
sit here,
What
do you have an
is
argument?
the
Sorry. As you sit here.
American
As you sit here.
moral
Wait. Gen Z
proposition?
attorney.
That's fair.
Gen Z attorney. As you sit here. Gen Z attorney. As you sit here. Do you have an argument? Do you have an argument that the term American moral proposition means what Ryan says is the commonly held view?
Based on
Do you have an
the
argument for that?
Declaration of
You either have an argument for that now or you don't.
Independence? Yeah, real simple. I just Googled, what is that? 6 words.
my
What is the
God.
American moral proposition? Quote, the American moral proposition refers to the core principles and shared values that define the United States social and political philosophy and are generally expressed in its
And that-
founding documents, particularly
Generally.
the Declaration of Independence.
Wait a second.
Shared
Wait,
values are encompassed in the Declaration of Independence, and none of those meta-ethical
That's
claims.
way broader than what you said about the meta-ethics. That's
So,
crazy.
I just want to have that point be illustrated.
Holy shit.
Thank you for
Understood,
illustrating that.
Asking a very simple, basic Google question. And what is the vast resources of the internet? You can say AI is biased, maybe, but a simple.
They didn't say what you
It
needed
didn't
to
support
say.
you.
They didn't say what you needed it to say, my
These
guy.
guys are
That didn't say what you
crazy.
needed
Anyone
it
who
to
wants to look
say.
into it and say what is the American moral
That
proposition,
didn't say
they will be
what you needed it to
They will
say.
be directed to the Declaration of Independence,
To be-
which is our entire point, which you guys are rejecting.
Gen Z, didn't you argue earlier that not, like you have to have a belief in literally God-given rights in order to not abandon the American
You
moral
did say
proposition?
that,
Like,
yes.
like you conceded
Yes.
on that point.
Yeah, I don't know how else.
So like this is like if you're a moral
you conceded
subjectivist,
on the religious
you're God.
belief
If you're an
thing?
atheist, you're
that's
like
No,
where
it-
the historical pieces come into play in terms of how it was written, why it was written, the interpretation, so on and so
Yeah,
forth.
and I this is like maybe too in the
deists
weeds, but for this, but
believe
like,
that?
it is technically possible without believing God. Like I know he was a great follow, but he left for Blue Sky, so he's not on X anymore. A guy called Secular
Smart man.
Outpost, and he was an atheist, but he believed in like essentially Platonic forms, and Platonic forms are almost a one-to-one match for natural law. So like he could get to natural law principles without belief in God, but it required belief in abstract objects. I'm sure there's other ways to go about
I'm
doing it.
losing it. I can't believe we're still going here.
That I'm not familiar with, but I've seen it.
I can't believe we're still
done.
stuck on this.
It's just
Free me
is,
from
I
this
would
hell.
say, uncommon and
oh,
philosophically
uncommon, you
demanding.
say.
Well, I've met one person in my life who does it.
None
and
of this
I
shit
talk
is
about philosophy all
common.
the time.
Your
God, I
particular
thought you
objective
said this
morality
was
is not
supposed to
common.
close it.
I thought it was a pretty
You're
simple
true.
Yeah.
point, but
All right,
you know,
I'm closing it. We're moving
Okay.
on. There's a lot of people hanging backstage that would
God
love
bless
to
you,
come up here,
Sarah.
but we need to get through some super chats first. All right, any more super chats? We're going to try to be concise and to the point. One response per person or zip it. All right, we'll do it that way. Oops, I forgot one. It's okay to be honest and say that MAGA is pro-isolationism and pro-cancel culture, and the left isn't pro that. The far
True.
left dabbed in cancel culture, but not the main group like MAGA.
Exactly.
MAGA's un-American.
Based.
Ryan,
True.
any thought?
Be a delightful topic for a follow-up debate if people on this panel are willing.
Oh, we're going to talk about the Republicans? You're,
Well,
you're,
I-
op- you're open to
Let's
that
go.
conversation?
I'll
A
tell you
comparative
what.
conversation?
Pisco, I've had like 10 hours of conversation with you on that exact topic on your channel.
Oh, come on.
I'm happy to have the conversation. It just wasn't part of this debate tonight, but it sounds like a good one.
Message me the prompt, Ryan. We'll get it set
All right,
up.
we'll be in touch.
Scott, to you, any thought?
I mean, cancel culture as a thing. I feel like the genesis of that was what the early to mid 2010s of the or no, probably a little later because they were pulling the old tweets, right, of like 10 years ago. But now we're pulling.
That's funny. When I think where the origination of like cancel culture, at least in like contemporarily, I mean, I would look at like Christians in the 90s canceling everything as like as demonic.
The same thing, which I have lots of criticism for. The newly coined woke right that is just doing the same tactics as the woke left. But yeah, to think that the far left, to try to minimize that the far left dabbled in cancel culture, I think that's a ultra minimization of what happened back then, and still to this day.
Who actually got
Non-Pontiac?
canceled?
Any thought?
I don't.
Who even
nothing
actually
to
got
add on.
canceled,
I'm not
honestly?
particularly interested in
Pisco?
that.
Trump became president,
the
Kavanaugh
cancel
joined the
culture
Supreme
thing is just
Court.
another example.
Louis C.K.
I
selling
don't
out
think it bears
stadiums.
that much on the Constitution, except to the extent that it involves the government coercion, which in this case it very much does, and the government overstep. And I think they probably shared agreement, at least with Ryan. I don't know about Gen Z. And so, yeah, I like the particular cancel culture. I think everyone is okay with that to some extent, right? Like if you knew that there was some crazy lefty
If anything, it made you
shop
it made
that
you
was
look more
saying,
popular.
we don't want to serve Jews, and you wanted to make that like clear to everyone. Like I think everyone on this panel would be okay with like signal boosting, like, hey, these guys like are like super anti-Semitic or like super racist. And so I think it's just like a question of, is there government coercion in it? Is the government involving itself in these kinds of discussions? But the First Amendment, and I'm sure the freedoms that are encompassed in whatever natural rights philosophy that Ryan or Gen Z espouse includes like the freedom to contract, I assume, right? And the freedom to choose which agreements you want to do and which businesses to serve. So I don't think they would take an ultimately culturally Marxist view or something that, we're bound to support even establishments that we don't agree.
Okay. Thank you. Trib says, how long does it take for a group of humans to have objective morals revealed to them, and how would you know when it happens? Is it a generation or two, and do you recognize it based on your own morals? Ryan?
It's a fantastic. Oh, sorry.
No, it is a great question, and it kind of cuts to the heart of the epistemology issue we were discussing earlier, where the fact that you believe in objective morality doesn't mean that you necessarily know what it is. Right. What then? Once you believe in objective morality, you have to figure out what it is, and there's different ways people go about doing that. If you're religious, you draw your epistemology from your scripture, from your church. There's texts that allow you to do that. If you're not religious, then you need to build a philosophic framework. And the reason that the self-evident language, and I was talking about Scottish common sense moral realism, is so important, is that that's how the
Can you imagine all of this, and I'm gonna get booted in like 10 seconds? Like I'm gonna be on for about like 10 seconds, 30 seconds max, and I waited this long.
The Christians in the room and the non-Christians in the room, and thus founded kind of a position
Literally
that could be agreed upon as the American position. But it's not easy, and there's no set prescription. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes, depending who you talk to, revelation. So I don't think there's an easy answer to that question, but there's certainly an American answer to that question.
Yeah,
Scott?
I think there's. I just want to.
I'll leave it
real quick. I think it's like a really fascinating question because it kind of, to me, provokes in my head like, what's going on here? Like, let's cut to the crap. What's actually doing the work here? I think
Thank you, Flizzy.
if the left, by and large, took the political views that Ryan espoused, which is like anti-DEI, anti-race-based anything, like dedication to the rights that he most cares about, being more moderate, rejecting communism, all that stuff. But they're like, we're subjectivists, but we believe all this stuff. Ryan wouldn't be sounding the alarm and be like, oh no, we're fucking losing our culture. So like, what's actually doing the work here? What's actually motivating people to do this or that? And really, I think it has to do with the political views, frankly. I mean, I think that's what's doing the work here. That's what's causing all the concern is the views themselves, not the the moral, meta-ethical framing or grounding of the views themselves. And so that's what I think this question gets at. And it's also the hardness of operationalizing it. Like there is no, have you heard him give a single objective moral proposition contained within the set that he knows to be true and he knows is actually accurate? And given that the fucking framers, who were all smart people, God fuck, they were wrong on a bunch of really, really fucking important shit. So how do we operationalize? How do we actually work with this set of moral propositions that are there to be found? Have we found any of them? How do we know? And to the extent that we're relying on revelation, how do we know that God wouldn't lie to us? Or that the revealed, like ground out that the thing that would cause the revelation isn't itself untrue, or like what grounds that revelation is itself true? All of these questions, I think, have no good answers. And the system that they're promoting doesn't really help us operationalize and isn't actually what's motivating, I think, a lot of the commentary and dissent. I think what's motivating it is the political positions and the effect in the real world.
Which literally, I said this earlier, but I know you got to move faster, so I'm going to do this as quickly as possible. Earlier, I described a schism between David Hume, who said that reason is always slave to the passions, and the Scottish common sense moral realists, which is how the American philosophy, and Pisco perfectly summarized the Hume's philosophy in his own words. So yeah, there was a schism between those two views. One was rejected, one became the American philosophy.
That's fair. What group in America's history fit the American moral proposition the most, and were they ever the majority? If they were, then how did morality revert? If not, then when will they become the majority?
I think George Washington for me. I think that people give a lot of credit to Madison for writing the document, but the model of our country, I think, has its base not, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that there is moral elements to the Constitution and the frame of the country, but a lot of it is geostrategic. The rationale for having a union in the first place. What are the first articles of the Federalists? They're about geostrategic interests. And they're thinking about the president as embodied by Washington defending the country. What's the most important liberty? The liberty to be free from a foreign country or a foreigners invading, like France and at this point Great Britain, invading and conquering and subjugating you. And so I think that a lot of the commentary from
Free coder.
Gen Z attorney and Ryan is missing that core pragmatic concern at the founding, embodied by George Washington,
Help me meet my
embodied
goal.
by the kind of the worries from the framers, which, yeah, they were circulating about rights, but the Bill of Rights, remember, Bill of Rights is an afterthought. The Bill of Rights is an afterthought. That's done after the Constitution is ratified. What was primarily motivating the framing generation were geostrategic interests, economic interests, and the longevity of the Union, and the example of George Washington.
See, but though I don't know how many times I brought it up though, that I am interested in having the historical context-driven discussion, but that seemed to get kind of brushed away as like, well, no, that doesn't really matter too much. When we talk about the contradiction of why some of these contradictions exist between founders who were openly advocating saying that slavery should end in their writings and publicly speaking, but still personally owned slaves. And my whole argument was that was a pragmatic compromise, or why the founders didn't just include it in the Declaration, why they didn't ban it outright immediately. That was all part of this. You use the word geostrategic. I use the word pragmatic.
No, I agree, but you're not understanding the point there. The point is, therefore, that slavery and the opposition to it isn't a necessary component of the American moral proposition. As painful as that is to say, the fact that you're saying, yeah, it was a pragmatic thing, is further to my point. My point being that opposition to slavery isn't necessary, that the American moral proposition can mean something absent opposition to slavery. That's my point.
No, I
will
think
say-
Oh my God, get us
Go ahead,
through
Bob.
this.
Well, I was going to reply to the super chat. I don't know if they were wrapped up, but although not all of them were American, I will say a lot of the early utilitarians were
I'm losing my mind.
were right a lot of issues when you look back. Like Jeremy Bentham was arguing for decriminalizing homosexuality. He was a really big opponent of the slave trade.
Base?
He was interested in animal rights and animal welfare, which I know Ryan doesn't care about that, but these are issues today that we, almost everyone will side with the historical utilitarians on.
I think also to answer the question directly, I agree Washington's a good example. I put Lincoln up there too, as far as, he could have just sat back and said, yeah, okay, the cost will not be worth it to march south and ensure the abolition of
restart the
slavery.
goal.
But he said, no, this violates our moral principle of slavery as an institution, violates the American moral principle. So we are going to literally declare war, the bloodiest war in American history, the most amount of American lives lost in the Civil War, because everyone who died was American. And so to take on that cost to preserve the Union, to bring the country back together and abolish slavery, I think, that's...
But understand what was happening there, right? Like, I also respect Lincoln a great deal. I think he's certainly in the top three presidents, and all his failings notwithstanding, he suspended habeas
I'm losing
corpus.
it. We can't do this. We can't keep doing this.
With the Declaration of Independence, those words were cited by the Confederates as promoting, a lot of the founding generation's descendants, including, I think, some of Washington's descendants and Jefferson's descendants, supported the Confederacy on the basis of the terms of things like the Declaration of
Free
Independence.
coder.
And so I understand that we are taking this view and we're upholding some of our most cherished historical figures. And I'm not one of these people who wants to rain on everyone's parade. I'll pick and choose some of these people who I'll
Literally,
venerate,
Michelle.
and I'll topple a couple of statues here and there, right? But in general, I'm against the ultimately culturally relativistic, or sorry, I should say the view that thinks that we shouldn't judge these people relative to their time. But there are a lot of potential contradictions and pitfalls for you who are venerating the Declaration of Independence in justifying why you think the Confederates weren't upholding that. And maybe it's just their support of slavery, but is there something else?
I think Sarah's head is going to explode if we keep giving $50 answers to $10 super chats.
Thank you.
So I have an interesting response, and I invite the listeners to imagine how clever and articulate it was.
Are you talking about
so that
Pisco
Sarah can
Fuzzy?
get paid.
Good answer, Ryan.
Yeah, Pisco's
That's fair.
fantastic.
Yeah, short and precise. We do have a $50 in here that you can expound on a little more. Tom says, left winning by not talking about the left. Good strategy.
It's a
But
yes,
then
good
he-
strategy.
It is. But then he says,
Oh my
no
God,
offense
Sarah.
intended. And keep in mind, I'm usually loaded. But I bet if it was Gen Z and non-fun only, we'd actually
Sarah's
be
so
hearing a
biased.
debate on the prom.
Round two. Set it up.
Kusium says, for all, if MAGA reps and libs continue being the main groups, what would you do? Would you abolish the two-party system, ditch democracy, remove big donors from it, keep it steady, whatever
That's a
floats
good
boats?
question.
One answer per person, please. Ryan, kick us off.
I think our founders were rightly concerned about faction capture and that political parties would inevitably lead to sort of narcissistic corruption and manipulation of the system, I think they have turned out to be right. So yeah, abolish political
Yeah, more
parties
so
would
than
be
ever.
high on my list of priorities.
What? Wait, how could you
Interesting.
possibly say that and hold to like free speech and freedom of association? Abolish political parties?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Because she's asking me, I'm being asked a moral question, Pisco, not a legal question.
Oh no, but morally, yeah, I'm.
Because my
What the
conception
fuck,
of
dude?
morality is not the same as legality.
We're fucked.
I know
We're gonna be here
you've
for
expressed clearly
another
yours
hour.
is tightly aligned earlier.
But no,
but
I understand a moral question to be what we ought do. Do you agree with that? What we ought do
yeah, and I think we ought
Okay.
eliminate political parties. Yeah,
through the force of law or not?
Pisco, you
I didn't say that. No.
Okay, but that's what I understand. We say we should ban political parties. I understand that to be a
There's
reference
no
to
universe in which I can give a clear and precise answer that will not trigger Pisco into debate mode. Sarah, I swear I'm trying to get you paid.
I like how
I'm doing
You're
what I
dropping
can.
Sarah
these bombs. You're
responds to
dropping these
that.
bombs.
Like it's
Save
Pisco's
it for
fault
open
that
panel.
Ryan
Write
said
it
something
down,
so
put a
If
pin
you've
in
insane.
ever
it.
watched me and Pisco stream together, you can imagine the
They last
fucking
hours.
hell that is unleashed when there's no moderation. There's no moderation.
Oh my
there's no other
god!
guests.
I'll bet there's
It's
like
just-
no stopping point either.
Oh my god,
No.
we just yell
Uh,
at each other for like
I'll give you the
3
best
hours and then
example.
get tired.
They,
Scott, do you have one?
Yeah, I'll be quick with it. But no, the best example,
Damn it.
Ryan and Pisco debated presidential immunity with a panel of 3 judges who were all non-attorneys, and their questions were like, I have
So
no idea what you
stupid.
guys are saying, but let me try and make a question. Yeah, that was pretty funny. To this question, I guess the only contribution I'll have is I don't think
Good night,
MAGA
Michelle. Appreciate you.
is here to stay. I think me and Ryan, one of our main goals in our podcast and political project is kind of what comes next, what's post 2028 or 2028 and beyond. And we're I think both of the same belief that
King Trump.
there will be a segment of the population that is only Trump voting, and when Trump is no longer here, they will no longer be voting. And we're very curious to see kind of what comes next as far as how much of the MAGA banner will Vance carry with him versus kind of redefine himself as something new. And then, of course, the rest of the party, too. DeSantis, is he really going to be a MAGA guy moving forward? So yeah, we're kind of curious to see what comes next. But we don't think it's going to be MAGA, at least in the current way people think of it. Unless Marjorie Taylor Greene, she saves it. She's making her own MAGA.
Fair enough. Non-fun.
I guess I'll say if we could do like proportional voting, which would encourage more parties, like that'd probably be good. I wouldn't just democracy or anything. I'm not that concerned about money in politics, but I would obviously to the extent it influences legislation in a bad way, I would be against it and I'd try to remove it.
Okay. Fair enough. Powder Dusty sends 10 just to complete the goal on my
Dusty.
behalf. Thank you. So
Props.
Kuzium, also known as Trib One, says it's important for people who presuppose to think about that presupposition and throw it out of the debate when discussing topics like this. Your truth isn't objective truth. Engage with agreed upon terms.
So fucking real.
Ryan, I know you got a lot to say about that. Go for it.
I'll try to
So
keep it
real.
really simple. It's not my truth. It's the
Yes, it is.
belief about what is true espoused in the Declaration of Independence. Now, you can
Paul-
say that's
Paul believes
presuppositional, and
XYZ.
you can reject it if you want, but then there's no agreed upon American moral proposition. This is the only one we have. So, you can reject it, but then what's left? It's just everybody inventing their own, which is kind of a bummer. If you don't think the Declaration is the American moral proposition, I don't think there's any one to find.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, I'll just kind of echo. I think there have to be these binding things. I had another quote from another Federalist paper. I don't know if I still have it pulled up, but basically about it actually is a moral thing to be a united people. Actually, I should have it here. A Federalist 2. Yeah. Oh, I had a long quote, but the basic summation of it is there is a moral component to being a united people and having things that unite you. And I think when we turn into deconstructing everything, it's just breaking down everything that could possibly unite us. And I just don't think it's good for the country and its survival.
Okay.
I want to just say on that front, like a lot of this has to turn on like the term American moral proposition, which, as I understand it, is not a term of art. It's not something that I understand to have like a fixed meaning that people agree to. And so when you introduce like a term like that into a debate, like as a proposition, I have a justification for why I like what I take the meaning of that to be. But unless we have like a meaning that we're ascribing to it, either a common usage meaning or a technical meaning that's found somewhere of the term, not of other ideas that like lead to the beliefs of the founders or whatever, of the term, then like who are you to say the meaning of the term is better? It's better than my meaning. Like my meaning is controlling over your meaning.
There,
I just
guys.
like
We're almost
don't
there.
understand that loaded nature of that like objective meaning of terms, especially one that doesn't have a fixed usage.
I'm curious about that because why? So obviously I have what I brought into this, which is I believe the American moral proposition is that passage of the Declaration. That's the moral framework for the country. That's what I brought into it. I had not even looked it up to see what would other people define as the American moral proposition. But when I did my 6-word Google search, all the sources I found were all pointing to the same thing that I was pointing to. So I'm curious, why do you think I'm the one with the proprietary definition and it's not you that has a different definition than what the
I think we both, to be clear, I think that we both have like, because this is a term of art. Sorry, this is not a term of art. It's not one in which there's like a widespread usage, and it's like introduced to just bootstrap your own moral intuitions. And so to be clear, I don't think that like my definition is quote unquote better than yours. My explanation for like my usage of the term is like, I'm thinking about a set of like attitudes or dispositions that is consistent across time, space, and geography within America. And I'm like, whatever the thing is that binds America is going to have to be both in time and in history, needs to be quite broad. Otherwise, it's not going to capture this kind of like a broad coalition that I think is being hinted at with the nature of the question. Because the nature of the question is abandoning something that has existed for a while. And so that's my explanation for why I get on, because that's the only like through line that I can look temporally and geographically throughout the country's history that I point to.
In the vain hope that we can do this faster, I asked to come up with this prompt. I asked myself the question: is America a propositional nation? To which the answer is yes. And then I said, what is the proposition? The obvious answer is the Declaration of Independence. So that's the logical line that brought me to this place.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I just kind of want to bring up again. It's like just a quick skim of all these links and sources I can look to. They are all referring to the same thing, and it's what I'm talking about.
They all point to the Declaration. I agree.
Why I'm the one with the proprietary definition here?
No, because you haven't pointed to a usage of the specific term. You can point to AI summaries or
no,
something.
I'm just scrolling like.
There's a whole panel backstage, and I know one particularly who will give you that answer probably. Non-fun, I wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted to add something.
I have nothing to add. Move
Thinking
on.
of Andy? I don't know that he would.
Patrick says, debate itself is predicated on the
but-
objective moral ought to keep ourselves and each other honest. Honesty is an objective moral enterprise, and you can't be accountable to space and matter. You can only be accountable to a person. Truth is a person. Ryan, go ahead.
Gibberish.
I mean, I'm obviously not inclined to disagree with that point given my particular beliefs. But again, I think it's enough for the purpose of this debate to say that there is an American moral proposition and that it's located in a specific document without having to do the full justification. But I certainly am not inclined to disagree with this.
Scott?
Yeah, yes, everything Ryan says, I agree with. Move on.
Non-fun?
It seems almost meaningless to me. I don't even know what he's trying to get across, really.
Gibberish, pure gibberish, word salad.
Oh,
we can do a debate on ontological arguments another time.
The $50
don't think
super
it's
chat,
gibberish,
everybody's
but-
just like,
Yeah, right?
Sarah, what we're doing here is we're trying to come up with a scheme to cost you money. We're executing it as perfectly as possible. Like low dollars, huge responses.
They are doing that by preventing me from coming up.
We're here to
Yes,
screw
that's
you
true.
over, Sarah.
That is our shared moral proposition.
You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Non-Fon's going to just drop some slurs and get you demonetized any second. It's coming.
Oh, Jason says AMP is the idea that human beings are born free and equal and inherent rights that no government can legitimately take
This
away.
is fair.
It's the moral foundation that underpins the whole American experiment.
that's a fair definition of it.
What does that mean, and why is it inconsistent with DEI objectively?
Yes, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. Is
Yeah.
if it's inconsistent with DEI, you need an account for that also accounts for all the other horrible fucking ideas that are consistent with it.
That goes back to
Yep.
what Scott was saying earlier, the negative and the positive rights and how they are
No, it doesn't.
contradicting each other because
There,
you are impeding on mine by me giving to yours.
Yeah, and I didn't think that was super convincing that there actually was a contradiction there.
Yep.
We went over that, but we can we can move
Yeah,
on.
I don't want to relitigate the directionality argument because I think we did it to death. But I'll echo that this is I agree with this wholeheartedly. And if you look at like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who wrote about the his experiences in the gulags in the USSR, one of the things that he expressly calls out is that when people believe that your rights are from the government, there's no higher standard against which the government can be judged. And in that circumstance, terrible oppression is a certainty. So
Unless you
I think that
perceive the
it is
government to be
important that we
accountable
think
to
there's a standard
those evolving
higher
preferences,
than
right?
even our constitutional framework, that there is a standard against which right and wrong can be judged.
Scott?
Yeah, real quick on that. I mean, it's the whole basis for, why were we able to prosecute the Nazis in Nuremberg? It's if they adopted their whole everything they did. They adopted through their political process. And certainly you can say Hitler took it too far with the way he used the political process. But at the end of the day, if stuff is done illegally in accordance with the procedures, then what's the basis for criticism if that's
I
the
don't even know if
entire
that's
moral
true.
framework that we're operating with? And the reason that we're
Well,
able
I
to
don't think it
proceed
matters,
at
but as long as
Nuremberg
that's
is
true.
because they can appeal to a higher standard that says, yes, what you did might have been legal under your laws, but it still violated the laws of nature, and therefore we can prosecute you for that.
Non-fun?
I mean, I feel like the whole debate has been us laying out our issues with that. Obviously, it's like it's overly narrow. I think you're what the American moral proposition is should not include sort of meta-ethical claims about like natural rights like being intrinsic. I think that's too
crazy.
narrow. I think it should also include some adherence to the documents we actually have and some of the values that American society like generally has both now and at the time.
Bisco?
Yeah, I think it also needs to make sense to add on to that, and then I want to just ping Gen Z real quick. Add on to that, I think it can't just be the framing generation. It also needs to include like the development over time that has existed.
We're almost there, guys. We're
how
almost
we've added
there.
Onto that, and make sense of some kind of unity across time and geography. And if the point is like that, the thing that does that is the Declaration of Independence as understood by Ryan and Gen Z, then I just think that like that wasn't a universally held view, the way in which they're presenting it. And there are ways in which their vision of the Declaration of Independence or how they view it was inconsistent by like everyone in the founding generation. And the only thing left to distinguish the DEI people from the Thomas J's is this like vague notion of directionality, which I don't even think makes sense. To Gen Z real quick, the one thing I'll say is we look back at the Nazis and we're like, horrible, horrible fucking people. You knew it was wrong when you did it. Fuck you. You weren't holding anything. Why don't you have that moral attitude towards the slave holders?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
Great
can you
question.
rephrase it.
Yeah,
Great,
So you look back,
fantastic question.
you reference
Holy
Nuremberg
shit.
at the Nazis who instituted that, and you're like, fucking pieces of shit. These are evil people that deserved what they got because they did something wrong. Why don't you have that attitude towards the founders of America, given slavery is a moral blight in your eyes?
I could give a long answer. I think I would just give it short and point once again, I think, to pragmatic decisions that are being made as a consequence of the time you are in. And I don't
Why
know.
can't DEI be one of those?
Nazis thought it was pragmatic. Yeah, they thought killing the Jews.
I would appeal to a law of nature and objective morality that says I don't care what if they thought it was pragmatic, it was still.
So just because Jefferson thought it was pragmatic, same thing.
No, here's the difference. I don't see the Nazis as having any sort of pragmatic compromise on the table of why they needed to do it.
In their mind, they did.
But appealing to the higher law that we're appealing
Does
to here.
the
What
higher
about
power
DEI?
recognize the pragmatic considerations of Thomas Jefferson in having slavery?
So I'm pointing to when I look at Jefferson and the founders, they
Wait, you're applying God's law to the Nazis, but Jefferson's pragmaticism to the Jeffersons.
No,
so I'm
no,
asking
but
for God's
the law-
opinion on both. Is it equivocation?
Dude, Gen Z.
The law applies, of course,
Oof.
God's law applies
Oof.
to everybody. The difference that we're dealing with here is if you're going to strictly apply it to the founders, then you're putting the entire American political project at risk, which is a project that
Yeah, the Nazis
we're all-
thought the Jews were putting the German project at risk too. They
so
literally
they
thought that
declared-
killing the Jews was a war.
This
war
is
aim.
going to
I don't think so,
be the
Glenn. He's
directionality
completely
thing
lost.
over and over and over again. So
Okay.
just to point it out,
He knows. He
at
knows
the
he's
time
so fucked
that
on
the
this.
Nazis did what they
Look at his
did,
face.
we already knew that you had a moral obligation to treat people as individuals, and they violated it and put people in ovens anyway.
And we
So
didn't
that-
in the time of the founding
that
of the country. We
So they
didn't know
are
that we needed to treat them as individuals.
They are more morally.
Reminder that happened before the Civil Rights Act, by the way.
Because they instituted a new violation rather than failing to abolish an existing violation, which is clearly a difference. It's just not one that you care to recognize. But in any case, this is a super chat, not a debate.
Fair enough. Last two, and then we're moving on. Unwilling says, are closed or open borders more correct under the proposition? Are closed borders DEI for one
Oh,
class?
I love
plus
this.
No, this is a great question.
This is a great question
really good
because
I
the
think
country
it's a $50 question.
the country until 1870 was completely open borders. The first restrictive immigration law was the Page Act in 1870. First law.
True.
So open borders, absolutely in keeping with the tradition of America up till 1870. And I think that's totally within the American law position to have open borders.
But misleading. There was not federal law, but the states enforced their own immigration policy. So, for example, if you were going to be a ward of the state or found to be of low moral character, they could just banish you. They could just kick you out of the state. So yes, federal law started being enforced on immigration later, but the states themselves enforced immigration policy earlier. But to answer the question directly, I think this is a really interesting question. Like, I am not opposed to immigration. And I think that, like, if you take my beliefs to their logical extension, America should be promoting natural rights across the globe. America should be trying to explain its moral philosophy. My
But that's
beliefs
counter to the
globalism.
framers, right? The framers understood the importance of borders.
Let me answer the question. The question specifically, though, should we have open borders now, has a lot to do with whether we are able to assimilate people into the American moral proposition. If you have mechanisms in place where you can bring people into America and assimilate them into the core American belief system, then immigration is not necessarily a bad thing. If you
Just a little bit longer, guys.
and
I
if
think
you're
there's one
bringing
more
in
super
people
chat after
who
this.
don't have don't support the American moral proposition and have conflicting beliefs, that's going to be a problem eventually, because you dilute the people who actually do believe in the proposition. So the answer is, it's very complicated, and it has a lot to do with our failure as a society right now to have good assimilation protocols. But hopefully we can fix that.
Discrimination on the basis of an individual's beliefs is in accordance with the American moral proposition?
Yeah, obviously.
Fantastic.
Like,
All right.
Of course.
Non-Fawn or Scott, did you have a thought to add in?
I would say the other aspect we didn't really get into tonight, but I would include as part of the founding American moral proposition is this idea that times will change, and therefore the system of government needs to allow for things to change over time. That's why we have the amendment process. That's why we can pass. Well, that's really why we have the amendment process, to change the Constitution over time. And so certainly the founders' understanding of the role that immigration was going to have to play in the society. When you've got this big, huge mass of land, I can certainly understand wanting people to come just freely and then from there be subject to the laws and behave from there. But now, when we are at a point where the land is populated and it's just a different calculation, it's a different equation that has to be taken into consideration, and that's why.
And where's that in the Declaration of Independence?
Non-Fawn, your thought?
I mean, technically, I think open borders are probably more, related to the American war prospect than like fully closed borders. Certainly, maybe you can make some argument that having like semi-closed, some screening for beliefs or whatever, insofar as there's like some paradox of tolerance is conducive to the American moral prospect. But I mean, I think America in its sort of expanded version, expanded compared to Ryan and agency attorney's view of the American moral prospect. We're supposed to be a land of opportunity. We're supposed to be have freedom. We're supposed to accept immigrants in as we did for the first 200 years as a nation or whatever.
Okay. And last but certainly not least, Patrick sends another 10 to say, if good equals ought and bad equals
I've hijacked.
ought not, then the
put
evil
myself
God
in.
model collapses
I'm
by
in now,
proposing that
Coach.
the foundation of truth and good is ought not. no one needs to worry about self-defeating evil God
It's
model.
just gibberish.
No,
it's
Pat,
not
he's
an
right.
It's
He's
not a
right.
valid argument. It's gibberish.
No, he's right. Because if you presuppose an evil God who is completely controlling your reality and tricking you and doing all sorts of terrible things to you, then you have reason to doubt every truth, every process, every statement you make could be the influence of this malevolent deity.
Isn't in your view that
Just
God
let me
is?
finish the fucking thought.
Oh my god!
And including the thought that God is tricking you, which is why it becomes viciously self-defeating. If you take the premise God is evil and deceiving me, you end with a reason to reject the premise God is evil and deceiving me, because
the devil? Couldn't the devil be doing it?
You have nothing to believe in left. So Patrick is completely right.
It's logically invalid gibberish. And isn't the whole view of these presuppositionals that God defines what good is in the first place? And so in what sense could lying
Like God is what's good.
Wait. So is God good?
Are you going to do the
God-
we're going to do
is-
the
wait, hang on.
dilemma now?
Yeah. So is
okay.
God adhering to some third
we were
party
so
standard?
close.
then?
We were so close.
No, God is
Okay.
good. There's
Because
a
what-
unity of identity between God and goodness.
Right. So whatever God does and whatever God's nature is by definition good, correct?
If God does it, is by definition
Bro, I
good,
thought.
yes.
Okay.
I
so if
started
God
streaming
lies,
like
it's
an
by
hour and a half
definition good, so
ago,
you can't say
right?
evil
Like
things that he's
holy
doing,
shit!
like lying.
I thought I was
if
just a few
God
minutes away
lies,
from
it's-
coming on.
It would be good, correct?
God wouldn't lie, but also
I'm not asking if you
are
would
we
lie.
going to do
If
the Euthyphros dilemma now?
I'm asking if God did lie, would it be good?
No,
Then
it's
he
like
wouldn't be
asking.
God.
That's like
What's-
asking, can God create a rock so heavy?
No,
he can't
or
lift
what's
it?
the logical
God
what's the
doesn't
logical
do-
contradiction?
God-
What's
it's not? it
what's
is
the logical
lo-
contradiction in him lying, in God lying? What's the logical contradiction entailed by God
If
lying?
we're assuming that there's a moral law that says lying is wrong in all instances, which I don't actually think there is, then the
Okay.
contradiction would have been that God is doing something evil. I don't think that's a moral law, and if there
Right, so there's no
was, then
contradiction.
he wouldn't do it because it's a contradiction.
Wait, no. You don't.
But this
you
is
just
like-
said
this is
wait,
topic-
but
That
you just
wouldn't-
wait. You just
Pico,
said
that wouldn't be God. That's what he's trying to
my
say.
God.
That's not
Wait.
God.
Why?
my
So
God.
that's just restating the conclusion. The conclusion is God won't lie, and I'm asking you to justify that conclusion, which is God won't lie. And your response to that is, well, God wouldn't do that. That's just restating the conclusion.
No,
I'm asking
it's
for an
literally-
argument to justify
Literally.
it.
It's the same argument as when people make.
It's
the
not an argument. You're
No,
restating the conclusion.
It's like when people say, "Can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it?" The response is that God doesn't do things that can't or won't do things that are logically
I'm
contradictory.
asking you, what is the logical contradiction in God lying?
Your question assumes that lying is a moral wrong in all instances.
No.
So if that is
It doesn't.
true,
I
don't think it
then
does.
it
No,
would be
you
a
do.
contradiction.
Yours
Well, okay,
does.
if we
No,
assume
I'm not
that
assuming
lying
that.
is not morally wrong, then God lied because it was good. But I don't.
Right.
like,
So there's nothing. So you
There
just
you go.
admitted.
Question-
So you just wait. So you just admitted that there
Yeah.
is no logical contradiction entailed in God lying.
If we assume that lying is not morally wrong,
Well, I'm not assuming that. I'm not assuming
It's
anything
irrelevant.
about whether
It's irrelevant
lying
to what
is
Pisco's
morally good or
saying.
not.
I
I'm
hate it
asking
here.
you
I'm
whether
so
or not
mad.
there's a contradiction in God lying, and you
Yeah,
just said,
I would
there's
say
no
yes.
contradiction.
I would say yes,
But we should
there
move
is,
on.
because
What's the
think
contradiction?
I think lying is morally wrong, but that's why I was asking. we have to.
how,
we have to
how do you
bake
define
in
what moral wrong is?
We have to bake in
no.
morality
Stop.
into lying.
No, but you define
Reflected- it's-
you define lying based on God's nature and what He
basic,
does.
Yeah.
But the basic answer is that's not God.
Yeah.
No,
That's-
but
that's-
I'm
that's
asking.
the
That's just
conclusion. There's-
repeating. Wait,
No,
Sarah.
and-
That's just
and-
repeating.
and-
That's just
No,
repeating the claim.
this-
That's
this
just
is-
repeating the claim.
no,
The
this
claim
is-
is
this is
God won't
ultimately-
lie. I'm
Well,
asking.
hold on.
This is ultimately why the founders rejected Hume
Oh my God,
and
meta performance.
embraced Scottish common sense moral
Dude,
realism.
no, because you're caught and you don't have an answer for this.
No,
because
Yes.
because what happens is the David Humes and the Kants endlessly dissect what morality is.
Who asked?
And
Who
the
asked?
end
Who
result
asked?
is
Who asked about
there
Hume?
is
Who asked?
no morality left.
Who asked
And
about
so our
Hume? Who
founders
asked?
made
No one cares. Address the
a common
proposition.
sense point that we do know what right and wrong is. How
Address
do
the
we know
point. No one's
God
asking for
wrote
history
morality
lesson.
in
Address
our
the
heart?
point. Why?
I've
What is the
addressed your
contradiction?
point like
No,
five times.
No, he hasn't. You haven't
just
at all.
restated the claim. He's like, God wouldn't lie. And I'm asking, like, well, why? What's the contradiction entailed by God lying? And you're like, well, if you assume that God is
Because
that
God
line
is good and deceiving us would be
Help me.
bad.
No,
so
no,
God
free
would
me
not.
from this hell.
but no. Why is lying is bad? Is defined in your
Help me meet
worldview
my
under
goal.
your lights by
It
what
is
God would
unlike
do.
God's nature,
it worth
which
my
is
while.
No, right? No, but I'm asking. So you're defining what is good or bad based on God's nature, and you say that God's nature is that
I'm
He
not
can't
defining
lie.
it. I am describing it, but
You're describing God's nature as what
Have
is.
you never had a
the-
conversation
wait,
with a Christian
Hang on a
before?
second. Wait, no.
Like,
You're
I feel like this is
you're
bizarre.
I can tell
defining.
Pisco has
You're
actually had this
defining
conversation before. But.
Yeah, it's totally obvious that I'm totally familiar with these conversations, right?
Yeah,
Ryan, you would
100%.
admit that the fact that I'm engaging on this level and addressing the youth throw dilemma and addressing these arguments, it's clear that I've had these conversations before, correct?
Well, no, I think I think what's happening is that you're kind of running this flowchart, and there's a reality that these flowcharts terminate, and where they end with the youth throws dilemma is like Thomas Aquinas's identity solution, which is God and good are the same thing. And people have been debating this philosophically for
Why is lying
hundreds
bad?
and hundreds of years. So the idea that you and I are going to resolve it in this conversation, I don't think it's going to happen.
This is pre-subdivisional
But-
Darth Dawkins garbage.
As is the Declaration of Independence, according to
No,
Say
no.
that.
Let's go ahead and
Why do
bring
they-
our
why do they have to
panel
fucking
up,
lie
and
like
we
that?
can,
That's so
hopefully
crazy.
get some more conclusive things from then. Here you go.
Finally. I am unchained. Hi, Sass. Good to see you. They must. I think they're twins, Sass.
All right, gentlemen. Most of you are familiar with my rules, but I do see a lot of new faces here. So thank you for joining. And I do have two more hanging out backstage. I've got Brandon and Re-Examination hanging back there. If you want to see them up, we play the lovely game of boot anyone else off in order to get them up. However, Gen Z, Ryan, Non-Fawn, and Pisco are all off limits. You cannot boot them at all. They stay as long as they wish. One big rule here is the interruption game. I freaking hate it. Please don't do it. If one person is talking, do not jump in. It will get on my nerves dearly. Also, the gauntlet is officially open. I will be raiding us over there here shortly after I get it set up. But if you want to make your way over, if you know where you're going, go on over. All right. First backstage, I had Ryan, of course. If you want to go ahead and open us up with a thought.
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, after this, I will be opening a petition where we can all sign up to make sure that Ryan changes his name, because he's clearly the false Ryan here. As the one true Ryan, I first wanted to point out that equity, which was constantly misdefined throughout this, is about opportunity, or equality of opportunity of outcome, not just opportunity of, not just equality of outcome, right? This is constantly misused by people who talk about equity. I don't know why. I mean, I have theories of why, but in reality, when people are talking about equity, they're talking about removing barriers to people being having opportunities, right? So it doesn't mean that everyone has to end up in the same position, right? It just means that if there are barriers that exist that are preventing them from accessing those opportunities, that those should be alleviated. That's the whole goal of equity. So how is that inconsistent with the goals of equality and the American moral proposition, as it were?
No, this is a fun game. I'm going to quote one of my favorite professors, Steven Pinker, who said, I have no problem with diversity and equity and inclusion in theory, but I'm forced to point out that, like, the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. There's a problem about the misuse of terms. Like, I have seen people describe equity in the way that you're describing it. The problem is that the programs that are instituted on the basis of equity do not do what you describe. When you put a quota on board membership, that is not removing barriers. That is trying to push people to have equal outcomes. When you push affirmative action, that is not removing barriers. That is trying to push for specific outcomes. When you give money on the basis of race, that's not removing barriers. That is pushing for specific outcomes. So I actually agree with you, by the way. If equity was what it should be, which is, hey, we've done a really good job achieving legal equality. Know what we should do? We should try to find a way to make society better. And we should do it while still treating everybody as individuals and while holding to our moral principles. Then I would agree with you, by the way. I think that version of equity is fine. The problem is that's just not the version of equity that the left is enacting.
So let's say
Ryan,
even if I
do you mind if I
granted
jump in?
I
let
trust
Ryan
Mike. No, it's okay. I trust
Okay,
Mike.
cool.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
just so I don't disappoint anybody. I've got like half hour, 45 minutes in me, and then I'm gonna have
Me
to
too
go to
as well.
sleep. I got work tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah, and Ryan, Gen Z, good to see you again.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
I just wanted to make this point, and then I'll drop because I know there are other people waiting as well. But I did want to ask about this, because I wanted to engage on the debate prompt on your terms, Ryan, which is that the American moral proposition is the Declaration of Independence, right? And so one of those is that all men are created equal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you would agree that that is the objective truth under the American moral proposition.
Yeah.
So my first question is, why do you think liberals and Democrats support DEI policies? Like, what is it? What are they after?
Oh, if you are you asking me to guess what they're thinking or to explain why I think they're thinking it? Because those are two different questions.
Well, why don't you tell me what you think they think?
Okay. I think that the way our education system is set up right now, if you look at like the work of Jonathan Haidt, it strips or vastly reduces certain aspects of moral thinking and enhances other aspects of moral thinking, in particular fairness and equity concerns, which primes people to believe in a certain way.
Answer the fucking question. He asked you what they believe, not why they believe it.
Hold on.
I'm working on it. So I think that you have a collection of beliefs. There are some people who just think this is more fair and haven't really thought about the philosophy at all and don't see the contradictions. I think there are other people who are, overt collectivists, and they ascribe to, some form of like neo-Marxism or socialism or other form of collectivism and would prefer that system, and it's overt. So I think it's a mix of various things, but that's my best guess.
Would you agree with me that the Democrats are focused on at least outcomes when it comes to DEI, right? So that the Democrats see a disparate outcome, right? They say like black people make up X percentage of the population.
Yeah.
They are disproportionately disadvantaged in this way. Okay, so if you believe that all men are created equal, wouldn't it follow then that if black people make up X percent of the population, we would expect to see a proportionate outcome?
No.
And if we see a
that's
No?
fucking good.
No.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
That is really good.
No.
Allow me
And
to
just-
if all men are
interject
created
real
equal,
quick.
Let me stab at that. real
Allow
quick.
me to interject real quick. I'm just shutting down on the tomatoes side. We're going to raid over to the gauntlet if you already know where you go and get there. Otherwise, I'll drop the link in the chat or follow the raid. Back to you, Ryan.
This is great. I didn't even think of
Let me
this.
stab real quick, and Ryan, you can build off of it. I think we're in agreement here. The
guys
statement
I
"all
trust
men are
Mike.
created equal" is not a statement that everyone comes out of the womb with the same characteristics, attributes, mindset, all this stuff. It's a statement about the moral value of each person, and that each person is entitled to the same level, the same amount of negative rights that the government is now constituted to protect. And so, because this is the whole thing, humans are so vastly diverse, of course, in all different types of ways. And just because we're equal in the eyes of the law does not mean everyone's going to end up in the same place as they started, right?
maybe not everyone, but at the macro level, right? If we're looking at 330 million people and we're looking at 30, 40 million black people, and we see a disproportionate outcome, I'm not saying that every single person needs to have the same outcome, right? But at the super macro level where we're looking at millions and millions of people, if we accept that all men are created equal by God, right? That black people aren't inherently dumber, or that black people are not inherently more violent, or that black people are not inherently worse at business, and we see a disproportionate outcome, right? Where we see black businesses failing at statistically unacceptable rates, then isn't it consistent with the moral proposition? Maybe you disagree with the goals, right? But isn't it consistent with the moral proposition that all men are created equal for Democrats to try and pursue?
Can I just piggyback one?
It doesn't worry me.
Yeah, go for it, Ryan.
It doesn't worry me that Ashkenazi Jews are underrepresented in the NBA. You know, like there are.
I'm not talking about worried.
not
I just mean,
responsive. That's
isn't
not
it?
responsive.
Yeah.
Like there's a discrepancy there. There's tons of discrepancies. I mean, if you look even within a family, you know, children of the same parents raised in almost as close a way as possible are going to have wildly different life outcomes.
He's already addressed this
because
at
of
the macro level.
because of
Address
the
it.
choices they make. No. So what happens is that there are any number of multivariate factors that impact success over time. Moral dignity does not imply that they're going to have equal outcomes on any level.
But Ryan,
The races are created differently?
Well, in this specific case, we are looking at a group that not only has these disparate outcomes, but also was the target of hundreds of years of oppression, like
I agree with you.
legal.
Yeah.
So it's no coincidence that we see this group having these disparate outcomes.
I'm
You
not
agree,
saying
right?
it's I don't know if you know my background at all, but I
Sort of.
agree with you about all of that. So like, just like to give you an
Pro-critical race
example-
theory, my king.
You know, so to give you an example of this, like
Thank you,
I
Baxter Boy.
was in Teach for America, and I
I didn't
taught
mean to do-
specifically in
I didn't mean
underserved
to do
Black
10, but
neighborhoods
thank you.
for 7 years before I went to law school. The reason I did that was expressly because I wanted to help people in those communities. But in so doing, I didn't violate any moral principle about treating people as individuals or life or liberty. Like, you can recognize that there are things in society that you would like to make better without violating
I know, but
a moral principle along
can you
the way.
address the heart of Mike's question? Do you think it's possible that God created black people or the different races with like features of more violence, with features of greater like rates of tendencies to do, you know, certain things that you would consider bad? Do you think it's possible that God created the race of black people with those different disparities?
Are we really saying though?
I'm asking the question.
When Jefferson says in the
I asked the
Declaration-
question. I asked the question.
Answer his
I want an
question.
answer to the question.
Hold
I'm
on,
asking the
please.
question.
I
Hold on.
have no reason to think that is true.
But
Okay.
I'm just objecting to the framing of the premise here, because who in their right mind is thinking that when Jefferson wrote all men are created equal, he was writing that they were specifically genetically, height, weight,
And who thought when Jefferson wrote equal, he meant no slavery? When Jefferson wrote equal, he meant all the things that you're saying. If we're taking an originalist frame of what Jefferson meant by equality under the law, it doesn't include that stuff. So you're taking now a subjectivist view on what Jefferson meant.
Did mean that it would eventually lead to the abolition of slavery, which is exactly why I read
No
why I read you
fucking
that quote
shots.
from Lincoln.
No way.
It was the time bomb that destroyed slavery. Was the words Jefferson?
You think Jefferson, when he said all men are created equal, that what he meant was that eventually we would get rid of slavery, and that women would have the vote, and we would make
I don't
sure
know
that
that he-
we'd
I
have
don't-
we'd
Wait,
have,
wait,
we'd
wait,
have,
wait.
for
It's
example,
so
school
simple.
integration. Wait. So school integration as another example. Do you think that that's what he meant?
This is so simple. Like,
Did he mean that? Yes or no?
just read the
Oh shit!
Declaration.
Somebody bingo card. Peace go
They
yes
won't
or
answer
no.
it.
How many was
Wait,
that?
wait,
Did we get five?
Can you
Did we get five
stop
yet?
doing this
I
fucking?
have
meaning to
Why
dodge.
don't you just
Meaning to
engage with the
dodge.
conversation for once?
Hold
Don't
on.
dodge. Do you think that Jefferson
Wait,
meant
no,
integration
this
of
is so
schools
simple.
when he said that all men are created equal? Yes or no? That's the question.
No,
So he
no,
articulated
Pisco, I don't think he
a
did.
moral principle which resulted in those things. Some of them he likely foresaw. Some of them he likely didn't.
Why are we
So
debating
when-
about
when-
what did
when
Jefferson
you're-
mean when he said the rights that everyone is
you
bestowed?
you
just
are
read the
saying,
Declaration.
right, like you're taking a view that equality means a particular thing, and Mike just presented to you a fucking mic drop moment where equality for for the Democrats might mean something else, and intrinsic on the notion of your vision of the creator, which there wouldn't be really a reason to separate the races and give them these different tendencies in a way that would negatively affect one. And you're saying, well, no, he didn't mean that, because the vision of equality that Jefferson describes, that vision is tailored to what he understood equality to mean and what he was referencing. But if that's your vision of what equality means, that it's specific to Jefferson's, like an original interpretation of what Jefferson meant, then obviously it can't capture the nature of God's infinite, whatever, moral
It's
weight.
equal moral
Or
worth.
what you're meaning. No, come on. But he
That's
didn't
what-
mean
that's-
that.
all men are created equal. They have
Did,
equal
did
moral
Jefferson
dignity.
mean women are equal?
I certainly don't know. I've never read anything about what Jefferson thought about women's
Well,
suffrage.
that
probably
goes
not.
back to what I was saying a little earlier. It's the applicability of that framework, right? So we have
Yes
the
or no?
framework instilled, and that's based on that objective morality, but the applicability became better and better each time. Each tier got better, right? In terms of how we read it, and we say, oh, I think we messed up here.
Sarah,
Let's
it's a
let's
great
reapply.
this is a great. I think that you're right there. But then what the Democrats' responsibility? Yes, every time we make it better, better. We add to it. We add to it, and this is how we feel that we're making it better. And the question is, who are you to say that they're wrong about that? If this notion of equality is elastic enough to start to subsume things that the people who wrote those words never in their wildest imaginations would include it, who's to say that the DEI people are wrong? Unless you're ascribing a position of God on DEI policy, and God has a position on whether or not we should have like quotas, you know, and in boardrooms. Do you think that that's part of moral law from God that he's against as a moral law? God says no quotas in boardrooms? Come on, give me a break.
I think, Pisco, as I've explained to you, I think 5 or 6 times in this conversation, what ends up happening is that people discover and learn more about the moral law. And as a result, they have better and better understandings of it. My criticism of DEI and equity is not that it's worse than slavery. It's that the people who are doing it know better and are rejecting an already
Is it contrary to
discovered
God's
moral
law?
principle.
Is it contrary to God's law to have quotas on boardrooms?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, isn't it possible that
Well,
this
yeah.
is the Democrats going through the process of discovering what all men are created equal means, right?
Well, yeah, they're discovering it by
this
being
is-
wrong. And we're all learning together.
But that
this is a
doesn't
bad
mean
idea.
that. But even if they're wrong, that doesn't mean that they're going against the American moral proposition, right? Because that's the purpose of the debate. Maybe the Democrats are wrong, but you're trying to say that the Democrats are running away from the American moral proposition. And what I'm saying is the Democrats read the Declaration of Independence, see the first thing that that the Declaration says as being all men are created equal, and think that maybe the way we approach this, right, maybe the way we move towards this American moral proposition is DEI policies. They could be wrong, right? But being wrong doesn't mean, like you said with slavery, right?
It's
They
not
could be
sufficient,
wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's an abandonment because not merely being wrong, but having already learned a principle that was required and violating it purposefully. That's
What was
makes
the
it- that's
already
what-
slavery
What
was
was
the
already learned?
yeah? What was the already
Well,
learned?
I think
that
he's
we
saying
ought
that,
to
like-
treat each other like individuals.
Yeah, I guess he's arguing
Yeah.
that
Wasn't
like
that known
doing
at
Yeah,
the time? Wait,
through-
wasn't that
Hold
known
on.
at the time of the framing though? It's your contention that was known at the time of the framing.
It definitely,
No, we're saying it
was
was-
not.
It was applicability.
They figured it out,
was
but they didn't get it.
applicability. How
took
do
them
we
a while.
apply this? Just the same as women couldn't vote, and then we reapplied the law accordingly, and just the same as men without property or this or that, or even in some states as a certain religion. We started reapplying the way we were taking that framework and understanding it later on. Let me read a couple super chats and then I'll give it back to you, Pisco. Michael Hatch says, how do we know there isn't a God level Santa Claus, Easter Bunny lie situation we humans need as a part of our cosmic adolescence? Because humans made up the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. That's why. XQ says,
and God.
And God, I mean.
XQ says, which is better for the future of the country that believes rights? Women making more people to fight for that right, or for women to die fighting for a nation that won't exist in 20 years? This would go into women's rights.
I think that's a good point. We should not send all women to war.
I agree with that.
I think we can all
Send them
agree
all.
on that.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more, and then I'll hand it back.
Good seeing
ZXQ
you,
says,
Mike.
should a nation that believes rights find it a good thing to make sure that the rights last? If so, should we repeal bodily autonomy to guarantee rights for the people of the future?
I want to answer that real quick because there's always a balance. This is a question I was going to ask Pisco, just because I think we can all agree. There are times where constitutional rights come into conflict with each other. You know, the constitutional right, the free exercise right of a baker to not bake a gay cake can run into a constitutional right to have a cake baked for you and not be discriminated against. So there are times where constitutional rights can come into conflict with each other. We have to make a real serious analysis on which one is going to prevail. So to the super chat.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So when you talk about, oh yes, the best way because our fertility rates are in the trash can right now, and it's actually a really big problem. No one's really talking about it. But yeah, the solution to that is not to repeal bodily autonomy and go full Handmaid's Tale, because that would now violate the rights, the liberty rights of women against that. So it's
so Gen Z attorney.
And just like if Pisco, I know you want to
That
jump
is
in.
literally what
Just
Republicans
back
are
on
trying
that
to
for
do,
1 second. Well, this is also one of the best arguments for federalism and small federal government, because we learning what natural law is very, very hard, and learning how to balance these rights is very, very hard. And when you do it nationally, you end up cramming down on the minority in a way that often feels to them unbearable. So having these decisions made locally on a state level, on a lower level, lets us experiment a little bit and figure out what the right thing to do is. And I will say that when you talk philosophy, it's often tempting to imagine that all these decisions were made on the basis of somebody scratching their beard and being really clever. But a lot of this was that we had these ideas and we tested them, and we saw what worked and we saw what didn't work, and we figured it out together. So I don't think philosophy and application are totally separate in this way. And I think our founders were brilliant to have a system where we could go after natural law together.
Testing them according to man's principles and priors, not according to God's. I mean,
we have nothing. We have nothing else, Pisco. We are limited.
The thing is, Gen Z, you brought up a great point, which is like some of these are genuinely hard questions, and a lot of these rights are in conflict with each other. Right? That's even more of a reason not to think that God has ordained the correct answer on the gay cake. Okay, at this level of expression of a cake, now it becomes a expression, but then the religious like these are man-made concepts. Now, maybe at some level of a broader generality, you can say, if you take this view on God, that He ascribes some kind of general purpose behind man to institute these systems of law, and at a general level, He wants men to pursue this or that. I don't agree with that. Maybe you hold to that, but it seems almost quaint to imagine a God like sitting upon a hill, decide and say, I'm going to make it really, really, really hard for people to find out what the objectively correct analysis is of the gay cake. I'm going to make it very, very hard. For why? Why would He make it so hard to follow objective morality? Why would He involve Himself in such quaint affairs, such as like the nature of a gay cake and whether it violates one right or the other? It just feels like,
or DEI.
like such a involved, or DEI, or how many people are in a fucking boardroom. It seems beneath God in some sense. And even then, it's just like, well, He made it so fucking tough for us to know the objectively correct answer. Why?
But Pisco, earlier you had stated how the objective morality, based on what Ryan and Gen Z were saying, seemed too narrow. And you said, why can't it be more general? But this is why, because if you open things up wider and wider and wider, then the actual message or truth or objective morality gets spread across in so many different ways. We want objective morality to be narrow and on the point and like just the bones, right?
Well,
because this
what
way,
I'm saying was too narrow is the term of American moral proposition. I think the objective morality thing, I'm not ascribing that as too broad or narrow because I don't even understand it. To be honest with you, I don't understand what objective morality even means as a I don't think it's a coherent concept. But so I'm not saying that that's too broad or narrow. I think that the term objective moral proposition that they provide,
I agree.
That's what I feel is too narrow because of my own priors.
The difficulty, Pisco, in piecing together natural law has everything to do with what I was saying earlier, which is that our founders allowed for an admixture between Christians and deists, which meant that our quest to find natural law was not solely determined by Scripture, right?
Well, that's a big problem. Then that's a huge problem.
Because
then.
if America was universally Christian, then the question is what is natural law would have an easy answer. You would point to Scripture, right? But because America was not universally Christian, and the American moral proposition was phrased in a more general way, it does lead to us having to figure out some very, very tough questions.
Yeah, we're relying on like our sense data of like our hearts.
Oh yeah,
our revelation,
our experiences, our logic, the same way we figure out anything else.
But that's grounded ultimately in subjectivity. That's ultimately subjective. Why is it ultimately subjective?
This is why, though. Have you ever tried to template something or stencil something again and again,
yes,
like 100 times? Okay,
I have done that.
Now, if I take the original stamp and I stamp the thing, right? But then instead of using that original stamp, I take the one I made and then I try to make another one from that. And then I take that one I made and I try to make another one from that. Eventually, the original stamp or template or whatever it is that I'm using is going to get maneuvered across the board because it's not the original. And that's why that whole objective morality, the bones of everything, has to maintain one singular piece. It has to stay there because you are going to read it differently. Ryan's going to read it differently. Nanfan's going to read it differently. And if you go outward and tell everyone, well, I read this and this is how I interpret it, and I read that and this is what I think, now we get into subjective
Sarah, even if
play.
I grant that, I don't grant it because I don't think it's coherent, but if I grant that, because I understand what you're saying it's essentially just because people could disagree on the objective morality doesn't really mean that it's not necessary to, the foundation of everything. So I understand the concept of what you're saying. Even though I don't understand the underlying concepts. But if all they can tell us is that we're bound to just need to subjectively interpret the commands of our own heart and what we take from Revelation, then on what ground does Ryan possibly say that his determination that DEI is counter to this objective morality is any better than mine? He's relying on the same kind of subjective interpretation of Scripture and of natural law that everyone else is. And so why is he in a better position to judge that the objective morality and natural law, since he's limited by his own subjective perception and his own interpretation of either revelation or his own heart or the nature of his own heart? Why is his position on objective morality any better situated than mine or the DEI people?
That's why I chose to debate you, Pisco, because in a world where we only are bound by our subjective perceptions and we're all doing the best we can, the best tools we have to figure out what is true is discourse, is debate, is getting into the arguments and trying our best to figure it out. I think I am in position to do this because I happen to be right. But the way that I'll prove that I'm right is by making the arguments, and you're making.
I know you think you're
and
right.
You're making the counter arguments. Right?
I know you think you're right, but the question isn't whether you think you're right. I grant that you think you're right, and I grant that I think I'm right. But I'm asking is, how can you justify? What is your justification that you're thinking you're right makes you right?
Yeah,
Can I just add a clarification in quick? You guys I think, are talking past each other with the word objective. I think Pisco, is it Pisco? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you're using like the modern framework, like it's got to be quantified in some way from a third person perspective, observed by everybody. But how the natural law theorists are using it is as an object grasped by the intellect. And those are the first principles of natural law. And that tells us what virtues are. And so we're not saying like, if we bake a cake or not is some objective thing. We're saying human nature has objective fixed ends because they have powers like intellect.
So it's intersubjective among the human, some class of human. Is that what you're saying?
Morality for natural law is still going to be intersubjective in some way, but it's grounded.
But that's counter to what Ryan is saying. Ryan is saying that it's objective.
I think you're just talking. He said it with the Kant and Hume stuff too, which is another point I want to bring up later. But all I'm saying is when you're applying those first principles that you're grasping as a precept or object with your intellect, then you apply those intersubjectively to a particular situation, right? A moral situation. And then you have circumstances that you're applying the first principles to. And the first principles are generally like prudence. So seek and do good is a first principle of the intellect. Render to each his due is what justice is. And those are going to look different. And there are others, but those are going to look different in the classical view and the modern view.
Yeah.
Can we make sure we do the Kant and thing you were talking about? Because that sounded really interesting.
Yeah. I think I understand kind of what you're getting at, but it sounds like what you're suggesting is a little bit removed from the conversation we're having, because like do good, we're trying to find what good is and where the good come from and what it's made at.
Theory has trouble with that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
right.
That's a human problem.
In what sense?
Maybe this would be helpful. Like, let's try to reframe natural law without reference to God, because I think that might be a sticky wicket. Like, imagine natural law like Platonic forms. Like the number 3 exists. It's an abstract object. You can't find it. You can't touch it, but it exists. The laws of logic exist. Goodness.
I don't know what you mean by the laws of logic exist. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
So okay.
Well, focus on the number. Focus on number 3.
Yeah. I don't know what it means to say the number 3 exists. I don't know what you mean by that.
That the number 3 is like pi is a true fact about this universe that we exist in.
Pi does not seem like a fact. It can't be true or false. Pi is not.
Yeah,
like,
pi is not a proposition.
I'm not
it can't
trying
be
to
true or
convince
false.
you that abstract objects exist. I'm trying to explain how you could view natural law without reference to God, because that seems to be bothering you. But if you reject God and you reject abstract objects, you will actually have a hard time getting to natural law.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by you say like when you say 3 exists or pi exists. I just don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I did a good conversation with this with a guy on X. Maybe I'll forward it to you. But yeah, it's the question of like, and it's debated amongst philosophers. Like there are debates, arguments on both sides, whether like 3 is a true fact about our universe that exists not as a physical object, but just as an existent property of this universe, or whether the number 3 is a construct of human minds. And that's a very serious distinction in the way you view the world.
I would say it's the latter.
There's arguments on both sides, but like if you say that like the number 3 or the laws of logic are constructs of human minds, you're committing yourself to a view that everything is ultimately subjective.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Like,
if I say the laws,
to avoid
maybe.
subjectivity,
I feel like,
you have to anchor in something objective eventually.
I feel like the laws of logic, right, are like norms that humans created, but they don't like they don't exist absent their normative value to individual humans. I don't understand in what
they're
sense.
like
I
limits
would
of
accept that
conceptual.
because you do not believe in objectivity in the way that
I don't even
Andy or
know
Gen
what
Z
it
or I are
means to
describing,
say
but-
like the laws of logic exist absent a human mind to conceive of the norm. Like what does that mean?
They'd be the relations within the metaphysical, whatever the metaphysical framework of the world is.
Does anyone know what that means? I truly
When I think-
Some,
like,
like Bertrand Russell, as an atheist, is going to say that there's a metaphysical foundation of the world as well, and he's going to say, like, so he might say, okay, grammar is the appearance, how we speak, but logic is the underlying structure. And he's an atheist. He still has a structure to how things are related. You have to have that, otherwise, how do you get parts and wholes? How do you get anything interrelating with each other? Right? You have to have an answer for that as the idea.
These things, I feel like these explanations are kind of like.
Help me.
I feel like these explanations are kind of like poetic in a way. Like it sounds nice. Like, but like when I think about the laws of logic, I'm just thinking about like the limits of human conceptualization, right? Like, what would it even mean for the law of non-contradiction to not be true? Like the laws of logic, we can't even talk about logic without just like coming up with these limits of human comprehension. Like identity, the law of identity, it is that a thing is a thing. Like again, what would it mean for a thing not to be a thing? Like it's just absurd.
But I don't even know what it
its
means to
face.
say like the law. What would it mean to say the law of identity is true? Like I don't even know what that means.
I think that's a good point.
Sorry, someone's
It
the bottom left
exists.
guy's trying to
feel
talk. I
like,
can't.
why do I feel like we're
Hey,
in
the
like
bottom left guy's trying to
philosophy
talk. I can't.
101?
Yeah, it would mean the same thing as saying
Yes?
that, like,
We can't hear you, the bottom left guy. But sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
it would mean the same
Okay.
thing as saying any law of physics
I can hear you.
is true.
We heard that.
We're saying that it is a metaphysical aspect of the universe, of existence. It is fundamentally true, not because we believe in it, but
Fundamentally
because it
meaning
is.
what? Fundamentally meaning what?
Meaning it accurately describes existence. It is fundamental to existence. It is.
I feel like
it
you're just
is
restating.
inextricably part of existence.
We can hear you now. Re-exam.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so let's think about the law of identity then for a second. Is it possible to misidentify something? Is it possible
Yes.
to have the wrong idea in your mind about something that is physically existent? And therefore,
Sure.
doesn't it not entail that what is physically existent has a correct perception metaphysically, and you can make billions of incorrect perceptions for something that exists physically?
Yes.
Well, I would.
Does it
Well, I think that
change
when
what
you,
it
Well,
is?
so that's a reference to the law of identity. Because
Well, hang on.
Without the law of identity, you can't make sense of misidentifying or identifying something.
I don't
Right,
agree. I
I
think
think-
I think we can change what parameters we assign to what identifies something, right? Like we can be pointing to a different set of like facts that we're identifying as an item, but then we
Right,
can
but
also
those
we
are
can
still
we can
metaphysical,
reorganize
metrics
those
we're
to point to a
using
different
to-
thing. But that doesn't mean that
Right,
we're
but
pointing
those are still
to.
metaphysical metrics.
Doesn't mean one's more correct than the other necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah, it
We're
does.
just
Well,
discarding
let's set
context.
that, well, let's set that aside for a second and just agree that those are all metaphysical metrics in reference to things that are physical. Can we all agree on that?
No, I don't. I think that's gibberish. I don't know what that means.
Can
I know you think that's gibberish.
can
You
I
also
just
know
drop
you're
No,
saying
I-
that
I'm
it's
being
being
honest.
applied.
Hold up! Stop!
I-
Stop! I'm sorry, Ryan. Did you say something?
Re-examination. I'm not trying to break your flow.
Sure.
I want to make sure you keep doing your thing. I just want to point out that in terms of my opening statement, we would eventually move to it's happening and it's a good thing. We are now officially in it's happening and it's a good thing because now we're arguing that moral objective morality and natural law are incoherent concepts, and abandoning them would be good because they're wrong. So
not
I'm
saying that.
I'm glad we finally got
Whoa,
to
hang
this
on, hang
point
on
of
a
the
second.
conversation, but here we are.
Wait,
The
wait a
bingo
second.
card. I got a yes or
Well,
no.
I was
The
hoping
bingo
to
card.
correct
So
the
maybe,
white man
maybe,
pre-exam.
I just want to
Take
say,
it away.
I think the reason why, Ryan, you're so condescending is you think everything you believe is like endorsed by God. I think maybe that's why you're so condescending, is because all of your beliefs, when you say that DEI in the
Just an
boardroom
attack
is an
on
abomination, you're just saying, no, what the fuck was that then? What did he just do? What was what he just did?
Both of you are.
Absolutely was an
I'm-
attack
I'm-
of character. Absolutely.
No, I'm pointing
It's in
out
response
that-
to him, and you guys are doing, oh my god, an attack on character.
you guys-
Give me a fucking break.
Look, hold on.
Disco,
Because
if
you guys have
okay,
been going
if
back
you-
and forth about this same thing for like ever. And I just want to point out that morality is subjective to us. There may be a higher morality, but when it comes to the concept of what you guys are really arguing about, which is the moral proposition, there is no moral proposition except that it is we. When you read those two founding documents, it says we, the people. It is the unanimous declaration. That is
Everything
the
conflict.
proposition that we collectively put it to a vote. This high idea that morality is that proposition is a farce, because morality can be subjective. It can be subjective. And when you put it to the higher test, maybe we can get to a place of natural rights. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay, but then if
buddy.
morality was subjective or majoritarian, it can't be totally collective, because nobody in reality is going to all agree on everything in a population. So does that mean that if we vote to oppress a certain people group, that it becomes morally subjectively correct within that population?
he
Are
left,
you asking
that
if,
would follow.
are you just asking if
I
are
was thinking we springboard
I
off
don't
what the last guy says. So go ahead.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Great.
Is what he was saying related to this?
Wait, I want to hear what he
Brandon.
said. Are you asking?
Yeah,
You just said
Brandon.
something.
Yeah.
You've been trying to speak
yeah,
for a
yeah.
while.
Well, it
No,
just
no,
sounds like
he was making
it sounds like
Brandon,
you're
we don't-
yeah, me.
Yeah.
It just
Oh,
sounds
okay,
like you're
my
asking
bad.
if cultural relativism were true, would this proposition be true under cultural relativism? Is that all you're asking?
It's circular.
Me?
It's trivial.
It's tautological.
Yeah, if cultural relativism is true, then the American moral proposition, as I defined it, is false.
No, that's not what he
They're-
just
they're
said.
in-
What he-
they're-
That's
they're
not what
in-
he laid out.
That's not what he just laid out.
Okay. Are you talking about what I said?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're like, if cultural relativism is true, then this proposition under cultural relativism, its own strictures, would be true. And then
Well, I'm
you're just
talking
restating.
about the collective claim he was making before he left about, well, we collectively made this true, therefore subjective morality can be subjective. It's possible for it to be subjective. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
well, that
Right.
seems trivial too. I mean, it could be
Okay.
true, right? That's logically possible.
Okay, so are we all accepting the idea that if a population votes to do something, then that necessarily makes it true within that subjective
No.
threshold?
No.
No.
That
Oh,
sounds like
within-
a totally.
sorry.
That sounds like a stretch.
Within there, so wait, you're saying
Let's say you take a country and they vote to oppress somebody unanimously or whatever, and then
Yeah.
Does that make it objectively true? Sorry, subjectively true within that country?
I don't know what you mean by true within that country. Do you mean
That's
good
the
according
trouble with
to-
subjectivism.
No, but we can just cash it out. Like,
Sure.
do you mean by it's true with that country that it's according to their moral?
Are you just
desires?
saying most people in that country have those values?
Exactly.
Well,
that
the
must be what you're
the
saying. right?
problem is when you, I have a trouble with objective morality because.
Can you answer that
sorry,
question first?
Hold on.
So-
I think
sorry, go
I think he's working through it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Reed.
so the question I think needs to be unpacked, and that's why I'm having trouble with it, because I think when I have a problem with like squared circle, married bachelor.
Are you
subjective
saying if
morality.
everyone agreed, we like this law, we like this rule, we like this, would that then in turn make it objective versus subjective? Because they,
Right?
as
Do you
a
think
collective-
other cultures who would judge it would have no standing to judge that culture? Let's say you have multiple cultures. One culture says something is right, and then all the other cultures say something is
Well-
wrong. Is nobody correct in that equation?
Ground it.
What do you mean by
ground it-
no
wait,
sta-
real quick?
I don't-
Ground it in history.
Okay,
it's
so
not-
you got a country, and that's the only country doing something wrong, and they believe it's right, and you got other countries surrounding them, and they believe that one thing that one country is doing is wrong. Is everybody
Nazis.
equally correct?
I don't
Not-
think
Nazis in
so. I don't
Nuremberg.
think that, but
That's
it sounded like what
irrelevant.
you were asking earlier was just, is that true if cultural relativism is true, which it would be.
Sure, go ahead.
But I'm not a cultural relativist, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
don't think any
asking
of
with-
us
Even if
are.
you're not, I'm going off of what the last guy said before he left, and I didn't know
Okay,
who
but no,
agreed with
but
that or not.
If
Okay.
you're just asking whether it would be true under the view that takes the cultural relativistic view that you're doing, then that's just trivially true because that just is
It's-
true.
Sorry,
Go
go ahead.
Well,
This
okay,
sounds
even if
like
it's trivially
there's
true,
a
I just
Papua
need
New
it for
Guinea.
clarification.
There's
go
a whole
forward.
Papua New Guinea. Anyone, Andrew Wilson fan, know the Papua New Guinea story statement and in the culture? Okay, Andy.
Cannibalism or
more-
something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something like
well, even at that, if I believe it's I don't even want to say it; it's too gross. But
Let
they,
me try
they
one.
do.
Let me try one.
Listen,
Do
this
it.
other
Okay.
country does bad thing to boy, right?
Okay, yeah.
Does bad thing to 12-year-old boy. You could probably
Does that make it-
envision.
Does that make it good?
But
Is that
to
what you're asking?
them, hold on. To them, everything good, everything fine. This is how their culture is. This is what they grow up to do. They know, they understand it. Every man, this is like their way to entry into manhood, something along those lines. They're good. We, as the USA, look at that and we're like, nope, that is definitely not good, right? Do we have the ability to go in and say, stop this, you wrong, get out of there, let's not
When
do
you say,
this
do we have the
anymore?
ability? Are you just
Like,
saying
should we?
The moral
Should
justification.
we?
Yeah,
If
what's
I may,
our-
I have a simpler example. Let's just say there's a universe.
I understand
where
that
there's
one. I understand
one
that.
planet.
Right.
Let's say there's a
Yeah.
universe with one planet on it. It supports life and only two people: a grown man and a little baby. The grown
Yeah.
man violently forces himself again and again this little baby. And
Oh, God.
let me ask you this: did anything wrong happen if that was the only society that existed?
according to
Yes.
me, according to what lights?
Yes.
According to whose lights?
According to me,
Accor-
yes. Yeah.
According
According to me, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Why?
Well,
All right. Because
My-
it's
my
against,
values.
against my preferences.
Yeah.
no, I
okay.
think
And why is it
Yeah.
against your preferences?
Moral
Is that founded in
subjectivism.
reason?
Well, when
I
you
don't know
say-
that I can. I don't know that I can like explain the full reason
Do you
why
want-
I have the
Okay,
values
so
that I
you
do.
can't
Right.
account
Do you
for
want a
human
causal
value.
explanation of his preferences? When you ask
Yeah,
that?
I want a justification of his
Okay,
preferences.
so I was
Yeah.
born in like the 90s. I had good parents, or I had parents
So,
who
so that's a
raised me in certain
justification is
ways.
where you were born.
Well, that's but
Well, no,
this
no.
is
You're
why
asking. You just
That
asked for a
influences
causal.
values, right?
You
Yeah.
asked for a causal
Not
explanation
a
for why.
causal, but a grounding. That's a difference.
Oh.
Because
But what
Wait,
is
no, what do you
grounding
mean by
mean there?
grounding? What do you mean by
Very
grounding?
charged up.
He means
Objective.
something other than me no likey. That's what.
Well,
he's
Well, I
saying.
don't know what you
Asking for
mean by
something
me.
that
Wait,
me
wait,
no
wait,
likey.
wait. What do you mean by grounding? If not a
Well,
causal explanation?
Let me
Okay,
explain it to you,
objective
Pisco. Let me explain it to you, Pisco. You and I were raised in two probably different environments.
Yes,
We could agree on that.
with
Even-
wonderful parents, I'm sure both.
we both had amazing parents, but you're a man, I'm a woman. We probably were raised very, very differently. My concepts of things are going to be one way, yours are going to be something completely different. How do we find a grounding between our morality? Where can we ground it to where it is one basic thing that everyone can say, this is the basic thing, this is what it should be, aside from Pisco, how Pisco feel, and Sarah, how Sarah feel.
The trouble we're having is we don't understand what you mean by grounding. That's the
Well,
problem.
well, can I say? I mean,
Grounding
I feel
would
like what
be
you're really
an
describing.
objective establishment to the exclusion of all other
Wait,
Real quick.
moral.
sorry. Say
Please.
that again. You was too
An
fast.
objective establishment of an idea to the exclusion of all other moral frameworks in this position.
So one that's mind independent.
One that because it have to be the mind of God, and that's why I said it, objective.
They're
morality
looking
has
for
to
a
be
trump
personal.
card.
It has to be personal
Yeah.
because you can't be objectively accountable to rocks floating in space.
They
and
want
empty space.
they want a
And you
moral
can't
trump
use
card.
society you can't use society as a grounding
Please.
for the exact example of the planet with two people that I just made. So that's why
Well,
objective morality
you
has to
can
be
have-
personal in foundation, and that's why it has to
I'm
be
a
God.
non-natural.
What you guys are
moral
asking
I'll
for
take
is
that.
a solution to all
have a
moral
stance- You
quandaries.
can have like a stance. You can have like a stance independent reason. So like I would base it on what I would just say is like the maximization of positive quality, like net utility. Now, like you
gives
could argue that's
utility
just
value?
that's just my preference. But that, like
what
that
gives
is-
God's
that is-
wait. What gives God's
Hold
nature
on.
value?
No.
What gives God
because
God's word
he's
value?
the foundation of truth.
Let's
He's not-
Wait,
be
wait, wait.
mindful,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Why-
I'm going to
why-
stop
why-
you
why
for
does
just
being
a
the fun-
moment. Pisco, hold on.
Let non-fun
I
finish
know,
his point.
I know the temperature's going, but let's at least, I can't hear what any of you are saying because you're talking over each other. That means the audience can't either. Be mindful, slow it down, re-examine, and Pisco, I think you were going back.
I'll
So the guy,
answer
yeah. So
Pisco's
he
question. I'll answer
asked. He
Pisco's
asked.
question.
So I just want to give it because Sarah didn't hear it. So you asked what gives this qualia that you pointed to value, and then I asked in response, what gives God's nature value?
Yeah,
And then you
I'll-
said, well, because he's the bringer of truth. And I'm like, well, what makes it that if you're the
No.
bringer of truth,
Oh,
that,
I didn't
that
say
you're
bringer of truth. I didn't say bringer of truth. I said foundation of truth. I'm going to explain why it gives value. Because if the foundation of truth is a mind, then the mind's thoughts of a thing are necessarily that thing. If
What's the
X
argument for that?
Huh?
What's the argument for that?
Because the impossibility of the contrary.
What's
That
the
sounds like Darth
what's-
Dawkins garbage
yeah,
and fucking
what's-
precept bullshit.
Oh, you can
What do you
say
mean?
that, but
What's the
okay,
argument? The impossibility of the contrary? What does that mean?
Okay, then
You're just
give
restating
another-
the. You're just restating. So you understand? You're just restating the conclusion when you say the impossibility of the contrary. You're just
Yeah, because you
restating.
can't establish otherwise.
Okay, but then that's not an argument. You're just restating your conclusion.
Saying
Because
saying
that's the
something.
nature
you
of the
understand that?
foundation of
Wait,
truth.
this is my
That's the
point.
nature of the foundation of truth. If I say
Brilliant.
x equals x and x represents the foundation of truth, then circularity is not a problem.
What does
because
foundation of
it's
truth mean?
self-establishing.
Let's get clear on that. What is
Hold
foundation
on,
of truth?
hold on, hold on,
Hold on.
matter what
Everybody's
you-
going now. Everybody's going. I'm going to read one super chat, then I'm going to hand it over to Ryan Radical Coder, and he can take it from there. I would like to see if Andy wants to offer clarification after Radical Coder goes. Natural law has no morality. It just does whatever is most efficient. Anybody agree?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
It's conflating like evolution or like how animals behave with the concept of natural
of
law.
natural law,
Though
different
luckily
things.
he didn't capitalize either letter, so maybe it wasn't an
Maybe that's
error,
what
but
it-
just a pun.
I want people to understand what just happened. Like when I asked, like, what's the argument that like for that whatever the relationship with truth that you expounded justifies the fact that this is like the correct moral attitude or whatever. He just said the impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah.
That's just restating the claim, right? The claim
Yeah,
is
so
that
yes,
it's impossible to do
because if you're
otherwise.
talking about the foundation of truth, you necessarily have to use the foundation of truth as a self-justification.
What's the argument for that? We asked. What's the
Radical
argument for that?
Coder.
Yeah,
I know
this
you
is-
wanted to
wait,
jump in. Go ahead.
This is
Ryan.
relevant to what I
Go
want to
ahead,
say.
Ryan.
Okay, so to Sarah's point earlier about what she was describing about not being able to resolve these things with like you are looking for a solution to all moral quandaries. You're complaining that without God, there's no solution to these things. The reality is there may not be a real solution to these things, and this is the problem of morality that we deal with on a day-to-day basis as human beings. And yeah, it sucks that there's not like an easy answer we can just all outsource to. And many of you guys do outsource it, which is your preference to do. You decide that you want to outsource your moral decision making to God or whatever, right? But in reality, like the rest of us who don't believe in that God, we still have to exist and deal with moral realities that were moral decision making on a day-to-day basis. And yeah, it's complex and it's hard, and there's not always a good, easy answer. And sometimes we are going to fundamentally disagree to the point where we can't land on common ground. But like that's fucking life. It's when you're not a child. Like that's even when you're a child. That's life as a human being. Like fucking sorry.
I agree that moral realities exist.
Sarah,
but they
can I
can't be
jump in
impersonally
real quick
bound
because I'm
to
gonna
you.
have to drop.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I have to
Ryan,
drop
go
it.
ahead.
I agree.
Yeah, so with apologies, I'm gonna have to go real soon. This
Wait,
was
Ryan,
fun.
can you
I-
stay
I-
for my Kant explanation quick? I just want to see what you think of that after this.
I'm so
No, he can't.
I'm so intrigued. I do want to hear this. Okay, God
You
damn
want to
you
do
got
it
me.
now? You want to do it now?
Okay.
I say,
Yes.
Andy, get it out.
Andy.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
sorry.
stay
This is
for
the
that.
reason I
I'll
came
stay for
up
that,
here.
Andy. God,
I just
you
wanted to
saved me.
ask you because this is the reason I came up here. So you were talking about Hume, and I agree that Hume is part of the problem. But on the classical view for Aquinas, knowledge and belief are going to be modes of participation in being and truth. And then by the time you get to Hume, he drops a skeptic atomic bomb on philosophy, and Kant is the response to Hume. And he says, okay, there's no necessary cause and effect in the world. There's no metaphysical structure in the world. And he just goes with impressions. But then Kant comes along and says the mind doesn't participate in being like the Aristotelian, Thomistic kind of natural law. It structures experience. So then you have truth is no longer correspondence between intellect and reality. It's coherence within the categories of reason, the categories of your mind. So it's taking those external categories and placing them into the categories of the mind. So the world is more like input that comes in like cookie dough, and the categories of the mind are like cookie cutters that stamp that. But then metaphysics changes. You no longer have access to reality itself. You only have access to the subjective states of the mind. And an object is only an object of knowledge when that data comes in and it's stamped by the categories of your mind. So when we say holding a truth versus someone believes in something, like that debate you had earlier, when we say holding a truth in the Declaration, what we're not saying is we have a psychological sort of act, like Kant would say. We're saying holding in the Declaration functions like a habit, a second order habit for Aquinas, which it signifies the habitual possession of moral truth in reason.
That's still not itself a moral proposition. Then it's still just a description of the habit.
But it is then, because then you have a natural law connected to the kind of thing a human is, right? You have habitual possession of moral
it
truth.
itself is just a
He's confused. Andy, this is 100% what I like to talk about on my channel.
Yeah.
Please like subscribe, hit me up on X, come by the stream sometime, and we'll just do like 2 hours on this.
Sure.
Because I would fucking love to talk to you about this.
Sarah, thank you so much, everybody, because I do have to go too.
Yeah, if you, I do have to
Good seeing you,
drop. So
Pisco.
Andy, please follow up with me.
Yeah.
I seriously, dude, I would love to talk to you about this. What the short answer that I'm going to give is that in a debate about the American moral proposition, it is expressly non-Kantian. Like they were not adopting Kant's view, and they didn't say
I'm the new Pisco.
we find these truths to be rationally derived after a great work through the categorical imperative. They said they were self-evident because they were referencing a specific contrary philosophic school that instead of going through the what you just went through says that we actually have direct access to reality. That our common sense is right. When we see something, we are seeing reality. When we experience goodness, we are experiencing goodness. When we experience free will, we have free will. And that it really is just that simple, which is why they call it common sense moral realism. And because that's the philosophy that the founders were using, that's the philosophy that if I'm defending the American moral proposition, I need to ground myself in. But I think the interplay between the two would be fascinating to unpack at greater depth.
Yeah, I guess I'll say just one more thing quick. I think the difference is important because in one you get participation in reality, and the other you get stuck in your head.
Yeah. So with that, please follow me. Please follow Gen Z. Please follow Nonfon. Please follow Pisco if you don't already. And of course, if you're here, you probably follow Sarah. I really enjoyed this. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting. But I have a job and I'm being really irresponsible right now. So thank you all so much. I'll see you next time.
Yeah,
Thank you,
same here.
Ryan.
I just came to follow up my super chats. Let's see if I can get my mouse to work. Have a good night, guys.
Night.
Good night, gentlemen.
I will
Got
echo
it.
Ryan as well. I'm going to drop off too. Similarly, work tomorrow, despite being Veterans Day. How dare they? For real. Honor the
Yeah,
troops.
the kids have off school tomorrow. I guess you don't.
Yeah, no, unbelievable. The courthouse is even closed, but my office will be open. So,
Fair enough.
but yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
really appreciate the opportunity. Would love to come back. Certainly, yeah. I'm going to keep plugging it. Ordered Liberty every Sunday night, 8 p.m. We talk about all this great stuff that sounds like none of you believe in, but you can hopefully learn a thing or two anyway. But yeah, good to meet everybody, and I'll see you all later.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye, Sarah.
Order has been restored in the universe, and the one true Ryan takes his reign. Appreciate it.
It's true.
Oh,
Let's see. I've got,
Oh my
if you are watching over on Natural Law with Ryan's side, I'm going to go ahead and shut down on his end. If you'd like to continue the show with us over here, we are at the Gauntlet Debate. At the Gauntlet Debate. You could also find it via the Raging Tomato. You can follow the trap over there. But I will see the rest of you over on that end another night. I'm removing you now. All right, man, weird night. Took over an hour to get through the supers, and that was just because they kept going. they kept arguing over the stuff. So
No, Nonfon couldn't shut up.
Yeah,
God,
seriously,
Non, it was all you.
no, unbelievable! All the
Driving me
interruptions,
fucking
yeah,
crazy.
all the filibuster.
Andy, if you want, I can connect the both of you in a group message on X.
Yeah, I'd like
unless
to see
unless
it.
you want to find him yourself, I could do that too.
No, yeah, put us in a group message. That'd be helpful.
Just search for
Yeah.
the fake Ryan. You'll find him.
The fake Ryan. All right. Well, I hope the conversation didn't die. Andy, I kind of want to dive in further if you want. I love your takes on philosophy.
I feel like I killed the conversation, so that might not be a good idea.
Well, maybe we can pull it back a little bit. One of the main things
I don't know who believes what that's up here right now. So I don't know. We probably have to.
I mean, the main prompt was about this idea of the American moral proposition, which I take to be some abstraction of the ideas outlined in the Declaration of Independence about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and such. And an argument that was made over and over tonight is that like the left, but through DEI and like the 1619 Project, is somehow has abandoned these ideas. And I haven't really heard like any strong case for that, despite I've heard a lot of things tonight, but what I haven't heard is anything like that. I don't know. Do you have any feelings about that?
It's
Does
racism.
Well, does anybody actually believe that the
Bro.
left actually has abandoned the moral proposition as it is in their mind? Like the moral proposition, regardless of what they claim the moral proposition is, do they actually believe that there are Americans out there who have abandoned moral proposition established in those founding documents?
Well, not only do I think that the left has not abandoned it, I would say that the left, by and large, has found a newfound strength in their appreciation of those principles in response to, the right's absolute like hatred of those principles and attempt to destroy those principles.
Somebody give it to me again.
Just like the idea of like individual, like rights, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, like the bill of the Declaration of Independence and like the Constitution and these these founding documents.
I would just say it's broadly kind of the ideas and values that America was founded on that we're meant to like uphold. So that includes things that are mentioned in the Declaration of Independence. Now I think obviously they were being incredibly narrow, saying like you literally have to believe in rights that are self-evident and subscribe to this idea of natural law and not include any of the other values at the time or how they've evolved.
So the closest thing I can get to it, and this is why I asked it, because I find that their analysis of what the moral proposition might be, the closest thing I can get to that is two things. One, rule of law works. I'm pretty sure every human throughout history has pretty much understood that there's actually some type of rule that needs to be established, even within the home. But then the other one, which is what I brought up to them, which is, and I know I wasn't able to really kind of get into it with them. It's we the people, like as in the social contract. And beyond that, everything else can be adjusted essentially, because when it comes to the Constitution, other than like powers and that sort of thing, already established powers, certain things can be re-established through constitutional amendments. I didn't agree with them on the basis of that there are constitutional rights that can conflict with each other. I mean, I believe that all your rights they have to be in conjunction with each other. So when they said that, I'm like, no, that's not accurate at all. Now, if it is a right that's been established and it needs to be removed because it is conflicting, that's not because it's a natural right. It's a bad interpretation of what the natural right might be.
Which I think he essentially conceded on was he was like essentially the notions of positive and negative rights it conflict with one another. People like a lot of libertarian conservative people make this argument a lot. It's like, well, we have these negative rights. We have rights, to freedom of speech. We have essentially rights from the government, not rights the government protects, but rights from what the government is able to do to you, and rights from what other people are able to do to you that restrict other people's actions. But like positive rights, like a right to healthcare, requires you to compel someone to fulfill it for you, whatever, and that violates their negative rights. Like saying we have a right to healthcare implies that the government is going to provide it for you, which implies that the government is going to have to coerce someone into working, which violates their negative rights. Now, that's not actually like a logical contradiction, and like I think he actually
conceded not a logical contradiction.
Well, speaking of violations, Kazak says 100% Andy fed a cat to an ATM machine. If you get the movie reference, then you know. Poor Andy. And Shade whatever that is, says your morality is only subject to what it is based on. Example, God's law. Without a base morality becomes a preference.
And this is what I keep pointing to this. I would just say that like outsourcing to God's law is your preference. Like you're just kicking the can down the road. And I mean, like, but there's this like air of superiority that people feel about having outsourced their morality. But like, I mean, you're doing the same thing. You're just again, you're doing less work, I would argue, at the end of the day.
So what's the logical contradiction that you were referring to, Nonfom?
Oh, he said it was logically contradictory to believe in both positive and negative rights.
Well, don't positive rights violate negative rights?
I don't think logically it follows that all positive rights violate someone else's negative rights, especially because you can.
Positive rights violate negative rights?
Certainly, I think like there are like generally speaking, a lot of positive rights that like liberals want to provide would violate at least like the conception of negative rights that like Ryan has. Now, I think there are probably more modest negative rights that you can adhere to that aren't violated or whatever. And if you like truly, really, absolutely 100% subscribe to the negative rights thing, you probably shouldn't want a government at all. because that's like probably necessarily coercive to some extent. But like, I don't think it logically follows that just because you have some right to self-ownership, any positive right granted to someone necessarily violates it. Like, we could imagine it's at least logically possible that there's robots that are able to do every type of healthcare or whatever, and granting you a positive right to healthcare would not actually compel anyone to violate the negative rights because robots are doing it.
Well, but another example that's like outside of healthcare, because I know it's a contentious one, is like for example, the right to an attorney, right? Like, you are, like, if you have in America the right to an attorney, then you're requiring that attorney be their labor is kind of forced by the law, right? So that's arguably imposing or violating their right to not do that. But I guess they don't have to be an attorney, and thankfully someone else will, so we don't really have to worry about it.
I was gonna say they choose that job.
And
That's
similarly,
still,
with healthcare, doctors tend to choose to be doctors regardless, and we treat
Yeah,
people when
like
they are
in
by
the
law.
infringement-
Actually,
even within
the
healthcare.
infringement would be on providing free health care. Somebody else has to pay that bill.
yeah, but we
Well,
do
that'd be
in
old
like in
taxation,
the United
yeah.
States, you actually have to treat people you have to stabilize someone, like, by law. Like, if hospitals don't, then they are breaking the law, and they'll face fines or civil or courts. Like, there will be lawsuits and stuff. So that, again,
Right.
there are multiple instances of this. Even if we, like, people they argue against whether or not it exists, like, this is the United States
That is
has
still
these.
for the betterment
Again, we can
of
call them contradictions or
society.
whatever.
That's still the betterment of society, right? Like, if I see somebody drowning, I typically would want to save them, right? And I think where the healthcare thing goes into place in other directions, like other types of free healthcare, not emergency services, but if you're just on the state and receiving free everything or whatever, so on and so forth.
Well,
Yeah, but-
I'm a consequentialist. I don't believe in like intrinsic rights. So I'm fine with like some violation of negative rights, which again I don't believe are intrinsic to a better society. Whatever, I care about the consequences. But the position Gen Z attorney was taking is that it was actually logically contradictory to believe in both positive and negative rights. When obviously, like I don't think that's a logical contradiction. In the
There
real
might be a
world, they might
loophole, but it
sometimes.
is- Yeah,
It
there
might
might be
sometimes conflict,
exceptions, but broadly, I think it is.
I think we could call it a
I think in the
contradiction
real-
without.
It depends on how narrowly you define positive negative rights, probably. Because if
I
you're
think-
fully committed to like self ownership, then maybe not.
I think it's fine for there to be contradictions. I mean, I watched Hamilton, or at least I listened to it a bunch, and I know that when Alexander Hamilton approached Aaron Burr to ask him to start working on the Federalist Papers, he said, the Constitution. Aaron Burr said it's full of contradictions, and Alexander Hamilton rebutted, so is independence, and that's the reality we're living in. Like, life's complicated.
So if you can reach positive and negative rights that contradict each other, then that would make them not rights at all, correct?
Why
Are you?
How's that fall?
What do you mean?
Because you can't have a right to one thing while simultaneously having there also the right exists to negate it.
I don't think it seems like trivially true that if there's a
It seems
contradiction, like an
trivial.
actual, like if it's an
Trivial,
actual logical contradiction, it's not true. Sure. Now I don't believe in rights being intrinsic in the first place, positive or negative. So it's not particularly relevant to me either way. But obviously, if there's an actual logical contradiction, it's trivially true that that's false in that case.
Yep, exactly. So then positive negative rights would not be based within natural rights. It's something else, something completely different.
I don't believe in rights at all. So
A
I don't know
negative-
We
what
know
you're-
that you don't. You've said it many
Negative-
times.
A negative right is the limit to which everybody can agree, basically, because everybody wants their free will respected, right? Nobody wants to have their free will violated. When you get into positive rights, then you're passing that to where some people don't want it. So it seems logical to me that negative rights would be the boundary, right? And anything past that has to be really strongly justified.
Speaking of
it
justified,
probably-
sorry, non-fun. Kazak says, "Hey Ryan, so the government shutdown is over. The Dems caved in. I said caved because they finally voted to end it, and nothing came to their benefit besides SNAP. So why did Dems hold so many Americans hostage?" And Ryan, I'll let you answer, and then we'll hand it back to non-fun.
Yeah, well, I'd say number one, it was eight Democrats, I think 2 of which who had already been voting alongside the Republicans, who did quote unquote cave. I mean, I think that they were holding out trying to get the Republicans to do their job and negotiate about extending the ACA subsidies, which they've been trying to get done for this entire time. The Republicans have promised to negotiate these subsidies later, but Republicans are liars, so they probably won't actually do that. But that's what they allegedly got out of it, is this promise to have later negotiations about extending the ACA subsidies, which again they probably won't do. But also Republicans in their quote unquote clean CR, I just learned earlier tonight, apparently they added in some new lines, banning, like doing some federal banning of the sale of hemp, apparently. So that's going to be all sorts of massive consequences because Republicans again are dishonest liars who probably hate you and want you to die.
All right, non-fun to you, please.
True. Yeah. So again, I'm simply pointing out, like, I don't think it's logically contradictory, right? So like you could even adhere to like a really like modest perspective of natural right. Like you could say, like, I believe people have the negative right to free speech, but I don't believe people have an absolute negative right to like bodily autonomy. In that case, it would not be at all logically contradictory to say, I think people have negative rights, the right to free speech, and positive rights, the right to healthcare, because you can just subscribe to a more modest version of negative rights.
Bodily autonomy is the negative right. Healthcare is the positive right. The positive
I agree,
right.
bodily autonomy is an example of a negative right, but you can believe in other negative rights.
But any positive right has to be provided to you by somebody else. Somebody else has the obligation to provide it to you. That would always violate.
So I don't think that's logically follows. Like in the real world, maybe you can make that argument, but logically, again, we can imagine hypotheticals where that's not true. And then two, not all negative rights are like the bodily autonomy right.
Back it up. How do you say that somebody has the obligation to provide me with stuff without violating their negative rights?
Well, he gave you the robot example.
So
somebody still has to provide the robots. That's capital. That's labor. Like, shit just doesn't come out of nowhere.
Again, you could just imagine. You could obviously imagine a hypothetical in which it's not true that you have to violate bodily autonomy.
Robots, and the people who own the robots don't want them doing something else. You really can't get away from.
You could just imagine a hypothetical of someone who built a robot. Wait, one person built a robot who can make other robots, and they donated the first robot, and now it's just in the government's hands or whatever. And like, you could provide a positive right to healthcare in that case.
There's always
done by these robots. It would not violate bodily autonomy.
Opportunity cost.
Where's Kazak on our side?
Cost to the owner.
Kazak.
And speaking of opportunity cost, Kazak sends the big 50 to ensure that Dono goal didn't go incomplete. Nobody's getting sleep tonight. Back to you.
There's an opportunity cost in that, like, maybe the robots could be doing something else, and maybe economically we want them doing that. But the point of this is just that logically it doesn't follow that you have to violate bodily autonomy because you could have
unless somebody wants to provide the things, in which case
do you recognize in the hypothetical I provided there would not be like a violation of bodily autonomy by providing a positive right. And again, you don't even have to, like, the bodily autonomy thing, you could just believe in negative rights other than bodily autonomy.
The needs that the positive right could be filled by something that's not rights violating. That could be filled in a way that doesn't violate the rights.
Why is this rights violating?
The rights existing,
Why is it a rights violation to, in a hypothetical like Abe, someone made a robot that could reconstruct other robots, okay? They then donated this robot to the National Healthcare Service in the UK, okay? And now the UK...
You believe in the right to food, for instance, let's just say, use for an example. You might be able to get food in a way that doesn't coerce anybody else to give it to you. But the fact that it is your right to food means that somebody is obligated to give it to you if you can't fill it another way. And that does violate their rights.
I don't think that logically follows, though, right? Because we could obviously imagine a hypothetical where that's not the case, and then again, you could just subscribe to a more limited version of negative rights, or you could have thresholds. I don't think it's logically contradictory to have thresholds to say, like,
we'll just get a clear contradiction, a clear P and not P on the table, if there is a contradiction.
Clear what? Clear P?
P and not P.
Yeah, clear P.
Proposition
you're
and
hydrated.
the inverse.
Yeah, because you're saying it's necessarily contradictory, so I'm just wondering what the proposition and its negation is in conjunction.
Well, because every right confers an obligation, and not usually on the same person. I have a right to free speech. That means Brick has an obligation not to, impose silence on me. If I have a right to, say, food, then that would be a positive right. That means all you have an obligation to feed me if I'm hungry.
Yeah, because it's a legal claim.
That I didn't.
It's a legal claim.
Well, I didn't hear a P and not P. So let's start with the first proposition. What's the first proposition in the contradiction?
I'm not a philosophy major. I don't know what you're asking.
It just
Don't
means
play
a
the P
statement
game with
that's
me.
a statement
Uh,
that's capable
the
of being true or
premise.
false.
Okay, positive rights.
What if we did
Positive rights infer an obligation on other people to provide to you.
Rights infer an obligation onto you.
Yes, onto other
Positive
people.
rights.
Onto other, my positive right infers an obligation onto others, somebody else.
And then the negation would be it's not the case that
Well, I'm
positive
sorry.
rights infer an
Let me
obligation. onto
restate
others.
that. Any right confers an obligation.
Okay, any right infers an obligation.
Yes.
Okay, any right infers an obligation, and then the negation of that would just be it's not the case that any right infers an obligation, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
now,
I don't know because I'm not. You're doing.
Dusty, what you
philosophy
want to do, like the thing you would have is like humans have a negative right to like bodily autonomy, and then you would say, but positive rights confer some like obligation on other people that violates that right, and therefore, if you believe in both of these things, it is and is not the case that people have a right to bodily autonomy. I think
I don't
like
feel like
you could just subscribe to a more.
What
You
about
could
the
subscribe
debate?
to a more limited conception of natural rights. It doesn't include the absolute right to bodily autonomy. Like you could have, for example, you could have thresholds. Like you could say, and like everyone is pushed far enough. We do this, right? Like people who,
I mean, you're just
would
changing
steal,
the
would
definition
steal a
of what
penny to save
right
the
and negative
world.
Right. You're just trying to
But-
redefine negative rights.
No.
this
Yes,
is
you
why I
are.
don't use
No,
rights
you're
language.
trying
It
to
gets so
you're trying to
confused.
break it
This is
down
why I never
into
use rights language.
basics.
What if we
You-
use the property example from was it yesterday on your channel, Sarah? Whenever that was. Everyone has a right to basic housing provided by the state or something like that. That's P.
Oh,
And
yeah,
what's
a
what was the not
government
P?
protected right is how what's his name used it. Yeah.
Well,
So the
I think
negative right would
regardless.
be-
Sorry.
Oh,
go ahead.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, regardless of the example we use, I think like because like Brandon, I appreciate you trying to formalize it, but I think Dusty's using it in a kind of more colloquial way, and I think what we're pointing to is that at some point there could be a not just not like a logical contradiction, but rather an unresolvable conflict in somebody refusing to provide something that has been established as a right. Like so, if every attorney,
there are logical contradictions to the
Sure.
two types of rights, but I will agree with that there could be situations.
So if every attorney refused to be a public attorney, then we would suddenly find that what are we going to
still
do?
get paid.
How is sure, but how is the government going to resolve its obligation to provide you an attorney when you're being charged with a crime if every attorney refuses to be that attorney? What do we do there? That would be a
but
contradiction in your rights.
But the reason why the government has to do that is because they're the one that put you in that position to begin with, right?
Yeah, but not the
even
attorney
whether
didn't.
The government did. That's why
Government pays for it.
they if you can't afford one, they have to provide one
Understand that.
because they put you there, right? So it's not like I was just walking down the street and I'm like, oh, I have the right to an attorney. I want one right now. No.
But
The
non-farm
government
is right.
put me in that position.
Non-farm is right though that if you really wanted to stay straight to the negative
totally
rights,
fucking
then the
irrelevant to my
existence of
point. God
government
damn
at
it.
all is an issue.
Totally fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And again, I don't think there's any,
Right.
the position that is that it was logically contradictory. I don't believe it's logically contradictory to either have thresholds to say, for example, like it's okay to have some violation of negative rights because
You mean it's
in
justifiable?
order to have
am I
a
still? I'm
government
so sorry.
protect other rights,
You mean
for
it's
example, right to have a
justifiable.
threshold. Or I don't think it's logically contradictory to just have a more limited conception of negative rights to say people don't have some absolute right to bodily autonomy, but
You
people
don't
do
get to
have a
redefine
right to free
negative
speech.
rights.
Yeah, a right to a right.
You can violate one. You can say it's justified violation, but you can't say they stop contradicting each other because I redefined the terms.
No, but I don't think it's contradictory to have just a threshold, right? Like you can take a threshold position and say, for example, like it'd be just to steal a penny to save the world or whatever.
Sure.
And like, beyond some threshold of utility, it would be
You're
okay to
just
violate negative
justifying it.
rights. That's not a
Justifying,
lot.
which is fine.
You can, that'd be a case in which it would be justified to violate negative rights. But it's not a contradiction in that case to believe in both
It can
like
be a
positive
justified
and
contradiction. Yes, it
negative
can.
rights. That's not a contradiction. How's it logically contradictory to have thresholds?
Shadogi says, all of this is preference. We established in my last example when I exposed the loop. Can we all agree that rights and laws are the majority's preferred concepts for the positive growth of society?
I agree.
Not just the
I agree
majority,
with the
because
second part, but not with the first part.
because like through the Constitution, like the way we make laws isn't just, we don't have like full democratic votes on every single law. So I wouldn't say it's just the majority's preferred concepts. Rather, it's like we have a framework for coming up with what laws we want to impose, right?
So you said that you don't agree, right, Dusty? How is
Sorry,
this not
I just read it again. I was thinking of
Okay.
his previous.
I was
super
like,
chat.
no way, Dusty.
No. I agree with this whole thing. I disagreed with the previous super chat, not the.
Very good.
Okay. Kazak says, after yesterday, mad respect for Joe Cool. He showed his face and point of view. Mad salute.
What the fuck did I do yesterday?
The drama stream.
He was on my stream yesterday too. Thank you, Joe Cool.
That's what we're talking about, right?
He's part of the alpaca pack.
I know Kazak watched the drama stream. I'm not sure about what'd you do on Ryan's. Why are you at Ryan's and not mine?
We were just chatting. All right, Sarah, look, it's nothing that serious. I'm just having a conversation.
We were just talking.
We're just friends, all right?
Cheating on me? Cheating on me, Joe? No. Well, that's good. What were you guys chit-chatting about?
I don't remember. What
You remember, Ryan? You know I don't stand
You
a
guys don't
chance,
even
right?
remember?
We were talking about a bunch of different stuff. We have all sorts of crazy conversations over on my side. In fact, I'm streaming right now.
let
You
me
can open
ask
up in a
you
new
guys-
tab and watch my stream as well as Sarah's.
What
I do
how
also
you
think,
have
like,
negative
if you-
rights, positive rights when it comes to government. Isn't this agreed upon? How is it? If you have the only reason you have a right to health care is because you paid and you voted a motherfucker.
Negative-
So
here.
the only person obligated to do it is the person who you signed a contract to do it for. There's
negative-
no negative, positive right.
Negative rights is the right not to be fucked with, and positive rights is the right to have things provided to you, essentially.
But I'm just talking about
The issue
governmentally speaking. Why is
Government
that right?
violates negative rights.
True.
Yes,
Again,
by
the
their very
issue is, and I
existence.
talk about this. I talk about this a lot last
Give me
night.
an
It's all
example,
gonna-
please.
This is all
Crypto
going to
guy.
depend.
So
Like you're
true.
jamming into this like definition. It's all going to depend on a sort of theory
So
that you
welcome.
have of
Good
what
to have
people
you.
are entitled to. Like your
Okay.
belief is that people,
If there is a
people sort
government-
of, people just real quick, that people sort of are
real
entitled to
quick.
like their own body and what they produce. And I just think there are issues with that conception. So like,
Give me
I
a
can- I can
government
go over
example of
again.
your shit being negative violated, please.
Negative
Give me an
right-
example
Well,
of violating
you-
your negative
Government
rights.
violates
Hold on,
negative
hold on.
rights. Government violates negative rights by taxing you, which is an involuntary, coercive.
No. That's not a
No.
that's a bad one. Here's one.
No, that's a perfect one.
They actually brought a perfect one up, which was that you have a right to an attorney, but nobody
positive right.
nobody can force people to be attorneys.
Sure, the government
Well,
got
is
plenty
that-
of attorneys. They can pay a motherfucker all
Nobody's
day.
forcing somebody to be an attorney. The
No.
attorneys are paid when they're public defenders. They're paid by the government that
Yeah.
taxes people. The positive rights violation occurs at the point of taxation.
You
Yeah,
agree to
and then,
taxation
well,
when you
even
voted for
more
a motherfucker
so-
and
No, you
joined the
don't.
system.
No,
No.
you don't.
No.
No,
When
you
our
don't.
taxes are paying for someone else to have that positive right, it's a negative right on me because I have to pay for something else,
Alright.
and it's a positive right on you because you get free food or something or free health care.
That's part of the agreement, though, right? Isn't that part of the
We
agreement
didn't
that
agree to
we're
it.
going to
We
put
didn't
all
agree.
this
Again, I
money
think
up?
it's
Vote for
the
someone else.
issue
Vote
is it all
for
depends. It all depends on like Dusty's and presumably other people's heroes, like desert-based theory of entitlement. That like you are entitled to your own body to some like unlimited extent almost, and that you are entitled to
Good
like
point, Fuzzy.
essentially what you produce. You're
Not
entitled
fun.
to property that you
I'm
improve.
not making value claims about it. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. I'm saying what it is, and you're trying to say, well, it's not. You're
Right.
trying to redefine things so that it makes it
I'm
justified.
not.
I'm
I
not
prefer what
justifying
you're
it.
You can say it's an
Fluff.
is claim and not a ought claim if you want to, but
That's-
you
that's-
are
you could
like
say that.
the
You could say
basis.
that.
The basis of it, like violating your positive or like violating your negative right to your property or whatever with taxation. Like the basis of that is a theory of entitlement that you are entitled to your property and all the money that your property receives or whatever.
Okay,
So
so,
rights-
right.
The only
so,
way you have a. Go ahead.
Well, rights. See,
yes,
here's the
negative
thing.
rights, the
Funny
right
thing
not
is
to be
rights-
fucked with, the right not to do something. It does.
Rights are le-
It does depend on believing in property rights, but I think everybody's actions demonstrate that they do believe in property rights. The only people
Well,
that don't do it philosophically, and it's the poor philosophers that do that.
No. But there are. So when you say believe in property rights, you can believe, like as I do, that like a system of property rights is like utility maximizing, right? Like I'm a capitalist. Like I just don't believe that there's some like intrinsic like right to property, and I don't believe that like you are entitled necessarily to your property or to all that you quote unquote produce or whatever. I'm gonna think you run into a lot of issues with that.
How are you going to
Like
stop
there's a
somebody
lot of
from having
reductives
private
associated with
property?
that.
How are you going to stop somebody from having private property?
You have to violate their conceptually you have to violate their bodily autonomy, right? Their bodily.
Well, sure. What I'm telling you is that these again, these principles, they all rely on a theory of what they're entitled. So you're saying like the government is coercing people because they're violating like their negative rights or whatever. Because they're not like if you're saying redistribution, for example, is like coercive or whatever. You're saying because people are entitled to their property, to their what they produce or whatever, it is coercive for the government to take it. But I could just equally say I don't exactly hold this position, but if I said people are entitled to a good life, like people are entitled to a basic amount of food or whatever, it would equally be just as coercive under that theory of entitlement to not tax away and redistribute money to ensure that people live good lives, right?
And
like
how
this all
would you
depends on the
implement
theory
that?
of what
That's
people are entitled to.
How would you implement that?
Not true, because you can't. That's way too subjective of a measure.
I can barely
What do you mean
join
that's
the
way-
conversation
that's not a
because these
meaningful
rights
response to anything I
are
said.
you guys mold public rights and shit promised by the government and with God rights. I can barely keep up the conversation. You're using them interchangeably, and they shouldn't be.
The issue,
God doesn't
the issue for
provide
them is
rights.
that they believe rights are God given, and actually, like the Constitution, just like
See, this is the problem. You keep
codifies
Well,
God
dang,
given
hold on,
rights.
Clint. We clearly define what a
hold on,
right
hold on.
is. If they're not God given,
You're
you're
not-
telling me they're man given by the government, so they should be clearly defined. And if you have the right to health
this
care,
is how-
you pay taxes, the government pays. The only argument I've heard outside of this is Flo saying you don't have to pay taxes. They're robbing you to begin with. Now that changes the conversation totally. You don't
I'm
have
just
the
gonna
right to
define
health care
negative
if you
rights
don't pay
as positive
taxes.
Well,
But
that depends on how the right to healthcare is established. But I wanted to point to the private property example a little bit because I think it's interesting. Like what it means for the government to recognize your right to private property is not just that the government won't infringe on it, but also that the government will protect if somebody else infringes on it. Right? Ideally. So like the idea, like,
Yeah.
but that entails that the government is forced to use its enforcement arm to try to retrieve your property or something. I mean, they don't do that in all cases.
Not without legal claim.
But we can
Not
still
without legal
understand
claim, which is what the right is. The right is a legal claim.
We can still understand
That
the
doesn't
concept
contradict what I said at all.
of providing something versus not being obliged, right? Like the concept exists independent of the enforcement.
But it's meaningless. Doesn't understand that concept. I'm simply stating I don't believe that's like intrinsic. And again, it's going to depend on your theory of entitlement. And I think there are issues with theory of entitlement. Namely, it's funny. One of them is the same issue that Marxists run into, like the joint production problem, that it's not actually possible to determine like what everyone produces in cases of joint production, like labor value, what someone actually produces can be like negative or nil or undefined.
So you don't believe in rights at all? Do you have the right to live or protect your family?
Well, I believe that rights are, I don't believe rights are intrinsic. I think that I think it's useful and good for society to codify like certain rights or whatever. The way I would describe it is rights are reducible to utility. So I think, for example, like if there's an alien society.
Wait. You're going to answer my question before you stray off and talk about aliens. I want to make sure I have some clarity here. Please, you did it elusively.
Let him do it, Joe. Let him do it. It's getting there.
I said I don't believe in rights like
You
as
do not
intrinsic
believe.
things. For example, I don't believe them as they are intrinsic things. I think they're useful heuristics for society to follow. So, for example, if there was an alien society where like being looked at by another alien caused them some immense harm, immense suffering, or whatever, they would probably write into their constitutions, you have a right not to be looked at, right? Like that. Like I think that is essentially what rights are. They are things that like we recognize as useful heuristics or useful rules. I think when we say rights or morality themselves, we're overfitting a fitting heuristic. Is how I would.
Can I ask you a question too, Non-Fawn? Are there natural legal claims?
No.
What does that mean?
So.
There's not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure to solidify.
What is that?
Yeah, what would that mean?
Natural legal claims. So essentially, when you read the Declaration of Independence, they say that the natural rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Is life a natural legal claim? Do you have a legal claim to your life?
in our,
Non-fun-
He doesn't think
Yeah,
so.
but-
He doesn't.
when you say
law-
legal, like when you ask legal,
Law
like
is an
descriptively,
artificial system.
yeah, like descriptively,
I
legally,
understand that.
you
I'm
have some
trying-
right over your life, right?
Is,
I don't
law
believe-
is law applicable to reality
I don't know what the fuck you're.
I mean, it attempts to.
like it
at all?
and then okay, I don't. I don't know what you're asking.
I'm
You're
broken.
asking,
He doesn't
like,
understand what
like,
you're asking,
crap.
Clay. I don't either.
Natural, legal. Say the word again. Natural legal claim.
Yeah. Do you
Right.
have a legal claim naturally?
I would say, can I enforce my legal right to live? Right? Can I protect
Yes.
it? Can I defend it?
Thank you.
So, and where I'm going to go with that is I can't necessarily always defend myself. For instance, if China attacked us right now, I probably don't have a few nukes to send back. Therefore, I pay taxes to the government, and the government is charged with protecting me on behalf of that.
Let's be
So-
real. You pay the government so it doesn't attack you.
That too. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
We
Facts,
expect a
bro.
defense as well. No, I would call that a natural legal claim as well, Sarah. So
Wait,
when you're talking about natural rights, we're talking about a legal claim that seems and is apparent. to be
Somebody
natural.
want to know.
whoever
No, that's it's certain, not what most people mean by natural rights. Not what Ryan and Gen Z mean by
Moving
natural.
Brenda,
quick.
can you
Brenda,
mute?
I'm
You're
gonna
They
moving
mute
do
you.
because
shit
they're
around or
kind of
something.
dumb. They're lawyers. Do you expect
Bro.
lawyers to know?
When you
these things?
say, so Clay, when you say to me natural, like the thing I get out of that is essentially intrinsic, like they exist sort of intrinsically, like they are the thing that's valuable morally. And for like, I don't believe.
Yes, morally
like-
under God. I bet he's throwing God in there.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yes.
not at all.
No.
I'm not at all.
That's not quite.
I'm not
what
even
they
saying
mean.
anything
That's
about
not quite
God. Go
what
ahead,
they
Andy.
mean.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
I
in
don't
the
believe
end.
like you have some intrinsic legal claim to things. I think the
I wanna
law similarly
I wanna
is like a useful heuristic that we
Andy.
develop.
I want to hear Andy.
Andy,
Oh, yeah, I think I can clarify their position because if they're using natural law in the traditional sense, it just they're basing it on what human nature is. So it's how would I say it? A right is what is due to the person because it's the kind of thing it is. So like right to life, you have a right to life because of the kind of thing you are. So right is the object of justice, and then you can think of a right isn't like a claim or entitlement or intrinsic. It's a moral relation. And it's grounded in whatever we call justice. So it's not intrinsic to the person. The way
You agree, Clay? Ground in morals.
what was that?
Brick.
Not morals per se, but rather because I hate using the word morals because that actually denotes religion.
Brings
But
God
I
into it.
can use it, but I would also use principles, ethics, those words as well. Morals, principles, and ethics. Because
Right,
when you,
principles
when
and
you
ethics
use
may be
those, you
better.
include the secular argument for natural right.
Yeah.
all right, speed date.
Damn you, Kazak.
What the hell?
Oh, good luck, non-fun.
Should I bring up the dials? Do we want to hear about the
I'm good,
dials
thank you.
again?
What are we speed dating about?
I don't know, but I'm going to go through the dials, baby. Everyone loved this one. Okay, Dusty, would you agree that, like, it is wrong to harm someone to cause a comparable benefit for someone else on the basis that there are, like, some negative rights? So, for example, it would be a violation or be immoral to stab someone, an innocent person, once to prevent some other person from being stabbed twice on the basis that person has a negative right not to be stabbed.
Would I agree that's immoral? Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's imagine a girl named Mary. All right. She works at a prison. And she walks into a room. Okay. There are two innocent prisoners being unjustly tortured. In this case, so they're being unjustly tortured by a dial, by a machine that runs electrical current through them. There is a dial that Mary can turn to reduce both of the prisoners' suffering, reduces the amount of electricity running through their bodies. Should she turn that dial? Would it be better for her? Not does she have an obligation? Would it just be better?
It reduces the electricity to both of them.
Yeah, let's just say it goes from 100 to 75 for both of them.
Yeah, she should.
Okay, now same situation. Mary walks into the room though, and there are two dials. Okay, dial 1, when turned, increases the current running through prisoner A, but it's going to decrease the current running through prisoner B by twice as much. Dial 2 does the opposite. When you turn it, it's going to increase prisoner's B torture level, but it's going to lower prisoner's A's by twice as much, okay? My first question, just, do we accept, and importantly, like, like turning both dials is going to bring them down to like the same. Actually, this is not that important, but it's going to bring them down to like the same level of suffering as just turning the one dial. Okay, is turning dial 1 a violation of prisoner A's rights on the basis that you're causing harm to him for a comparable benefit to prisoner B?
Well, it's not a comparable benefit because it, right? Is it a 1-to-1 trade-off or is it a 2-to-1 trade-off?
It's a 2-to-1 trade-off, but so was the stabbing thing I mentioned earlier, right?
Right.
When I say comparable, I just mean like not astronomical. So
Okay,
probably
so
not
I
beyond
think-
any thresholds.
I think that you should not do either. You should not touch either of them because the increase in electricity, like there's a
Okay, but
compounding.
you understand.
Economies
but,
of
like-
scale with electricity, right? So you at some point you're going to kill the other one.
No. You only get to turn each dial like once, okay? But you understand, like and I can list out the numbers if you want, but like if you turn dial 1 and then turn dial 2, the end effect is exactly the same as
It's
the first example I
neutralizing,
gave,
right.
where you just turn one dial, right? Like
So
you reduce both of their
do-
suffering.
I do not think that you should double one inmate's. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it.
So you accept dial 1 as a violation of like
Crank
prisoner
up
A's
my
rights. And
fucking
then
dial,
subsequently,
please.
Turning dial 2 after turning dial 1 would also be a violation of the prisoner's rights. Prisoner
Correct.
B's right this time. Okay, so you see how you're committed to the claim that whether or not there's 1 or 2 dial, and importantly, also presumably whether or not we classify turning 1 and 2 dials as one action
awful.
or several distinct actions, because I
so sorry,
think
guys.
you could just equally say, like the same way I describe, like I drove to the grocery store as one action, even though as you break it down, there are several distinct actions in there. We could just say turning dial 1 and 2 is one action. You're now committed to the claim that whether it is immoral or moral to turn the dials depends on how we classify technically something as 1 or 2 actions.
I don't think that matters at all. Whether it's one.
You don't
or
think
two.
it
How would
matters
that
at all
matter?
that you're violating like it's called individuation.
Either way,
independence.
transferring pain from one person to another violates the right, I guess, of the person receiving it.
Well, you
But it
understand
doesn't
the net
matter how
effect.
many.
But wait, I could just say turning dial 1 and 2. Why can't I just classify that as one action? And then that would be equivalent to just turning one dial, right? Like what's the?
I don't.
Is
say
there
that
some
again?
objective truth to like what constitutes an action, right? Like
Well,
what are we?
it's the result. The result is you're transferring pain from one to the other. It doesn't matter how many steps it takes you to transfer the pain. The transfer itself is
Right, but you're saying so each dial, when looked at individually, is a rights violation on that basis, right? But
Sure.
I'm saying that
when combined.
Doesn't that just depend on like why can't I just classify turning both dials as one action, for example?
Okay.
And that would
because the two
that
negate
would
each other.
they don't negate each other. They reduce both their suffering. So I'm saying like I could just say turning both dials is one action, and like that would be the same exact thing as just turning one dial, which you already said would be better.
What? No. I'm not. Okay, so if I turn both dials,
this is rough.
The two dials negate each other.
No,
Right?
they lower
So the
this.
prisoners will
I don't know what you
still-
mean by negate each other. Okay, so
I mean, the prisoners will still end up in the same amount of pain.
Before, not as before they were suffering. They end up in the same amount of pain as after in the first hypothetical where you just turned one dial. Okay, so like let's just say before you turn any dials, both prisoners, there's 100 units of electricity running through them. Right, when you turn dial 1, it's gonna increase prisoner A suffering, but it's going to decrease the prisoner's B's by twice as much. So prisoner A is going from
it's
100
gonna
units
decrease by
to
twice as much.
125. Prisoner B is going from 100 units to 50.
Okay.
And then
you
once
said
you
it
turn
the other way
dial
around
2,
last time, where
no,
you're
I don't think I
getting-
did. But once you turn dial 2, you're going to prisoner A is going to go down. He's going to go down from 125 to 75, and prisoner B is going to go up by half as much. So he goes from 50 to 75. So the net result, the end effect, is that both prisoners were at 100 before and are now
Okay.
at 75. My question is why would it be permissible to turn it if there was only one dial, and not if there were two dials, and then two? Doesn't that just depend entirely on how we define
So-
what constitutes an action?
No.
Yeah, I just
Flo's
think-
original shit stands that in the proposition where you're hurting a person and that you're violating his rights, no matter how many dials you fucking change it.
Mhm.
But you understand,
can't do that without
his classifying. That depends on how you're classifying
If you
what constitutes an
only turn
action,
one
right?
If you only
No,
turn one
it does
dial,
not.
that concludes the action.
Thank you, Clayton.
If you
Why?
turn both,
Is
if
there
you
some
turn,
objective?
Appreciate you, bud.
yeah,
like
because you're,
objective truth of
you're,
what
you're
constitutes
done with
an
the
action?
transfer. You're done with the transfer.
What do you mean? You're done with the transfer?
Your conclusion. You have concluded your interaction with that situation when you turn one.
No, because you can turn the second one
Can
after you
conclude
turn.
this
What do you
interaction
mean?
about the dials.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like
that
we
this is
do.
a great
Like,
example,
how could I
though.
not like equally say like when I drive to the store, like I drive to the stop sign and I have to stop, like that constitutes an action in and of itself. Like that, like I complete my road trip. Okay, like I'm stopped.
Do you
But,
intend
you know,
to stay at the stop sign?
I mean, for not permanently
you
for
don't.
3
Just
seconds.
long enough
is
not
what's
to get
legally
pulled over.
required, but that doesn't seem
Not
particularly
in
relevant.
3, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, and that's the difference because you're only stopping at the stop sign on the way to your destination. You're turning one dial on your way to the next dial. So
Wait, then is it permissible to turn both dials?
Dial?
it reduces both people's pain.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it would be
You think
permissible.
it is permissible to turn both dials.
Well, I would absolutely disagree with that. You can't even turn the first dial if it hurts a person without asking them and explaining first. You've already ruined. Don't matter how many steps you make. And if you redefine them to add a step where it hurts a person, you violated this shit.
Yeah.
You can't package it
No.
in one package.
The
And
right,
exclude. Go ahead.
The math.
Wait,
the math.
just another question.
The math is
If
the
I-
outcome. The math is the outcome. If the outcome is both people end up with lower amount of pain, then yes, both dials.
But you wouldn't say the same thing for the stabbing example I gave earlier. You said it was impermissible to stab an innocent person in order to prevent another innocent person from being stabbed twice.
Yes, because you're putting somebody, because in this case, in the dial scenario, both people are already in a problem situation. All this does is reduce the amount of problem. In the other one, you're taking problems and transferring it to a new person who would otherwise
That seems
been harmed.
entirely post hoc. I don't understand how that's relevant at all. I don't think you can base that in actually like any type of natural law theory, negative rights theory.
What,
That
you
seems
don't
entirely post
so
hoc.
you just asked me, is it possible or is it permissible to stab one person to save two people? Assuming that one person is not going to be stabbed regardless, yes. If that person is going to be stabbed regardless,
the person
that
is going to. Wait, okay. The point is, you're stabbing someone once. If you don't stab an innocent person once, another innocent person is going to be stabbed twice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that. Yeah.
I apologize, Case.
Would I stab them?
hate
I don't
this
know. I'd have to think about that one a little more.
This hypothetical right here, which is I don't know what to call it. I mean, I tried to
Mental
call it the
math.
trolley
Humor is
problem.
a paradox for weak deontology. Okay.
I tried to
like
call
the
it a
humor.
trolley problem, but the problem with hypotheticals, most
Not-
of them are logical fallacies anyway.
It's definitely not that.
Yes, that
No,
is exactly
the
why
tro-
the trolley
the
problem
trolley
is a
problem-
thing. Yes, the trolley problem is a logical
How
fallacy.
the trolley problem is
That's
not a
why we call it
logical
the-
fallacy either.
How?
Yeah, because it's a
not a
gotcha.
logical fallacy.
It's an avenue
not-
to a gotcha. That's what it is.
Gotchas aren't
Call it
That's
is.
not a
It's a
fallacy.
reductio. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I'm saying in this case, you're violating the
Okay.
plausible principle of
Yeah.
individuation independence,
It's a
and
stupid
that gives me
hypothetical.
reason for believing that
Very stupid.
the underlying philosophy is not true.
It's
the
a
same-
way
the
for
same
you to
thing that people try
examine
to
your
do.
own internal conflicts. I understand this.
Not just his, but
However,
yours as well. All right.
no, it's not for me to examine his internal conflicts.
No, he's asking it to examine your process, right? That's
Yeah.
why he's getting you guys
yes,
to
and
engage
it's
with
not
it.
for him to examine my conflicts. No,
That's
no,
literally
I
why
would
he's
not agree
asking
with
it
that.
so he can comprehend your process of moral decision making.
But the starting points are different, as Flo pointed out. The starting point for stabbing one person to stop them from stabbing another person twice or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twice.
That's it.
Like
Why?
the action is in place and you're preventing something from happening. Whereas with the dials, both people are already being stabbed. It's just a matter of whose knife can I pull out first.
Well, but
Yeah.
you're lowering both of their suffering still. You're preventing them from
I'm
suffering more by doing the
lowering,
actions you're doing.
but the person who is doing the first stabbing, the stabbing the other person, they themselves are doing harm.
It would be stabbing me in the heart, directly in the heart, to let my goal end after all of the suffering that I've gone through tonight for your entertainment.
Well, the dials are really what's reducing the dials are taped up to a machine. The dials reduce it with the harm done to them when you turn it or whatever. But
Right, but they're not hurting each other.
it shouldn't matter. I don't understand. It shouldn't matter from the perspective of negative rights. Like what situation you
Are
first
both
find
evil?
yourselves in or whatever.
Are both evil? Are both bad? Are both not good things? To do?
They can't say.
What is both here?
Stabbing 1 versus stabbing 2 are both bad. Both are bad, correct? Stabbing
depends
1
on your
person is
motive,
bad. Stabbing 2 people is
ethic.
bad, correct?
Yes,
Sure,
but
if you
I
break it
wouldn't-
down
hold on,
simply
hold on.
like
I
that.
wouldn't. The point of hypothetical, you're stabbing one person to prevent someone else from being stabbed twice, and I wouldn't hold that that's necessarily wrong.
Let me do a quick overlay. Shadow G, you gotta unmute and talk to me.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you? What's 7 plus 8?
7 plus 8. That should be 15.
Very good.
Oh,
Are
you
gonna
Google fast.
I never understood why Sarah asked that fucking question like a porn bomber can't answer math.
It doesn't matter about the question. It matters how they're engaging. Shadow, are you going to show us any wieners on screen or anything that we shouldn't be showing?
You didn't miss anything, Fuzzy.
If,
Don't
if
worry.
he was, he wouldn't be able to do math. What are you
Can
talking
I
about?
talk to him, please? Thank you. Shadow.
Why don't you ask him to cam up
Can
and
you
give you the
shut
finger?
up?
I'm helping you.
Let me do this. You sit back there for a second. Shadow. We're not going to show anything on screen. Nah. That's what they all say. How do you know that's what they all say? They There you go. All right.
Did that math help resolve whether or not he's going to porn bomb you?
It has nothing to do with the math. I expect you to know better.
That's crazy.
Then what?
He's sleeping.
I know.
Fuzzy.
That's why you should tell people to cam up and give you the finger or something, or do some action so that you can see if
He
they've
is
got the
asleep,
OBS
exactly.
camera popped up that will show their screen.
You know
know
what?
what I'm talking about.
Why don't you come over here and you can do it for me, and I'll go to bed.
Give me the
Hey,
keys.
Ray,
Give me the keys.
I ain't giving you keys to shit. You're lucky you even have that wrench. If you have that wrench.
I don't have a wrench.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And the reason I brought that up, though, Don Fon, is because what you're actually talking about is called the necessary evil. That is a logical fallacy in of itself.
First of all,
it
the necessary evil is not a logical
something-
fallacy
Hold
either.
on, don't freak out, you.
I don't understand how you're
Don't
not understanding.
freak out.
The thing
Don't
I have
freak
told you
out.
so many
Don't
times, the
freak
thing
out.
I'm trying to
Even though
prove,
you don't
you
get
are
it,
violating
it is
individuation
okay.
independence.
This is not personal. This is not personal. We're just on a panel here. Don't freak out.
You're just wrong.
Okay. What it's called is the necessary evil. And the founders actually included this within their philosophy. But when you say that you have to take
the gold.
one action in order to prevent another action, both are bad, that in of itself tells me all I need to know about whether you can comprehend that that is bad or not.
You're not
You're
comprehending
telling me
what
I
I'm
have
saying.
to make a choice. I don't have to make a choice in this scenario.
Let him respond. Or else he's
Okay,
gonna kill us.
wait, just to be clear, I don't know how many times I've said either the things you're going to do, you're either going to violate individuation independence, which is, whether some behavior is right or wrong depends on, shouldn't depend on whether something constitutes a single action or more than one action, or this happens, people don't do this ever, but people, the two wrongs principle. If it's wrong to do A, then it's wrong to do B, given that one does A, then it is wrong to do both A and B. You're going to violate one of those two principles, which I think in any other case, people would normally accept, okay? So just to be clear, that's what I'm trying to do. It's not a logical fallacy, okay? It's reductio ad absurdum, and it's not anything to do with a necessary evil. It's not anything to do with the trolley problem. I have explicitly told you the things I'm trying to reductio you on.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
let me
I
ask you a
accept
question.
that, man. That is the government telling me that it's okay to rob you and steal my money and all this because this highway must be built. Someone must build the roads, so it's okay to rob everybody's money. You say most people accept that. I don't.
Again, that depends on it. That depends on the theory of entitlement, and I've explained to you the issues with the theory of entitlement that the desert-based theory of entitlement that many of you guys have, and then you never respond to it. Okay, I have not heard a single response to me saying there is a joint production problem. We do not know who makes what. It is impossible. Okay, it's the same issue Marxists run into with the labor theory of value. Labor value can be negative, nil, or undefined in cases of joint production. So how is a desert-based theory justified? How is it a desert-based theory justified that you're entitled to your body and what you produce when we don't even know who produces what in cases of joint production?
Right. You're assuming that I was up here and heard all of that shit. I addressed you on the rights shit, which is what I was up here for. The production shit, you did not hear anything from me about it because I went up here.
And we don't need to know who
ask
produces
Non-Fun a
what.
question?
We need to know what they
After
agreed
I
to.
ask
If
this
I agree to sell my
in the
labor
chat.
for $10 an hour, it doesn't matter what I make after that. 'Cause I have to
Kazak
promote.
says,
Agreed.
I'm not sure if I understand all of this. Non-Fun, what the fuck did you even say? I bet my paycheck, Joe Cool, seen people in the hood Target, people like Non-Fun because it's a fast fee dollars. Unless it's after 12 a.m.
He's saying that's a quick lick.
If he's
what?
if I understand him right, he's absolutely correct. When we used to see people like him, we say double bubble. That means he looks goofy enough. You can charge him double and get away with it. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Double bubble.
Double bubble.
Hey, look both ways before you cross the street, man.
So reductio ad absurdum, whatever, is a type of trolley problem.
Sounds like some fucking
Yeah.
No, it's not. What the hell, Wes?
No,
It's just
it's
not
not.
true.
I literally just looked at
I swear to God, you guys are just trying to trigger non-fun.
The whole
right
time
now,
I
it's
was
crazy.
thinking it is a poor man's trolley problem.
The
bad
trolley
version of a
problem is
trolley
often
problem.
considered an example of a real world situation where one might use a reductio ad absurdum, whatever you want to call it, to highlight
The trolley problem is like or at least can be used like as a reductio ad absurdum. Like
Yeah,
you say,
it's
like for
part of the
example,
trolley
it's supposed to
problem.
be reductio to say
idiot
non-fun.
fallacy.
You're a
Yeah, it's an
utilitarian.
idiot fallacy. I get it.
You would flip the switch.
It's an idiot fallacy. I get it.
That's not an idiot
Oh,
fallacy.
man,
It's
that's
supposed
not-
to be. It's a reductio. I have
Just
responses to it to
trolling.
say a
Clay's
consequentialist
just
would flip
trolling,
the switch in the
guys.
trolley problem.
It is trolling when you continue to do this hypothetical over and over and over and over and
I can do
over
another
and
hypothetical. Let's do the bombs in the
over
park
and over.
hypothetical.
You don't have to. No.
You're making non-fun tweak out.
Kazak
I am freaking out.
says Joe Cool knows. Yes. And
all
for the
those hearts.
record- I know that's a lot of hearts for you, Joe.
That better be a chick.
Do you wanna tell Kim,
Not.
Damn
do you
it.
wanna tell Kim Zach how much you love her and how much
That is definitely a he. But Joe, you can say it anyways.
Yes.
I
K-Zach,
mean
my
there's
mans. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's
Alright,
not
there
very
you go.
good. Do better.
I'm not convinced.
Not convinced. Well, that's the best I can do until I find out it's a woman, and I'm not zooming in on that little ass thing.
Hey Zach, send him a picture of your pussy.
That'll get it.
And for the record to the chat,
Or someone else's.
you are
and I'll still do it.
currently 3 out of 10 on the dono goals. You have 20 minutes to complete that dono goal, or else we all go night night. Brenda, Shadow, Ducky, what do you got to add? Or wait, Brenda's not here anymore. Shadow, Ducky, what do you got?
I got a question. So non-fun. It seems like so you're a utilitarian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like you're conflating, the way I hear it, conflating like a util or like a unit of utility with like economic value, right? Because okay, so I see, so like an analogy is that I would use is like if I see a supply demand curve, like I know my evil corporate overlords, like everybody at the company is doing the same thing. They're doing that supply demand curve thing.
Reductio
Right?
ad absurdum.
And so like it's okay to have this concept of supply and demand and price, but that has nothing to do with like a moral question. Does that make sense?
I agree. Yeah, I'm in favor of doing what has the highest expected value in terms of maximization of positive qualia. I think, generally speaking, where that leads me to is, like, I believe having some system of property rights, having some system of private ownership, generally leads to the best outcomes for people. But like, it's not at all intrinsic that what the free market does or whatever is always the best or anything. I agree with that. I don't know.
And that's your preference, right?
Yeah, but then why am I using a calculator for utility? Like,
I don't know what you mean.
Well, do you understand that he's not saying that the utils are identical to economic value? He's just saying the economic value, the sort of system that he wants, I guess,
well,
is
are
something
they
that does increase that utility.
But
That's all
I'm
he's
saying you can't even ask if, like, I get that it's helpful to clarify, but like at the same time, I wouldn't say that, like, saying utility is fungible or non-fungible, like a Bitcoin or something like that, makes zero fucking sense, because we're talking about like honestly, backstage we're talking about like electrocuting people and shit, so like it doesn't make sense.
I don't know what you mean by utility being fungible or not fungible.
Yeah, I don't
agree.
know.
That doesn't like make sense to me or whatever. I guess I don't really know what you're getting at. I'm simply stating I'm for the maximization of positive qualia, and you should do the action which has the highest expected value. And I think in many cases that action is going to be one that includes property rights or whatever. But I have no
Yeah,
qualms.
but my question is, whose preference is those? What are these concepts? Whose preference is that? Because we have to be looking from eyeballs.
I'm not super strongly committed to a claim like whether or not it is like strictly my preference or whatever. I don't really. It's not particularly relevant for me. The moral realism or anti-realism stuff. I think that I think there's a case to be made. I mean, clearly, like, I described that as like a stance independent reason earlier. So like I think it's stance independent in that I want people to do what has the highest expected value regardless of their own personal preferences.
So that is your
clearly,
maybe you could argue maybe it just is my, like, that stance independent reason is just my preference still, but I don't know.
You should become a government
But even if it is a
employee.
preference, what's the issue with that? I always hear preferences, but what's the issue?
Well, no, everything is a preference, is my point. And
He's
if we
about
can
to
go
into
ahead and all
everything
agree
is subjective
that
about
it's, I mean, because we
Yeah,
all
but what's
have
the
to
issue with it
establish in
being
our
subjective?
minds that this is in our best interest. Isn't that right?
Well, what do you mean by best interest? Are you referring to your preferences?
I mean, I'm talking about the majority, democracy. The majority says, hey, we voted for this, and that's what happens. And the minority is like, dang, but I guess it's for that.
So I'm not
for the
here.
best.
I'm not hearing
when
a
I-
critique. Go ahead. Not fine.
No, I was
like when I
you
say
should let
like
him go,
so
man.
like
He ain't
it
being
could be my
quiet too.
hold on,
Good to see you,
it
Hero.
could be my, like, the stance independent reason I'm describing is like the maximization of positive quality, right? Like I believe that is what, like, we should strive for with like that is the basis for morality, and you should behave it like that is stance independent, meaning
Yeah, you should is becoming a preference now. Yeah.
No. So the stance independent reason that doesn't depend on like people's preferences, except insofar as like people's preferences affect what
Exactly.
like,
So
feels
as
good for
far as
them or
people's
whatever.
preferences, so it does pertain to preferences.
So that,
I
wait,
get
just
it.
real quick, that doesn't entail that like if people voted for slavery would be good because there's a stance.
But that would be the
reason.
preference. That's all.
That'd be the
He just-
preference of society, but there's no reason the preference of society has to be right or has to
But
be in
okay,
in
what
aligned
is
with
society
independent
basing their
reason.
preferences off of? Right
He
now,
just
we
wants
are
everything is
Christian.
subjective
Sort of.
argument with
Don't
you.
steal,
I'm
don't
sorry,
kill.
I'll shut up.
Oh yeah, go ahead, bro. I'll shut up.
No, I was saying that you were about to go down that everything is subjective line, and it's going to be time consuming. I think he'll grant you that everything is subjective. At least I hope he will, for the sake of time.
Well, I mean,
I don't have
it's-
time
Just
for
enough
that
time,
either.
let
It's
everyone
preference.
know that Kazak threw a big 50 towards the dono goal, but that still leaves the chat $20 shy. Dono goal.
Wait. Is Kazak the one who just gave me the hearts?
Yeah, I told you.
Well,
need to
you know,
like
Kazak is a
Kazak.
lot more attractive. Go ahead, Zach.
Well, I am
Kazak
gonna.
says, even though you guys tried to use Joe against me, I think Joe has experienced and saw my silliness and slurs. Yeah, we've had
you seen
to
his slurs, Joe
remove
Cool?
a few. We've had to remove a few videos thanks to Kazak. He's on panel parole right now. He can't come on panel.
That's funny.
Well, I am gonna make my exit. I do have to. I have to go.
Non-fun,
It's
go ahead.
almost
He's
3 a.m.
running.
here, but yeah, I appreciate coming on, Sarah. Okay, love the conversation. It was fun talking to Pisco, and I guess a little bit fun talking to Ryan and Gen Z Attorney. Maybe a little bit fun. I don't know. But yeah, I stream Twitch, Kick, Twitter, NonFun420. Normally, I stream to YouTube as well as NonFun. I can't do it for 5 more days because of a channel strike. But there are a bunch of old videos there of debates and stuff that I've edited that you can go watch as well. I think primarily I talk about economics, but these debates are fun too. But I appreciate it, Sarah. I'll see you later.
You did well, man. All you guys did well.
Good to see you, Non-Fun.
Non-fun, such a big.
Doing the black show.
Do the chat.
with a
question.
Do the
Wrestle
chat.
with them, man.
$20 more, or else we go night-night. All right.
The dude on the left, wrestle with somebody, man. I want to
Go
hear
ahead.
from you.
Go ahead.
Talking about me?
Oh, top left. I want to hear him wrestle with
Brandon.
somebody.
All right. What? All right. Who wants it?
Bring it on.
Break.
Question.
Pause.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm already always ready.
I do have a question though.
a defense.
Go ahead.
Sure.
All right, so this one is more pertaining to like emotions. Are they real or are they just an excuse to do what we want?
Are they real? Well, when you say emotions
Yeah.
are real, are you just saying?
Are they real?
And when you say real, are you just saying do people have them? Do people have emotions?
Do people feel them?
Well, what is an emotion is what we get to, right? Like, is it something that happens naturally or is it a reaction to reality?
I feel like it's both.
I mean, it could be both.
Like I feel like emotions are
I gotta
like
move
it's a wide range of different like labels that we give to certain physical reactions going on in our sensations going on in our body and our mind that we put names to and we associate with specific emotions, I guess. Like,
And if you're asking if it affects our behavior, I'm sure it does. Is that what you're asking?
I mean, when we get philosophical about it, I mean, what is an emotion? Like, I mean, what is love? A lot of people think love is an emotion, but I feel like love is
You
an
never
action.
messed that shit, Sam.
You
Love
know,
is an
so
action. It's a verb.
It's made
you
up.
know,
I'll just vote. My vote is that emotions are epiphenomenal. They don't exist. We put names to things, but they're not actually real.
But you might be using real in a different sense that he is.
ooh, what is real? Now we're getting somewhere.
It's merely a chemical
Hey, Sarah.
rush. Is that, can we call that real? A chemical rush that I get from looking some chick in the eye that's
Phoenix with
attractive.
a question,
Is that
Sarah.
real?
Hold on. Kazak says, Ryan, liberals ate beta males. Prove me wrong. Dusty counter his argument. Dusty can't counter his argument because Dusty just left a little bit ago.
but I guess I'll make an argument. I don't think I think right now like liberals are the alpha males. We are we're standing strong in our virtue of belief in the Constitution of the United States and
Staying stoic.
Yeah, we're staying stoic and
Stoic.
standing strong 10 toes
Stoicism
down
is at the bottom of the scale.
as Republicans try to tear it apart. But one example of conservatives being beta males is I believe it's only conservatives who come on these panels and argue for things like to remove the idea of no fault divorce, right? And I think it's a very beta male thing to want to use the state to force your wife or spouse to stay with you against their will. I think it's a very beta, soy, pathetic thing to do. So that's just one example of how conservatives are the soy beta fools that we all know they are.
Yeah, I will definitely counter that as it has been requested.
There you go.
Oh, somebody's triggered. Let's hear it.
You,
Well, he's being requested to counter it.
yes, and I can absolutely 100% and will, because here's the thing: why do you need to claim that you're an alpha male?
I don't need to. I was just explaining to Kazak why I don't think that liberals are the beta males if we are going to contrast beta and
okay,
alpha
what do you
males.
mean by an alpha male?
I mean, generally, like colloquially, people use alpha male to refer to like a more ideal like version of maleness.
Would an alpha male need to worry about the colloquial term?
So I mean, someone engaging with the question would.
No, an alpha male does not need to engage. He is an alpha. Everybody else follows him. That is the way alpha works. The beta, on the other hand, needs to understand others and essentially converse and try to figure out things. That's what a beta is. Therefore, no.
No, I totally disagree. Because
would anybody be a beta in that sense?
I don't agree with that. I think in terms of answering your actual question here and now, yes, I think it's reasonable that any man would answer it, right? However, if Ryan walked to the bar tomorrow and walked up to a girl and he's like, I'm an alpha male, you want to know what that is? Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
All he did this time was say that no, we are not beta males. In fact, I can show you something that Republicans do that seems beta. That was all I saw.
Yeah, and I would say that like an alpha male is often associated, again, colloquially, with like being a good leader, right? And a good leader would want to understand people around him, want to understand the people who he leads, so that he can meet their needs appropriately, so that his needs are met appropriately, right?
I would say no, because the thing is, when the alpha is alpha, he sets the rules. So there is no standard that he's going to accept from the pack.
So, sorry, you're saying no, the alpha should not understand the needs of his pack.
He may understand the needs of the pack, but that does not make him alpha just because he does.
I didn't say it makes him alpha, because I'm saying that like for him to be the alpha, like it would be appropriate for him to lead in that way, right?
Not necessarily, no. I mean,
like, it would be harmful to him if he didn't.
If the betas accept his role as leader, they will follow. This is just a natural process.
But
we
why
see
would
it in
they
the wild
accept
all
it?
the time.
Why would they accept it
because they like his
everything's
rules.
getting worse for them? In fact, if everything's getting worse for them, like for long enough, then eventually they're gonna like revolt.
And is
the
he worried about that?
I mean, he might be.
Well, if he's worried at all, then I would say he's not alpha, because then he's worried about his rules being wrong. Why would his rules be wrong if he's alpha?
I mean, I think alphas can have the self-awareness to understand that they're not infallible.
No, alphas understand that they are perfect. This is the way of the world, that it is the fact that they are perfect. That's what it means to be alpha.
No, it sounds like you're projecting your own idea of what an alpha should be, and I just
I'm not
I don't hear it
anything.
used that way at all.
What's the primary letter?
A.
Alpha. Bingo.
It's just
the
a
rule.
Greek letter.
It's
wait,
the
how does
rule.
that?
It's number one.
How does that follow?
There is no other.
How does it follow?
There is no other.
How does that?
There is
follow
no other
then?
rule but one. There is only one rule. Player, don't get caught.
Okay,
You got caught slipping.
Okay, I don't think I did. I think what I did was outline how it would be in the alpha's best interest to make sure that the needs of his pack are met to some degree at least, so that they never worry about revolting, or they decide that they don't want to follow his lead anymore.
If he
I
so
think it's
chooses.
reasonable.
If he so chooses. It's his decision to make, not the betas. That's what makes him alpha.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree that the alpha doesn't have to enact those things, so we're in agreement there. But one of them.
Yep. Thank you for conceding.
How is that a concession?
That's a concession because there are no other rules except those which the alpha places.
Wait, what is the proposition that I'm conceding to?
You are conceding that the beta does not need to establish that he is alpha.
The beta does not need to establish that he's alpha. What does that have to do with what we just said?
You're beta because you tried to establish that you are alpha.
I engaged with a question about what I think an alpha would do.
Yeah, and you think that. I know. You think that. I get it.
That's okay. We agree. I think that.
Yep. You think that. But the objective reality is that there is only one rule.
What do you mean by objective?
The objective reality of the alpha is that there is only his rule.
Okay, wait. I agree with this. That like the alpha could decide. What I'm saying is the alpha his best interest would be to do something that is in line with his pack, like perceiving him as the alpha, right?
He can choose that. But if he wants to unalive all the pack, he can do that.
Yeah, he could, but then he wouldn't be able to get the benefits of having a pack. He wouldn't be
Well,
out.
this
He
is
wouldn't.
the thing that
He wouldn't be the
the
alpha then.
pack
He would just be
recognizes.
the. he
This
would
is
just
what
be
makes
the-
them beta. The pack
he would just be the only thing.
recognizes because they are beta, they should just simply follow the rule of the alpha. Because he could just unalive them all.
Yeah, but if he unalive them all, then he doesn't get any of the benefits of leading a pack, and he wouldn't even be the alpha because alpha's a relative term to like. the
No,
pack
he
that
can
you're
create
leading,
a whole
right?
nother pack. He can create a whole nother pack.
I mean, he has to find other lions willing to follow him, right?
Well, see, the difference between what your concept of alpha is and my concept of alpha is your concept of alpha actually does include the female. The female is
about a
outside that
female.
concept. Yeah, because he can go outside of the concept that you present and go get a female. That's what makes him alpha, is because he can go get another pack. It's beauty. It's the beauty of nature. Nature provides for him.
Well, he still has to. Well, nature's not providing. He still has to go out and do it, right?
Well, if you want to go to the ultimate concept of alpha, the creator, there you go. He created all things. He is the alpha and the omega.
But he also doesn't.
He creates.
Probably doesn't exist. so
Right.
that's a pretty big
Right.
problem for him.
Right. So in the realm of reality, physics, the place where we live in this universe, the alpha does not need to establish that he is alpha. Everybody else just follows.
Who's the alpha then?
Well, I mean, you have to decide on that one, since you're beta.
Me.
I guess it's Sarah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still think it makes sense for the alpha. Whenever he establishes a new pack, it still makes sense for him to lead that pack in a way that recognizes the needs of that pack, so he's not just endlessly killing and eating his packs. I mean, if that's what he wants, I mean, that's the life he can lead.
Engage with the premise, the actual premise.
I feel like I just did.
If you are, yeah, I'm gonna actually do it. I've been kind of circular reasoning on you. So
I know.
If the alpha is alpha, what would be the necessity of him claiming that alpha status? Actually, vocally, what would be the necessity of that?
I mean, I don't think there necessarily would be one, except for just to communicate.
Kazak says, sorry, Scar was an alpha, Mufasa was beta.
Well, Simba would be the ultimate alpha then, because he took down Scar, right?
Great answer.
Yeah.
I did that because Simba was beta all day.
Or maybe it's isn't it is it
know,
Hercules
man.
or something where they have like the rug is like Scar's skin or something? You know, that's what I'm talking about. It's like an Easter egg in one of the movies. I think it's in Hercules.
Was it Beauty and the Beast?
I don't know. Maybe. Might be.
Clay, you was driving me crazy with your circular reasoning. I'm glad Sarah let us back in. I was just getting the stool to go with the rope that I had. You was driving me crazy, and then you ended up answering a good question at the end.
Well, I actually asked the same question at the very beginning, but because he wasn't conceding, I actually had to do the circular reasoning all the way up until the point of.
You understand, during the whole circular shit, he had all the logic. He had the firm footing right through the circular reasoning.
Yeah, he was basing it on logic. Now, the issue though is that logic doesn't always apply when we're talking about metaphysical concepts. Sometimes
This is a great example of what we would call
Quite
beta
often.
cope. So he just lost the debate, and he's saying, "Oh, technically logic doesn't even apply all the time." So, I mean, it speaks for itself.
That's funny.
Damn, you got that much? You got that much out of it? I'm glad you pay attention. It's a good little beta. Good little beta.
Why
An
would
alpha
your
has-
question was why would the alpha say that shit out loud? If I could come up first shit that pops in my head is because the pack's goofy, and that's how you solidify that shit. You keep telling motherfuckers, I'm the alpha, and it has a built-in benefit. It keeps them in check. So there's one reason why you run. Because I'm assuming if you're betas and you're following the guy, you fall for that type of logic.
There it is. It is said here, our Nigerian albino queen is the alpha. That is me. Thank you.
I love it.
Nothing.
That's a compliment. So.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with what would be considered the alpha explaining his position, but to say like I am alpha, like that is a very beta.
I totally understand your point. The guy who has to run around saying it, coming from my point of view, he is the most insecure fuck in the world. I'll give a name. Paul. The more he says how great he is, the more insecure it reeks to a cat like me. But OTW or somebody's chewing that shit up over there.
That is true. That is true. You know, and every organizational pack does have their little leader, I guess. What's the other one?
The leader would have great responsibilities. I don't want to get all Spider-Man-y, but now that you say it like that, the bigger you are among, the more responsibility you have. But you can't be careless and do egotistical shit. I don't know. Maybe you don't get the pack if you're not egotistical. How do I know?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. It's Machiavellian, right? So you're gonna do things that naturally make sense in order to keep your power. However, there may be some things that look in of itself, that particular action could be considered like that's beta. That's beta.
I'm just gonna mute them for a second. Kazak says, "Fuck, I had TV on mute. Do you want a 1v1?" I don't necessarily. I mean, I don't need a 1v1 with any of these guys necessarily. I mean, I'm just kind of chilling. I do have a goal that's about to expire if you want to help with that, but that's nothing too crazy right now. I'm just kind of going with the flow. So it's up to you if you want to set me up to fight someone or whatever. But
JFK just did the right thing, right? He proved.
I like it. It doesn't have that Machiavellian connotation to it, but it's the same actions. I like it.
Well, the reason I would actually say yes, he still would have that same concept built within is because the law that he was fighting for was within the constitutional framework, the declared nation that we have, and what he was actually trying to achieve, which eventually got him unalived, was exactly trying to appease the people, to keep the people together, because the social contract, that doctrine of that we the people are together in this, and that we have to work together, and I will do that thing and go out there and save the people, so to speak. I will do that. I will step up.
Saying Jack Kennedy got himself killed, though, like, okay, so I would disagree, because saying Jack Kennedy got himself killed is like, you know, it's like the same thing as saying Luigi Mangione is like you know, Gandalf or something, right? Like, you know, like it's just something that happened.
The exec got himself killed.
I have a question. How can you get yourself killed unless you're like bungee jumping and the rope snaps? Like, come on.
Okay,
come on, y'all. Like, stop playing with me, bro.
Well, I mean,
like, it don't work like
out
that.
there, and you know,
you slip and fell.
You put yourself into the war zone. You put yourself into a dangerous situation. I mean, you. I don't know where you're from or what you look like, but I would imagine that you wouldn't go down to the hood and start saying anything you wanted to, and so you recognize.
Well, okay, now you're saying that's like going anywhere and saying anything anytime. You can't do that. Like, it's not about where you're from; it's about where you're at. It's always been like that.
Yeah, you recognize the reality of the situation. Yeah, and so you don't
recognize real. So the real question is, what is real? Like, what is it? Like, what is real? Like, what is it?
And Clay's example, when he was talking about Kennedy, he was saying that his actions were not Machiavellian because they were done for the greater good.
Well, I was saying, though, they were, because he was still self-serving in that.
No, dude, no. Jack Kennedy, man, you can't go there.
No, everybody's self-serving. This is just something.
No.
Who is
No,
it,
no.
Was it Locke or Hobbes?
No.
Forget. Everybody is self-serving. Like if you don't serve like your own selfish interest, you're probably just going to end up on the street homeless. This is just the reality of the world we live in. You know, you have to have some type of self-interest.
Like for example,
I
if
don't
you're
think
the
so,
alpha of the
because-
pack, your self-interest
Okay,
would be
I'll
to
agree with that.
serve
I'll
their
agree with
interests,
that.
right?
Status,
Oh, I mean,
not-
you have to eat. You have to drink water. I get it.
But like a union though, okay? So if I'm part of a labor union, the union does serve my interests, but that doesn't mean I'm doing it because I am self-interested. I can be in a union for another reason.
The only way you can be in a union.
You're appealing to your emotions then, and that's what it's satisfying. Because I want to do it. It makes me feel good.
Well, you might also be in
I
a.
want the other side, the other reason, at least.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it makes me feel good. So it still ends up being self-interest.
I mean, you can't just go to somewhere and call yourself a part of it. Like, no, you have to participate in it. So if you're in a union, you have to be a part of the unit. That means you have to actually work within it, and that's how you can extract the benefits by putting in resources.
Yeah, it's about purpose. It's
Sounds
about
logical.
why you're there at all in the first place, and you have to decide that. You know, you have to decide that. It can't be decided by other people. You know.
Isn't that what you do in democracy? Is decided by other people?
What are we talking about this time, Clay?
Concept of do you know what the foundation is of this country?
Are you going to talk about the Declaration of Independence?
Well, the Declaration of Independence definitely is. I would say
Part
that.
of it, I would say.
Do you know why it was established?
To declare independence from the British.
Okay. How about this? Do you know the philosophical concept behind the Declaration of Independence as well as the Constitution?
I don't know what you're pointing to, but go ahead.
Okay. Social contract theory.
Okay.
Do you
what about it?
believe that social contract theory is the best way to go?
It depends on what you mean by social contract theory. Like, what are you describing?
The people. So do the people collectively have the best way, like together, as opposed to what it was before, which is divine right of kings?
Oh yeah, I mean,
That's
I would
the
agree
best way
that
to prosperity.
yeah, I mean, I would certainly agree it's better to have more people's voices helping decide what the policies of an organization are than to have like one person decide it all. Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. So, and you also do agree with the concept of rights being a necessary part of the Constitution, the way that it's laid out with the framers.
Rights being a necessary part. I mean, rights are kind of emergent from the Constitution, I guess. Like they're things written into the Constitution or whatever. Like, what do you mean?
Okay. Do you know about any other rights other than what's in the Constitution? And I'm not talking about the Ninth Amendment.
What are you talking about?
So I'm talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So those are
Okay,
actually established.
Yeah.
Those are established rights. Do you?
How are those established? Like they're established like by the Declaration of Independence? Because that
Correct.
How?
Correct. Do you agree that the Declaration of Independence is a legal document?
I'm not sure. I feel like I've heard some things about that being kind of contentious about whether or not it's like active, like legal, like law. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if it's recognized as such.
Right. So it would be a declaration, right? So the way I don't know how many councils you've ever been to, like in your city or county or anything like that, but when it comes to declarations, proclamations, that's one of the things that they actually cover. Typically, it's on the agenda. So when it comes to declarations, like it'd be like in the case of the Declaration of Independence, is a unanimous decision from the 13 colonies, and that's why it's a legal document. It is actually the Congress at that time got together and formulated that opinion, and that this is in fact the declaration that they would establish. That is the founding document, the founding legal document. In fact, when they sent it to the king, right? So the thing is they passed unanimously. That made it a formulation of a legal document. However, until it landed and got served to the king, that is actually when it actually is technically established.
Wh-
Technically.
I guess like why? What's the point? What are you getting at? What does that have to do
Okay,
with
so
the rights in it?
the reason I'm asking this is liberty. Okay, a lot of people don't understand the concept of liberty. Liberty
Well,
is a
can you
right,
outline
according-
for me how the Declaration of Independence fulfills the right to liberty?
So it says that let me look at it real quick. It actually legally sets the framework. It says that
Checking his notes, guys.
yes, I am.
Maybe you can give me like an
It's an
abstraction.
okay.
Like what is it about the Declaration of Independence, or rather, what is it about liberty that the Declaration of Independence like what does it mean for that right to be supported by this document? Like what's the relevancy of that, and how does it engage with like when those rights might be in question with like the Constitution or the law of the land?
So liberty, what that means is there's an allowance within the established rule of law.
An allowance within the established rule of law. So
right.
So it's just like tautologically, like anything that's not limited by the law is your liberty.
Yes, if it's not an explicitly if it's not explicitly forbidden, then it is in fact allowed.
Okay.
So that's what
so
liberty
it just seems kind of redundant then. Like that's like isn't that already established like through the Constitution?
Well, no, because the Declaration actually established that with liberty. That's why in the Constitution and you get to the rights part, the Bill of Rights, it doesn't talk necessarily about liberty being a right anymore. The right is actually of the people to establish what that liberty is together socially. It's a social contract.
But wait, the Constitution outlines what is and isn't allowed within like its purview.
The legal framework. Right, yeah, because
so
the
like,
U.S.
so
code
again, it feels like we're just
laws.
pointing to a redundancy of like the Declaration of Independence has this thing that you call liberty, but all you're saying is that it's things that the Constitution allows you to do. Like, okay,
No.
To do or
The
not do?
liberty is a inherent right that was
What does that mean?
established.
What does inherent mean?
So
then?
socially, the founders took on the philosophical meaning of Hobbes and Locke, and what they said was that it seems to be that all nation states and kingdoms throughout history have always been established based upon social contract theory. In other words, the people have to agree that they will serve in this fashion according to whatever government is established. And so within liberty, right, liberty is whatever is allowed within that framework. If it's rule of law, everything that's not explicitly forbidden is allowed. And so the reason I'm asking you is, of course, we put it to a vote and that sort of thing. And I just want to make sure that I understand your framework of, should people that don't agree with you always have the right to vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why wouldn't they?
Okay. This is why I want to ask. Persons who are felons who have forfeited their right to vote, should they also still have their established right to vote?
It's an interesting question. I actually personally I do think I'm not sure I'm not sure I think it's
I
good
sold
that
a bunch of dope. I shouldn't have the right to vote. That makes no fucking sense.
I don't agree with exactly. I don't agree with that. I think there's like this like weird fear that like, oh, they're gonna make like vote to make crime legal or whatever. Like like what are we concerned about here?
No.
Like, I don't know. I don't care if felons vote personally. I think that's fine.
I know we're going to disagree on this, and I actually do agree with the law in this instance. I just don't agree with every felony being that reason. So I believe that some of these felonies should actually be established misdemeanors, because if you got a misdemeanor, then you can still vote, apparently. But if you've got a felony, so I believe a lot of the felonies should be classified as misdemeanors or something in between.
Isn't that them losing their right to vote because they committed a felony as arbitrary as anything you could come up with?
No, because things like red rum or people who do bad things to kids, those people I do not believe should have a right to vote. What I
There's a
believe
million
is that
other things they
forfeited,
shouldn't have a right to as well, right? Because
Correct.
they did that shit.
including their freedom to walk around in public for an established amount of time at least.
Yeah, which is taken away.
Yeah, but
right?
that's like any criminal. That's like any criminal law, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, and so like in some sense, when we say something is retributive or deters crime, right? Like it all results in confinement.
Right.
You know,
So
that's
why
something most
would we
people
throw
know.
that right to vote on there with them people? It must say something that we believe something about them, like Ryan was saying, that they exercise some power inside of that jail that can have to cope because they are so crooked. They could do so crooked outside with that power. That's inherent in there. Seems arbitrary just attack their right to vote. Why not attack the other any other right that they may have had in there?
So yeah, no, I agree with that. So essentially, like, you have the right, if you go to the 9th Amendment, I mean, this kind of just makes sense, to walk around with shoes and socks in public. But they, when they commit these crimes, forfeit that right. One, they could wear maybe socks and shoes, but they can't walk around in public. So part of that right has been removed, but it's because they forfeited it. It's not that we took it from them, but that as a society at large, we make the decision that they are still part of society. They can't remove themselves from society. They are still a citizen. They just have to be essentially forfeited rights because they can't handle being part of society in a broader perspective.
This is the same kind of circular. I'd like to talk about the other part you guys were talking about, the rights in the Declaration of Independence. There were a lot more that you guys left out. Y'all agree?
Yeah. Well, so there's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, but I believe that there's some other ones.
But they don't stipulate what they are, but they say we believe that under God there are men have inherent rights. Among them are, and then they name
Correct.
3. So you can assume that there are many more. So
But
you didn't have to
remember,
key in on
that's
just 3.
only under God, because it says that specifically before stating. So under God, we have these rights. So there's our
I didn't have a
base.
problem with that. I know there's a good argument for nature, but I didn't have a problem with them phrasing it that way. I'm a fan of God, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay,
Yeah,
but in a society though, right? Like, you know, we like there's not a like there's specific laws, right? So natural rights are like a thing that John Locke talked about. The founders adopted it, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like on the top of the mountain. The actual law itself, and then the case law supporting that law, lives within actual like the practice of law, like actual jurisprudence.
I think I'm with
So
you.
there's
so
two
far.
different
With
things.
the spirit, the spirit of law, because we have an order. And if there's a spiritual order to things, that has to come from somewhere. Now we could even go into the Big Bang, and there's evidence of an intelligent creator and all these different video game theories, but who made the game? So I mean, we're still looking at God, no matter how everything comes to God, bro. Stop
Yeah,
running from
Really,
it.
I was
don't
just
think
trying
that
to find
falls from what
somewhere
Duck said,
to disagree with
honest.
you on
But
Ryan. To tell you the truth,
He
I was
is
trying to
saying
find
that
somewhere,
even if
but it
we're in
seems
the
like you
matrix,
agree
there's
with
a
most
creator,
everything.
and someone could call him God. He's saying that a lot of these theories you come up with is going to lead to a creator, and it's going to be someone can call him God.
Yeah, but if you really don't like pedophiles too, like you can't appeal.
It's better
like
to
what
tie
you're
a
saying,
cinder
Joe. You
block
can't
around their
appeal to
neck and throw them in
God.
the ocean.
God's not the reason that you don't like whatever, a PDF or a murder or whatever it is. You know, you don't like that person. You don't like that person. You know.
Well, it's not for us to judge a man's entire soul, right? So spirit, mind, body.
God already did that.
As far as that goes, I am not God. I want to establish that right now. I am not God. You know, you gonna do that shit around me? I'm probably gonna throw you.
All right.
You know, I'm not God. That's the way that works. He did give me dominion over
You
the
do
earth
have
as well as
preference,
you.
though.
Speaking of, I think it's about time we go to bed.
I'm all right with that.
All right, Doc,
Yeah,
kick off with
better
your
plan.
final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, I think to the core debate of the night, if any of the audience has been here for the 6 hours alongside Miss Sarah, I don't think Ryan or Gen Z, other Ryan, affirmed what they meant by an American moral position. I think they glossed over the millions of instances of both injustice and moral wrongs. So I think, yeah, Non-Fawn and Pisco, it was premium Non-Fawn night, premium Pisco night. And so good guys win again.
Perfect, Ducky. Shadow.
Well, I would like to say that, this was fun. I appreciate all of the intellectual energy that was up here. Everybody's got their big brain on, and then, there's a bunch of circles and loops, lots of philosophical BS and jargon, but let's try to keep it clean and respectful with each other when we're doing our debates, at least on our side. So when we go to other platforms, it's like, civil, like this was nice, But you guys have a good night, man. I'm gonna get some rest, and dude, figure out what real is. And once you figure out what real is, everything else kind of falls in line. You gotta have a base.
Fair enough. Mr. Joe Cool.
I'm gonna echo what dude said. From what I saw about the debate, they were really civil and they had their big brains on. I admired that. I think he even mentioned that their egos were on display, and I think he said that. And yes, I saw that as well. And after the conversation, the reality, all of this shit is gonna turn out subjective. And I'm starting to get that Ike disease where I just can't deal with definitions anymore. And I don't want to race down that fucking path. It doesn't lead anywhere. This was fun. Always great to see my buddies, man.
Thank you, Joe Cool. Award-winning Joe Cool, by the way.
Wait.
Your boy in the building.
Somebody broke in my car. I guess I left the shit open, and I remember he was like, "Where's your watch?" Probably in the car. And you're right, it was still in the car. So I brought it in the house because somebody broke in my shit. They took my shit. I brought it in the house. All right, somebody
leave the award. Take the cannoli. Mr. Clay, to you, sir.
Yeah, I liked the debate because they did do a lot of philosophical arguing. However, the problem that I had with what they were trying to establish about the left is that they've abandoned some moral claim where morality actually deals with religions usually. I don't know of, there's secular folks out there, but they usually typically use the words principles or ethics, and it's because morality comes from Catholic doctrine, from my understanding, from the King James Bible. It talks about morality, so their basis was pretty off, in my opinion. I believe that the lefties are actually definitely engaged. I don't believe that they're out there really in mass committing crimes outside of liberty. That's, the established law. But I also thought it was very cool that they talked about the Declaration, which is the founding document. That was a big win for me as far as that goes. However, within that, they skipped a bunch to go down to the laws of nature and nature's God, entitled them, which means that they missed out on the unanimous part. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary. So these parts, right, that are part of the founding document are so tantamount to understand, they forgot to mention that this is a social document. It's a social doctrine. It is not one man voting on what he wants. It's not the alpha. It's everybody together claiming that they're all alphas, which, hey, we can all have a legal claim if we want it, but we always put it to a vote. And this is why they disbanded the political bands which they were connected to in 1776 and established something different, a social contract where the people are the rulers. Thank you, Sarah. Always the best.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I guess number one, I want to thank what's his name, Mulally, for keeping my seat warm until I showed up as the one true Ryan. I appreciate that. Now, the main proposition of the evening was that the left has abandoned the American moral proposition, and the way that the opposition attempted to demonstrate this was by pointing to a Declaration of Independence primarily, and arguing that somehow DEI, specifically equity, and at one point the 1619th Project, which is just like a narrative retelling of American history from the perspective of enslaved people, which is just kind of a ridiculous thing to point to as the abandonment of the American moral principle, unless the American moral proposition, unless that proposition is that actually slavery was good and based and not horrible for the people who were enslaved, which is obvious that it was. And it was very strange. They got into this like weird area where not only did you have to, they argued that not only do you have to believe in objective morality to accept the American moral proposition, but you had to believe in their exact form of objective morality, which is obviously ridiculous and obviously goes really against the spirit of the United States of America and not having to serve like any particular god or anything like that. So very strange, very very weird stuff, especially the equity thing, which is like very particularly designed to alleviate hundreds of years of oppression that like caused the disparities that we see today. And so equity, you know, regardless of whether you think it's the right way to address those disparities, that's its goal. So it's again very weird to say that that's not in the spirit, unless you think that the spirit of the United States is to make sure those inequities stay, I guess. I mean, if that's an odd position to have, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised, given the current state of the Republican Party, if many of them do hold that position. In fact, if you agree with anything I said tonight or hated everything I said tonight, I would still love to have you over at youtube.com/radicalcoder, where I'll be streaming for at least a little bit longer, probably not much longer at all, but at least a few more minutes. And you can come tell me how much you hate me, or how much you love me, or how I'm growing on you, or how I'm making you more alienated from me. In any case, I'm Ryan, the real Ryan, and thank you, Sarah, for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. And it was a wonderful debate tonight. I really actually enjoyed it. I thought it was incredibly informative. But we have another one tomorrow night. We've got Wick TV coming in to debate Rachel's Ghost from Ghost Town Politics. They will be here tonight debating about the recent election, the blue wave. Is this the telltale sign of what is to come with MAGA? And then Wednesday, I'll be back in the afternoon at 2 p.m. EST. Beth Martins, who I recently interviewed her, she's actually interviewing me. She wants to dig into this tiny little brain, and there's not much digging to get into, but it is a scary place to be in nonetheless. Then, of course, Nuke, Wednesday night. Sleepy Tomato makes her return. Thursday, we've got Throwdown Thursday with Dragon Fist.
Oh my God, okay. I decided to just bounce. Thank you guys. I can't imagine there's really too much more to talk about here tonight. I'm obviously pretty sleepy. That closing statement came out really well, though. I was proud of that. I kind of cooked a little bit. Just a little. Cooked a whole ass meal. Mitchell Blackmore says, sorry, can we get some definitions, please? Definitions of what? Oh, no. Thank you, Fluzzy. Are you, I don't know if you're memeing. Go ahead. What definitions of what? I'll entertain it. Although we got 4.5 minutes till my goal ends, and I figure I'm probably just gonna end. I guess unless that's met in a way that's that encourages me to keep going a little bit longer, which you know is possible. You're 100% memeing. Okay, I figured as much. Thank you, Mitchell Blackmore. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Define alpha, beta. Well, there's alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, omicron, pi, rho, sigma, tau, epsilon, phi, chi, psi, and omega. So that's about that. Bet you guys didn't know that I knew the Greek alphabet, huh? Yeah, sorry, Sass. If you were Alpha, you wouldn't have to ask. That's Greek to me. Isn't that Greek to all of us? That's true. Absolutely wrecked. Common Fluzzy W every time. It's okay, Fluzzy. I knew what you meant. What do you guys think about this guy? Oh, he's sleepy. He's a sleepy boy. We were a couple of sleepy boys. Oh, my baby dog. You were pretty good tonight, huh? You were pretty good. You didn't cry too much during the stream or nothing? They were asking to see the hairy weenie earlier. Wiener. Alpha B beta cat. True. True. Fuzzy really is my alpha mod. Let's be real. If there ever was one, it would be Fuzzy. The queen bee, as it were. He is so sleepy. And so am I. But I'm gonna let the timer run out. We got 2 minutes on the timer. You know, I'm not sure. I was about halfway through that panel. I was like, oh, should I have hopped off? Should I have hopped off a while earlier? You know, like maybe I should have. Be real, please be real. Just be yourself. Oh, now he's gonna do it. Now, right after I praised him for not whining all night, he's gonna start whining. But he only a minute and a half more, and then I'll go lay down with him. What a sweet dog. Any final thoughts, guys? I like when you stay on, so I'd have said stay longer. Okay, fair enough. Mitchell says, in philosophical convos, it's always hard to know if it's worth being around or not because people can be like Ryan or they can be like Non-Fawn. Yeah. Poor Non-Fawn, dude. He got so... No wonder he was so frustrated toward the end of that. He got to talk like 3 times throughout that whole debate. It's so crazy. Non-Fawn really could have been a lot more valuable to that conversation than they let him be. It was kind of tragic. Non-Fawn is a very wise soul. Or at least a well-read one. I don't know which one it is or what's the difference really. That was the whole debate. It was like that the whole time. Almost nothing. It was really sad. It was actually sad. It was frustrating. I mean, he took it like a champ. Don't get me wrong. Every time Non-Fawn would pin them, they'd pivot to the meta. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of pivoting from them. And like Ryan would get so... Ryan interrupted Pisco so many times. Like I don't feel like Pisco was really interrupting Ryan very much at all. But like every time Pisco would be like getting close to like a salient point, Ryan would like would interrupt him and then start arguing about some other shit. Hey Lawrence, good to see you. Ryan hates to follow Pisco's lines. Yeah, he definitely does. Yeah, I see that. Shrimp's in the chat for Non-Fawn. True. Shrimp. Sarah, yeah, dude, Sarah, especially during the Q&A. Yo, that was crazy. Look, it's not the first time that I've seen Sarah's biases like really come out, but like, man, she was really like Sarah was more involved in the debate than Non-Fawn was. You know what I mean? Like Like Ryan and Gen X, the fake Ryan and the fake Gen X, because we all know there's a real Gen X who comes around here. And there's a real Ryan who is around here. Like, but they can handle themselves. But Sarah is like full on, like double, like explaining their arguments for them. That was super frustrating to watch. But okay, I did wait for the goal to run out. It is 3:35 a.m. and I do need 100% accidentally sweeping for Ryan to the audience because she's biased. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if she was like doing it consciously. Like, I think she felt like she was like trying to communicate, like, and like bridge the gap, but she was super sweeping. Yeah, very unneutral. Okay, Umbreon, I know. He said your goal ended. The stream's done. You've been going forever. All right, look, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna set an alarm so I can try to wake up early and do another good morning stream. We haven't done one in a little while. I've been betraying my morning audience, so I'm gonna try to get some rest and prepare for that. But I appreciate you all. Should we raid somebody? We've only got a few people here, but listen to that whiny wiener. Why do you think he's like that? It's pathetic, dude. Mitchell says, or like she would stop Pisco smacking Ryan back because Ryan condescends calmly and Pisco yells, so fucking real. Yes, so very real. Oh, boo-hoo, dude, boo-hoo. Listen to that dog. Oh, I'm gonna send you guys over to breakfast tacos. I don't know if you guys know this guy. They've been doing these streams lately. I've been meaning to hop on at some point. They're pretty cool. Yeah, we love our Umbi emotes. And he demands cuddles, so I'm gonna let him have what he desires. All right, you guys, tell breakfast tacos. I don't even know if they really know who I am, but tell them learning is radical. And I will see you guys hopefully in the morning, if not in the afternoon. Either way, I'll see you tomorrow or / today. Yeah, I also want some breakfast tacos. And yeah, support the stream with comments and super thanks and stuff like that, so I can go afford tacos. I love me some Taco Bell, and I would like to eat lots more of it in the future. And only you can provide infinite Taco Bell into my stomach. Thank you. Love you all. Learning is radical. Tell that to breakfast tacos. Okay, bye.